Chapter 45, Birthmark PT-1. Naruto found himself walking down a long barren street, statues of humans everywhere he could see. The sky was red with dark black clouds hanging over him, buildings were torn into tatters, the bay was filled with lava, and as if the place couldn't be any more horrific, the sun, he supposed, was as red as blood. Looking down at himself, Naruto saw he was dressed in his RedX gear, his tattered trench coat included, with his swords on his back and a pair of bladed gauntlets over his forearms and hands. Reaching up, Naruto found half of his skull-like mask had been broken off and grit his teeth in annoyance. What the hell is going on? He wondered to himself before swiftly turning at a sound. Narrowing his eyes, the blonde-haired ex-nin quickly turned and then found his eyes slowly widening as he saw a shadowed figure walk towards him. "Slade," Naruto whispered as the man approached, his arms folded behind his back as his single cold gray eyes glared at the blonde ominously. The two stood in the middle of the hellish wasteland, silently opposing one another and glaring into one another's eyes darkly. "So we meet again?" Slade coldly remarked while Naruto narrowed his eyes onto the armored man dangerously. "What do you want, Slade?" Naruto demanded, and Slade chuckled lightly while looking at the blonde-haired boy. "What do I want? An apprentice worthy of my teachings? An heir to take my vast resources and power when I'm gone, the destruction of Jump City and its titans, quite a few things actually, but all of them are irrelevant for the moment," Slade replied while casually strolling forward, and Naruto slipped back into a stance. "Come now, if I was really here to fight I would have engaged you by now," Slade reminded while walking past the blonde, and Naruto turned around, finding Slade with his back turned as he looked up to the red sun. "What is going on?" Naruto demanded through gritted teeth, and Slade chuckled lightly while lightning flashed in the sky. "Why, that should be obvious even to someone with as short an attention span as you," Slade coldly remarked before turning, Naruto's eyes widening as Slade's mask fell to the ground. Now what was revealed to the blonde was very clearly not Slade's face. Instead, what was revealed was a skull, the right eye missing from its socket with a long gash carved out of the bone, which also had small cracks here and there, while a glowing red eye loomed ominously from the darkness of his left eye socket. "The end has come," Slade uttered darkly, his lower jawbone moving even without any muscles to aid it. Taking several steps back from the creature, Naruto turned when he heard a chuckle and saw 4 eyes floating above him. But just as he saw the eyes, darkness suddenly consumed Naruto's vision. "Tartarus HQ." Naruto suddenly shot up in his bed with wide eyes, before placing a hand to his head and let out several shuddering breaths. Just another nightmare, but damn, that was one seriously messed up nightmare," Naruto mumbled to himself before rolling out of bed, wondering why those nightmares only seemed to stay away when he slept with Raven. Shaking his head of any possibilities, Naruto pushed himself to his feet and walked over to his closet to get his clothes for the day. Laying those out, Naruto then went about his other morning rituals before coming out and getting dressed. He pulled on a pair of black shinobi pants with pockets on the sides today, his usual calf-length black shinobi sandals, a sleeveless black umbu shirt with the mask rolled over his neck, a red t-shirt, forearm-length fingerless black gloves with metal plates over the back of his fists and a red band around each wrist, and last was a gray utility belt around his waist and black and red bucket hat. Finished, Naruto then walked out of his room and stretched his arms before yawning lightly. Tiredly making his way down the halls of the HQ and into the ops center, the blonde made his way over to the fridge. Opening it and digging around for a moment, Naruto got some orange juice before grabbing a cup from the cupboard. Pouring himself some orange juice before reaching into the freezer for some frozen pancakes. Getting those ready, Naruto then leaned back as his meal was heated up. Honestly, while he liked a good home-cooked meal as much as the next guy, he liked the sheer convenience of all these frozen foods this world had. Turning away from that, Naruto then looked around the ops center for a moment, instantly noticing that, as per usual, Gizmo wasn't present. "We really need to get him out of that lab more often, or somehow manage to get him a girlfriend," Naruto thought to himself, then saw Blackfire was leaning back into the sofa, practically sleeping with a peaceful look on her face. Kid WYKKYD seemed to have made a fort out of the cushions to the sofa. Billy was attacking the said fort in an attempt to retrieve the cushions, or maybe they were playing some kind of childish game, and lastly Seymour and Private Hive were playing a video game. Blinking for a moment, Naruto frowned when he saw neither Jinx, Mammoth, nor Danny anywhere in sight. "Okay, that's unusual," the blonde mumbled before hearing a groan, then turned in time to see Danny walk into the room. However, Naruto then cursed and quickly moved over to the girl when she nearly fell to the floor. "Shit, Danny, what the hell is wrong with you?" Naruto demanded while picking her up, and the girl retched before covering her mouth, her eyes glowing a bright luminescent green even in her human form. "Shit stain there is sicker than a dog," Gizmo replied as he and Mammoth walked into the room, Private Hive and Seymour looking to one another, and then turned off their game, before getting up as well. Only for one of Billy's clones quickly diving for the controller to the game station. Yeah, I noticed, but since when does Danny even get sick? Naruto demanded of Gizmo, since the girl's fairly unique biology practically negated the effects of any known illness. Whatever the hell she has seems to be based on her powers in some way. Gizmo replied and then motioned Naruto to let the girl down, Seymour and Private walking over to him. Is she running a fever? Seymour asked surprisingly seriously, and Gizmo grumbled before looking to Mammoth. Get some water, he ordered, and Mammoth walked over to the sink, got a glass and then some water from the sink. What are you? Naruto started to ask before Gizmo held up a hand for him to wait while Mammoth came back. Taking the glass of water from the massive member of Tartarus, Gizmo dipped a finger into it, then let a few drops fall on Danny's forehead, all of which quickly froze over into a thin sheet of ice. Seconds later, however, the ice melted and then steamed as Danny started to sweat on the spot, then seemed to chill over again as she shivered violently. Holy hell! I've heard of hot and cold flashes before, but this is ridiculous, Seymour said with wide eyes while Danny groaned uncomfortably before he nose suddenly twitched. Hit the decks, Gizmo said, and Mammoth pulled Naruto and the others out of the way as the girl sneezed. However, white flames spewed forth from her as she did, the flames arching from her mouth, over the couch and then slamming into the wall beside of the TV. This finally drew Billy and Kid WYKKYD's attention as both slowly looked to where the girl was now swaying before falling over with a groan. Okay, that was weird as hell, Naruto mumbled to himself before blinking in surprise, when the girl suddenly gripped her stomach and mouth, got up, and bolted to the side and threw up into the sink before letting out a few hacking coughs that mingled with disgusted moans. Oh great, now someone's going to have to clean that mess up, Mammoth muttered and got a cold glare from Naruto while Danny slid to the floor with a groan. What are the symptoms, Giz? Naruto questioned seriously, and Gizmo sighed for a moment before rubbing his scalp. Heat and cold flashes, literally in her case, sporadic bouts of fire-infused sneezes, throwing up a lot of what I'm guessing is ectoplasmic residue that's collected in her lungs and stomach, a hacking cough for the same damn reason. She's also had sporadic transformations, but that actually makes the other symptoms worse, not to mention the physical weakness she displayed all morning that seems to come and go, and odder still are the growth spurts. Gizmo listed off while ticking down fingers, and Naruto blinked at the last bit of info. Growth spurts? Naruto questioned, and Gizmo nodded his head with a frown. She shot up 3 inches in the last 5 hours, Mammoth supplied, and Billy whistled for a moment. Well, maybe when this is finally over she'll actually look her age, Billy offered, and Danny suddenly sat up and her eye twitched. What the hell is that supposed to mean, you damn hillbilly bastard? I'm not short, the girl screamed in rage before suddenly lunging at the Billy that made the comment and started to beat on him mercilessly. Oh yeah, and the final symptom is the extremely violent and spontaneous mood swings she's been having all day. I nearly got my head ripped off when I said she was a bitch. Gizmo finished with a flat look as Billy cried out for mercy, and Naruto shivered for a moment. So any idea what's going on with her or not, Giz? Naruto questioned while ignoring the Billy that Danny was currently beating the hell out of, the real Billy and his other clones looking on in shock and fear. Not a damn clue, but as far as I can tell it has something to do with her ghostly biology rather than an illness. I only said she was sick because she clearly can't go anywhere like this, Gizmo stated while Danny ranted about not being a small ant-sized pipsqueak that no one could see even with a microscope, and twirled Billy around before throwing him into a wall, his neck snapping with a sickening crack before he faded out of existence, and Danny blinked before tearing up. Oh no! I killed him, she said to herself, and Naruto slapped his face as she started to bawl loudly, finally waking Blackfire up. What's with all the crying? The dark-haired Tamaranian demanded, and then blinked as Danny lunged at her and cried into her chest. I killed Billy, the ghostling girl exclaimed, and Dwella sat down next to a very confused Blackfire and patted the girl on her back. Come on, stop the tears, Danny, it's just Billy, Dwella reminded with a grin, and Danny sniffed for a moment then blinked before a grin found its way to her face. Yeah, you're right, it is just Billy, isn't it? We've got like a dozen more in the back somewhere, don't we? Danny said with a grin before falling back laughing while Dwella blinked and Blackfire slowly moved away from the clearly, or at least in her mind, insane ghost girl. Giz, please tell me you know how to fix this, Naruto stated flatly, and Gizmo snorted while Danny rolled on the floor, howling with laughter, and Dwella watched on, a camera in hand recording it all. Seeing the others staring at her, Dwella turned towards them and blinked for a moment. What? I'm saving this for posterity, she exclaimed with a grin before turning back to continue recording the laughing girl as she started to pound on the floor. Turning back to Gizmo, they saw the tiny terror shake his head for a moment before breathing out a sigh. If I knew what was wrong with her, yeah, I could probably fix this, but like I said, her ectobiology is working on something new, or maybe this is just the equivalent to ectopuberty or something. Gizmo offered while Danny suddenly started to groan before lunging back to the sink and threw up into it yet again. Then what's with her powers going nuts? Not to mention all the vomit. Naruto demanded of Gizmo, and the tiny terror muttered to himself before considering all he knew about Danny and then grimaced. Oh, I think I know what that means. I mean, like I said, it's ectoplasmic residue. It's not so much vomit as it is a buildup of ectoplasm she hasn't been using and has started to degrade in her systems. She's producing more ectoplasm than her human or even her ghost form can hold, so her body is expelling the excess waste that's being created, hence all the throwing up. Gizmo explained while Dwella continued to record everything, now recording the conversation. So then why is she building up so much ectoplasm then? Naruto demanded, and Blackfire turned to look where Danny was now lying on the ground in a boneless heap. To hell if I know, temp, all I can tell you is that some weird shit is going down with her biology, Gizmo stated before they all heard Danny start to inhale her breaths erratically. Oh no, not again. Hit the deck. Gizmo called out as Danny sat up and sneezed out yet another jet of white flames, the sheer force of the sneeze throwing her into the air and through a wall as her intangibility seemed to kick in on instinct. Shit, someone go get her. Naruto grumbled out while rubbing his temples, and Mammoth nodded his head before heading out the door to find and retrieve the girl. Alright, I can see the build-up hurting her physically, thus the weakness and throwing up. But what about those mood swings, growth spurts, and all the sneezing? Naruto questioned of Gizmo, and the bald genius mulled that over in his head for a few moments before grimacing. Do you know what powers a ghost's abilities, temp? Gizmo asked, and Naruto, and a vast majority of the team, shook their heads no. Emotions. A ghost is created when a sample of ectoplasm comes into contact with an extremely potent emotion, thus a scorned lover who felt jealousy and hate would create a ghost who only felt that way and looked the part of one. Thus the limited range of emotions for full ghosts. Danny as a hybrid, however, constantly feels different emotions, supping up her ghost form while also causing her to sporadically develop new powers based on those feelings. Gizmo said, mostly to himself, and Naruto frowned while glaring at the bald midget. While that does explain how she can be so powerful and yet still so young, that doesn't exactly tell me what I wanted to know. Naruto stated, and Gizmo blinked before grumbling under his breath for a moment. What I'm trying to say is that perhaps Danny's body thinks it needs more power than it actually does, due to her being a hybrid, and therefore it is producing more power than needed, which is causing her emotions to come out in violent bursts, but her body can't handle all that power and is creating a runoff in the form of ectoplasmic residue in her lungs and stomach she's constantly expelling. Gizmo explained, and Naruto frowned for a moment before Mammoth carried the ghost girl back into the room. Yo, Danny Fenton, he was just 14 when his parents built a very strange machine, designed to view a world unseen. When it didn't quite work, his folks they just quit, but then Danny took a look inside of it. There was a great big flash, everything just changed, his molecules got rearranged. Danny started to sing, more like rap, with a goofy grin on her increasingly pale features, and Naruto slapped his face while the others just stared at the girl before seeing Dwella with a director's cap on. Yeah, keep going, Danny. Work it, girl. The camera loves you, babe. The girl said while continuing to preserve this for posterity, as she had put it. And I thought I'd heard enough rapping from Karabi. The blonde muttered to himself, inwardly grumbling that Danny was better at it than he and Karabi had been to himself. Mammoth, get Danny to the infirmary. And you installed the anti-ghost devices there already, right, Gizmo? Naruto questioned of the tiny terror, and Gizmo nodded his head with a frown. Yeah, I also put that shit in Danny's room and my lab. I really didn't like the shit stain popping up everywhere. Gizmo grumbled out while walking over to Mammoth, the two making their way towards the infirmary with Naruto following them. Pouting as Danny was taken away, Dwella then saw the others head off as well and let out an annoyed huff. Honestly, Danny gets a little sick and everybody gets all worried, Dwella says to herself before turning to look seemingly at no one. Yo, readers, nice to see you all again, anyone missed me? Dwella questions of seemingly no one with a wave to the readers before grinning widely. Well, anyways, as you can probably guess, the author has been lazy again, but please don't blame him this time. He's really been overworked, not to mention he has other stories to write for, and you can't expect him to be able to continuously update this one story all the time. Dwella then says while crossing her arms behind her back, and blinks when she hears a voice. Wah, yeah, right. Okay, Mr. Author dude. Dwella says while nodding her head to the unseen voices that seem to be speaking with her. Anyways, fans, I need to go and see what my buddies are doing, and continue to record Danny's ultimate humiliation on tape for future generations. Dwella then says with a laugh while making her way to the infirmary with a wide and near psychotic grin on her face. Titan's Tower. Nightwing groaned as he slowly trudged out of his room and leaned heavily into the wall at his side. Palming his face for a moment, the former Boy Wonder mentally wished he was still a sidekick and didn't have to deal with, as far as he was concerned, his own version of the Joker in RedX. Wait. I bet Bruce would trade the Joker for X and his mostly harmless pranks and insults in a heartbeat. Nightwing reminded himself, since the Joker was leagues beyond RedX in terms of villainy. Especially after what he did to Jason. Nightwing added with a mental wince as he made his way down the long corridor, his sleep-addled mind willing him to the kitchen for coffee. First X and his crew trash the town with all manner of childish pranks, and then Dr. Light decides to keep us up all night. Why can't we seem to catch a break lately? The former Boy Wonder wondered to himself as he made his way through the tower, thoughts of his fangirls briefly causing him to shiver. I've faced psychotic villains, robot commandos, ooze monsters, a demonic manifestation of fear, and even a pissed-off RedX, but fangirls are by far the scariest things in the universe. Knight thought to himself while remembering how they had tried to tear his clothes off to keep for some strange reason before Starfire had saved him from them. Wandering into the main OPS of the tower, Nightwing ignored the others who were sitting on the sofa, Psy and BB laughing their asses off. Man, I can't believe the look on his face. It almost makes up for them tagging the tower. Psy said to himself, with BB readily nodding his head in agreement with his titanium pal. Kid Flash, however, noticed Nightwing and grinned towards his friend. Morning, Rich, sleep well? The red-headed boy questioned, and Knight merely grunted for a moment. Need coffee? Knight mumbled while walking to the kitchen, and Donna shook her head for a moment. I think he's become dependent on that stuff. Donna noticed, and BB snorted. Dudette, you have no idea. BB stated, and then looked back to the screen, which had a video of Blackfire kissing Nightwing, more importantly, the looks on his face before, during and after she had done so. Play it again, Psy. BB ordered with a grin, and Cyborg rolled his eyes before rewinding the video feed while Nightwing tiredly started on his coffee. Soon, however, the face of a grinning Gizmo came up on screen, his eyes closed slightly as he looked to the camera. Greetings, peons and barf bags of the internet. Gizmo exclaimed, the Titans grunting at the insult toward everyone who heard it. I am Gizmo, technician of the new villainous group Tartarus. And I'd just like to say that if you're from Gotham, you'll really get a laugh out of this. Gizmo said with a grin, and Nightwing blinked before looking back to his coffee, deciding it wasn't worth looking into until he could think properly. As such, he thankfully took his mug out and poured himself a bit of the drink before looking to the screen with one arm on the counter. What you ask is so great that it'd lift the gloom and doom of Gotham and get you to laugh when even Joker can't? Gizmo asked mockingly before waving his arms as he pointed to a screen with a scowling Nightwing on it. Why, the look on Nightwing's face when he's kissed by a hot alien supervillain, of course. The tiny terror exclaimed, and Knight did a spit take while BB laughed as he turned to see what had happened. Good morning, my friends, is today not another most joyous day? Starfire asked as she floated into the room, and BB shushed the alien princess. Dude, quiet down, Star, it's about to get to the good part. BB stated with a grin, and Psy snickered even as Starfire tilted her head as the screen showed a shaky scene, Nightwing tied up with a scowl on his face. I don't know what you're up to, X, but you'll never get away with it. Knight growled out, and they heard what they could only guess was X yawning while Starfire flew forward and leaned on the back of the sofa. Turn it off. The real Nightwing shouted while rushing forward, tripping over something before groaning on the floor. As he did that, the video continued with the camera being turned to Blackfire, who was putting on some violet lipstick. Ready for y'all close up, Suga? The heavily accented voice of Billy Numerous questioned, and the Titans watched as Blackfire winked towards the cameraman. You know, I've seen her before and she looks nearly identical to Starfire, but still, why is she somehow hotter? Kid Flash asked the other male Titans, only for them to shrug while Starfire blinked. Please, neither of us are on fire, though it is in our names, so how would she be hotter than I? Starfire questioned of her friends, and Donna, who was already scowling, decided to answer for her. He's asking why Blackfire is more attractive than you, Starfire. Donna stated flatly, and Starfire blinked before frowning as well. Seriously, what are you guys up to? A confused Knight questioned on the screen as Billy turned back to him, and the real Nightwing climbed up the back of the sofa and tried to grab the remote from Psy. Turn it off. Knight ordered, and Cyborg held him at arm's length from the remote. No way, man, this is payback for not telling us shit. Psy stated with a grin as Starfire raised a brow, only to see Blackfire come back onto the screen with a smirk. Oh, nothing bad, we're just having a little fun. Blackfire replied coyly, and Starfire scratched her head for a moment. Why is my sister wearing the purple lip makeup? She wondered aloud before watching as her sister grabbed Knight by his face and pulled him into a deep kiss. Star blinked before her frown returned and an annoyed look crossed her face. I see my sister may have changed, but that she is still my sister. She mumbled, meaning Blackfire wasn't trying to kill her, but was back to humiliating and teasing her for the fun of it. On the screen, they watched as Blackfire soon released Night from the kiss, his masked eyes wide and his mouth gaping even as RedX took his belt from him before giving a mock salute to the crowd as the video cut off. Alright folks, now, who doesn't think the look on Nightwing's face was just priceless? Gizmo asked on screen while Nightwing growled under his breath and glared up at the screen heatedly. Anyways, I hope this has brightened your day a little, until we have more footage to humiliate Nightwing or the other Titans for years to come that will be immortalized on the internet. I bid you all farewell bitches. Gizmo exclaimed with a wide shit-eating grin as the video ended and BB, Psy, and Kid Flash started laughing at the angry look on Nightwing's face. They will pay for this. I swear they will pay and pay dearly. Night promised before giving Donna a look as she snickered and Starfire grabbed the back of his suit and pulled him back to face her. You need something, Star? Nightwing asked nervously and saw the flat look on the normally cheery alien's face. Yes, why is that supposed to be funny? I do not see the humor of my sister doing the lip contact you humans call a kiss to you. Nor do I see why the look on your face was supposed to be humorous. Could you please explain it, friend Nightwing? Star asked and BB and Psy both snickered while Nightwing mentally groaned, wishing that Raven hadn't locked herself in her room last night. Tartarus HQ, Infirmary. Most of Tartarus have moved to the infirmary. Seymour and Private are off to the side looking over some notes Gizmo had on what was happening to Danny. Gizmo himself is working with Mammoth to strap Danny down to an examination table, the girl's skin having turned an off-blue color, the skin around her eyes having darkened considerable, while her eyes had changed to a bright glowing red color. Dwella is whistling to herself while continuing to film the events with an amused look. Meanwhile Naruto is watching on with a frown while standing to the side, drumming his fingers on his left bicep. Well, she's strapped down, Tem. Gizmo said as he and Mammoth backed away from the girl, as she looked more than a little out of it. Still no idea on how to fix this, Seymour? Naruto asked the one-eyed teen and the Cyclops turned with a bewildered expression across his features. Unfortunately, while I can roughly guess it has to do with her ghost side. I really don't know that much about ghost biology. Seymour admitted and Naruto groaned before palming his face as Gizmo moved to his computer. Ugh, would someone please just kill me now? Danny suddenly asked while reaching a hand up to her head, then looked down at her restraints with one eye. And why the fuck am I tied down? The girl demanded as she gritted her teeth in fury, Naruto raising a brow when he saw sharp fangs had replaced her canine teeth. Because we didn't want you flying away whenever you sneeze. Seymour offered from the side and Danny blinked, her eyes muting down to a more normal red before suddenly turning bright neon green. My head hurts. She mumbled to herself before falling back, then started to breathe lightly as she fell to sleep. Maybe we should get out of here. Mammoth offered, getting nods from Seymour and Private as the three quickly ran out of the room, leaving Gizmo, Dwella, and Naruto with the ghost girl. Pussies. Gizmo mumbled with a frown while Jinx chose that moment to slide into the infirmary and grab Naruto by his shirt. Temp, what happened to Danny? I went looking for her this morning after she sneezed and flew away, but I haven't been able to find her. She asked quickly and Naruto pointed behind the rosette, Jinx breathing a sigh of relief when she saw the girl was sleeping, only to gape as she saw her features. What the hell is happening to her? She demanded loudly, thus waking the sleeping girl who turned her bloody red eyes onto her sister figure. Shut the hell up, bitch. I'm trying to sleep. Danny shouted before closing her eyes again and Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. She's starting to sound like you, Giz. Naruto noted and Gizmo shrugged his shoulders before going back to his work. Sighing softly, Naruto then grabbed Jinx's arm and pulled her out of the infirmary, then reached in and dragged Dwella out to give Danny some peace and quiet while Giz worked on fixing this mess. Temp, what's wrong with her? Jinx asked with a strange look on her face and Naruto shrugged even as he pulled the girls towards OPS. Not sure, Giz thinks it has to do with her ghostly biology. Naruto replied while Dwella struggled with her leader's grip. Hey, let me go, I want to see if Danny LL blow up or something else that's insanely amusing to watch. Dwella shouted before growling as she reached up and started trying to gnaw on Naruto's wrist. Twitching, Naruto wondered if it was worth it to keep Dwella from Danny, and then remembered the sheer level of humiliation on Nightwing's head from their little video. By 12 p.m. last night, they already had 10,000 hits on YouTube. In any case, what Dwella could do would be worse and Naruto would not allow his little Imuto to be embarrassed that badly. Snickering at that thought of Nightwing's humiliation even as he dragged the girl behind him, Naruto then cleared his throat and looked to Jinx, ignoring Dwella as she tried to reach his wrist. So, you had any lunch yet, Jinx? Naruto asked casually, and Jinx blinked before suddenly staring at the blonde-haired teen. No, she replied slowly, and Naruto nodded his head. Cool, then do you want to head out to get some pizza, seeing as more than likely someone has eaten the food I left out earlier? Naruto asked his pink-haired friend and saw her raise a brow while staring at him intently. What? Naruto asked at the look, and Jinx frowned before crossing her arms over her chest. It's just, you haven't asked me personally to eat with you in a while, or anything else really unless it revolves around the team, Jinx replied while looking at the blonde, and he reached back and rubbed his neck with a nervous grin. Yeah well, Kara-chan has issues with her birthday like I do, so I figure if she's anything like me, she doesn't want presents, she doesn't want a party, and she really doesn't want anyone bugging her right now, Naruto explained before grinning towards the rosette. Besides, I really don't spend enough time with any of you guys lately, Naruto then admitted, and Jinx raised a brow, but also decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth. However, Dwella then flipped up and leaned heavily into their shoulders with a wide grin on her face. Lunch sounds great. Can I come? The redhead asked while looking to the two, and Naruto blinked before smirking. Sure, the more the merrier, right Jinx? Naruto offered, and Jinx mentally huffed, physically pouted, and let out a sigh. Yeah right, temp, absolutely fantastic. She mumbled out sarcastically as they made their way out of the base, Jinx absently turning on her holowatch so she wouldn't attract any unwanted attention to them. Titan's Tower. Beast Boy was wandering through the tower. Actually, he was in one of the air vents over the main Titan's mainframe. The reason why is because he was technically banished from it. I swear, one virus in Cyborg's stupid recharger and you're branded for life, Beast Boy thought to himself before turning and securing a rope to the top of the vent shaft. I have got to thank Kitten for showing me how to do this, and ask her how she knows how to do it later, BB thought to himself while securing the rope to the harness worn over most his torso. I'm also going to have to ask why she had this weird setup. I mean, dude, it's like she's a part-time thief or international super spy or something, BB thought to himself before licking his lips as he undid the vent cover over the computer. Closing his eyes and taking a quick breath, he then looked out from the vent shaft and into the room of the mainframe. Looking for anyone, BB was pleased to see no one around and thus pulled himself out of the shaft. Squeezing a trigger on his harness, BB was lowered towards the computer while humming the theme from Mission Impossible to himself. Oddly, the green teen was wearing an all-black outfit, complete with a black hat over his hair and leaving only his face visible. Coming closer to the computer, BB stopped himself and turned the device on with the flick of a switch. Grinning as the device powered up, BB moved quickly and started to type rapidly on the keyboard of the computer. While it was true that he was in no way or form a genius, BB knew this after all, he was a fairly competent hacker, and as such, BB's mission was made all the more easy as he narrowed his eyes and entered into the off-limits area of the computer. Gotcha, he said to himself while hacking the password for the Titans Archive's personnel files. The files were individual files for each member of the Titans. There was one for Nightwing, one for Cyborg, one for Starfire, one for Raven, one for BB himself, one for Wonder Girl, one for Kid Flash, and even more for Titans East. The files had all of their personal information on the off chance they were severely injured in battle, or worse, murdered by an enemy. This way, any family or friends could be alerted to the situation, and a headstone could also have their name on it. Currently, however, BB had other reasons to hack into the files besides alerting someone or even making a headstone, though Raven would probably kill him if she found out he was digging around in her file. Bringing up Raven's file, BB then stuck his tongue out at the side of his mouth before looking over the information silently. Tired face. Real name, Raven. Known aliases, Rachel Angela Roth, Pride. Gender, female. Height, 5'6". Weight. Family, Arella Roth, mother, Scath, father. Nationality, Offworlder, an alternate dimension known as Azarath. Former team, none. Powers, empathic abilities, natural healing ability, flight, soul self, and some form of magic/telekinetic powers. Titan status, active member. Birthdate, 09/09/1009 ** on Azarian calendar. Tired face. Upon reading that, BB stopped at the mention of her birthday and his eyes suddenly widened before a wide grin stretched across his face. Dude, jackpot, he said while almost swearing a cash register sounded somewhere. He then read over the entry with great interest before he suddenly did a double take and widened his eyes when he saw what the real date for Raven's birthday would be on a normal calendar. It's Raven's birthday today. Sweet, he exclaimed loudly before covering his mouth and looking around to make sure no one had heard him. Sure that no one knew where he was, BB quickly turned the computer off before turning around in midair. Grabbing the rope holding him up, he then climbed his way back up before replacing the grate over the vent he'd used to get into the mainframe. Grinning, the green jester then turned and made his way back to his room, a plan already forming in his mind. Dude, this is going to be so sweet, he thought to himself while journeying into the depths of the vents around the tower. Rose Wilson, aka the Ravager, walked back into her base after her nice long vacation with a sigh. It's so nice to be home, she said to herself while sipping an ice-cold soda, and walked further into her lair, only to stop and narrow her soul-remaining eye when she noticed the destroyed remains of several of her security droid. Frowning, she walked further in, over to a wall, and grabbed both of her swords before unsheathing them with narrowed eye. Walking forward with the swords at her side, Rose widened her eye slightly upon seeing scorch marks on several of the robots. Did Raven turn into a demon and attack my base? No, there'd be nothing left if that were the case, Rose reminded herself while journeying deeper into the base, noticing the signs of destruction were becoming increasingly more devastating the further within she went. Oddly, however, the gears and cogs that made up the machinery of her lair were all twisting and turning, endlessly churning and creeping her out slightly. That was one of her father's old tactics after all. Leaving the cogs and gears on was a way of expressing the passage of time. All right, whoever the hell you are, come out now and I'll consider leaving you with your head still attached, Rose shouted, and then looked around for whomever had dared to enter her base while she was on vacation. Honestly, the nerve of some people. I can't even go relax at a nice spa for a week or two without something attacking my home, Rose thought to herself while moving one step at a time, and then saw the screens to her monitors were all glowing. The chair before them was turned to them and she could see the edge of someone's head sitting within the chair. Growling low in her throat, Rose approached the chair and it turned towards her. Someone sat within the chair, silhouetted in shadow and leaving only a single eye glaring down towards her. Who the hell are you and what are you doing in my home? Rose demanded of the intruder and watched as he stood to his full, impressive height, then folded his arms behind his back. Now dear. The familiar cold, calculating voice of a ghost echoed, and Rose's soul eye suddenly widened. And no, it can't be you, you're dead. You can't be here, Rose said while the shadow raised a brow and then stalked towards her. The girl then began to shake while taking several steps back, and the man walked forward, snapped a finger, and numerous lights suddenly started to come on. Soon a familiar figure was revealed and Rose dropped her swords, eye wide and her entire body shaking in pure fear as Slade stood before her, looking down at her impassively. Is that any way to talk to your dear old father? Slade questioned darkly, and Rose whimpered slightly as then man suddenly lashed out, grabbing her by her throat and lifting her off the floor with one arm. Grasping the man's wrist, Rose held on for dear life as Slade chuckled lightly in his throat. It looks like you've forgotten your place since I've been away. A mistake I'll have to rectify, Slade mused while tossing Rose to the side effortlessly, and the girl watched as he then turned towards the monitors, his back turned to her. Father? Rose started to ask while Slade turned his head to look down at her impassively. Is that really you? She asked in a whisper, and Slade chuckled lightly while turning around to face her. Can't you tell? Slade asked dangerously, and Rose bit her lip before slowly standing to face the man. My father always said and never to trust only my eyes. Only what I know for a fact is what I should be believe, Rose stated, and Slade looked at her for a moment before his eye softened ever so slightly. Good girl. It looks like you haven't forgotten your training after all, Slade mused and then cupped his chin for a moment, leaving himself deep in thought. How are you? Rose started to question only for Slade to raise a hand and then turned to look at her dangerously. There will be time for questions later, Rose. For now, we have a job to do, Slade stated, and then turned and walked over to the monitors before watching several of them. Go get ready, I'll be waiting for you, Slade ordered, and Rose quickly grabbed her swords and ran towards her room, leaving Slade to narrow his eye on several screens showing the Titans and Tartarus. Titan's Tower. So wait, Rey's birthday is today, and she didn't even tell us? Cyborg questioned while scratching his head with a frown. He was with the others in OPS, currently an ecstatic BB was telling them all the news he'd found in the Titan's mainframe, namely, that it was Raven's birthday. I know, right? You'd think that even a chick like Raven would be happy about her big day. Especially since it's her 18th B-day at that, BB said excitedly, and Donna frowned while crossing her arms. Although, doesn't anyone think it was weird that Raven just scared Dr. Light to death last night, then instantly came back to the tower while leaving us to deal with him? Kid Flash asked while looking to the other Titans, and Nightwing frowned deeply. He knew Raven very well. The only person he knew of that knew her better was Naruto, and that was saying something. Well, maybe she just doesn't like her birthday for one reason or another. Night mused aloud while Donna nodded her head in agreement with the teen. Maybe she has a reason not to tell any of us about her birthday, Donna replied, and BB mocked her for a moment before crossing his arms. When does Raven need an excuse to act weird? BB questioned and got looks from the others for the weird comment before ignoring the green jester once more. Either way, it is Raven's birthday and I for one am glad she's around. Knight then said, and the others grinned in agreement. However, I'm still going to have to punish you for disobeying me and heading into the restricted files in the archives, BB. Knight then added with a frown, and BB gaped at him for a moment before groaning light. Sighing, the green jester then grinned while rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, I know that, but come on dude. To think that today of all days is Raven's birthday is just so wild, don't you think? I mean, sure, Raven can be creepy and temperamental at times, but without her all our butts would have been toast a ton of times. BB said with a nod of his head, and Cyborg grinned as he ducked to the side and started to dig around for something. Yeah, and I know just the thing to make this day extra special for her. Cyborg exclaimed before holding up what appeared to be a piñata, shaped like Beast Boy. A piñata shaped like BB. He exclaimed, and Kid Flash and Donna grinned while cracking their knuckles, the original gaping at what his friend has either bought or created. Dude. That's like so mean, Cy. Why would you make something that looks like me if you're just going to hit it with a stick? BB demanded with his arms crossed over his chest, and Cyborg blinked for only a moment before smiling widely. What? I think it's a nice way to let our frustrations out on something, especially seeing as you're the one who always frustrates us. And I know Raven would love to smack you around, even if this thing only looks like you. Cy replied while pointing at Beast Boy accusingly, and the green changeling glared at his friend heatedly. However, Starfire then flew between the two and ducked into the refrigerator before throwing out pounds upon pounds of meat. Blinking for a moment, the Titans watched this spectacle before pushing Nightwing over to find out what was going on. Turning to glare at his team for only a second, Knight then sighed as he turned back to where Starfire was. Ah! Starfire, what are you doing? Nightwing asked while looking at the alien, and she grinned widely while kicking the door to the fridge closed and turning around to face him. I am making the traditional Tamaranian Throckner, the crown of meat for friend Raven's day of birth. Starfire supplied, and all of the Titans stared at the girl while Nightwing coughed into one hand as the red-haired alien then began to work her hands into the meat, attempting to make it into a crown. Oh, okay, Knight then said while turning around and rubbed his chin for a moment. Alright, Kid Flash, I want you and Donna to put up the decorations, there should be some down in the basement. Knight ordered, and both Kid Flash and Donna saluted before going off to find the decorations. Cyborg, you work on Raven's cake. Knight ordered, and the titanium teen grinned while rubbing his chin for a moment. Alright, I'll make my famous 8-layer cake, he said while lunging into the kitchen and grabbed an apron and chef's hat before getting to work. Blinking and shaking his head at this, Knight then slapped his face with a light groan. Right, he mumbled before turning around to Beast Boy, who eagerly awaited his orders. Beast Boy, you have to figure out a way to keep Raven busy for however long it'll take us to get all this ready, or just leave her alone until we need her. Knight started to order, only to stop as he remembered how Raven was. Never mind that first thing, instead figure out a way to lure her into ops when we're ready for her. Knight ordered, and Beast Boy clicked his heels together and saluted. Aye, Captain, he said before grinning and lunged off with a snicker, Nightwing shaking his head as he did so. However, the green changeling didn't stay gone as he then slid back into ops and ran over to Knight. Whoa! Dude, we almost forgot to get NAR down here for her big day, BB said, and Nightwing frowned and nodded his head slowly. Good point, Starfire, Knight admitted, and then turned around to the said alien, who was now beaming towards a crown made entirely of meat. Blinking when she heard her name, the Tamaranian turned towards the leader of the Titans and tilted her head to one side in confusion. Yes, what do you need, friend Nightwing? She asked, and Nightwing inwardly wondered why Starfire had to look so cute when she was confused. Shaking that thought off, the former boy wonder then crossed his arms over his chest. Do you know Naruto's number? He asked, and Starfire frowned as she put the crown of meat down and drummed her fingers on the kitchen counter. Yes, at least I think I do. I once saw Raven dial the number and it allowed her to be speaking to him, Starfire admitted, and Nightwing sighed to himself for a moment before smiling at Star patiently. Do you remember that number? He asked, and Starfire nodded her head. Then can you please call Naruto and tell him we're planning a party for Raven? Knight asked, and Starfire frowned before nodding her head with a bright smile. Thanks, Star, Knight then said, and Starfire flew over to a phone while Beast Boy rushed back down the hall to get his own plan for luring Raven into ops started. Jump City. Naruto sits with Jinx and Dwella in the park, each eating some pizza they had gotten earlier, the blonde shaking his head as Dwella sighs happily while munching on her pizza. Surprisingly, she wasn't dressed like a clown, or even a villain for the moment, having decided on wearing a more normal choice of dress for the time being. That being said, Naruto couldn't help but stare at the girl intently even as he slowly munched on his pizza. Why? Because without all the stuff that made her look like a clown or some other villain's daughter, she had dark crimson hair, and a pair of dark amethyst eyes, just like his mother had when she was that age. Stare too long, temp, and people might start to get ideas, Jinx suddenly stated with a frown on her face, and Naruto blinked before grinning nervously. Sorry, just never thought that Dwella looked so much like mom without all the chemicals and such she uses to look like a clown 24/7. Naruto admitted and unfortunately perked Dwella's interest. Really? Do you have a picture of her? Maybe we're long-lost siblings. Dwella asked, then exclaimed, and Naruto frowned before reaching into his wallet and pulled out two before handing them over to the clown girl. Looking at Kushina, Dwella narrowed her eyes before raising a brow when she saw that Naruto was indeed correct. If she was a little older, she might even be a dead ringer for the deceased woman. Weird, but why are her eyes yellow gold in this picture, but dark violet in this one? Dwella asked, Jinx snatching the pictures from her only to see that the clown girl was correct. Oh that, well, my mom technically died on the day I was first born, Naruto admitted while taking a bite of his pizzin, and Jinx gaped at the blonde for a moment. But in this picture she's holding you when you're like 4. The rosette exclaimed, and Naruto nodded his head silently for a moment before holding up a finger as he swallowed his bite of pizza. Yeah. Well, according to mom, a traveling medic was in the village at the time and learned of my condition in the village. Feeling that I would need a mother's love when I was growing up, he sacrificed his own life and used some of the chakra from within me to revive her. Unfortunately, the medic died himself, and from what mom told me, her eyes were that bright amber gold color from that day onwards. She never figured out why either, only that they were that color, and it wasn't a Kekkeigenkai like the Sharingan or Byakugan. Naruto explained before taking another bite of his pizza, Dwella making an O with her mouth. Oh, so she was raised from the dead and her eyes changed? Dwella noted with a nod of her head and shrugged her shoulders with a bored look. Not like I haven't seen that or weirder before. She noted, and Jinx grudgingly nodded her head, Naruto wondering what that was supposed to mean before deciding it didn't matter. Yeah, after all, I was once reanimated with a Lazarus pit by my dad, Raz al Ghul. The insane girl then said with a wide grin, and Jinx slapped her face and Naruto snickered. Soon noticing neither teen believed her, Dwella pouted before going back to her pizza and eating it with her two friends. Eating in silence for a moment, Naruto then took his pictures back and put them into his wallet while Jinx leaned back in her seat. Frowning for a moment, she then stared at Naruto and he gave her a look. You know, temp, I've been wondering something for a while now. The girl started to say, Naruto raising a brow as she did. Oh really? The blonde teen questioned, and Jinx nodded her head silently for a few moments. Yeah, you're supposed to be a super powerful ninja warrior and even a sage of some kind in your world, right? She asked, and Naruto nodded his head, an amused smirk across his face as he wondered how people in his world would react to him being called that. Then how come Batman captured you? You keep getting tired, and overall, it's almost like you're weaker than you should be? Jinx asked, and Naruto mentally sighed for a moment. He'd actually been wondering when someone would ask him about this. Do you know why Superman holds back? Naruto asked, and saw the wide-eyed look that flew across Jinx's features at his serious expression. So he won't kill people because he has enough strength to break the planet into pieces if he's not careful, she said with a visible shiver, and Naruto nodded his head with a slight frown on his face. Correct. And I do the same thing, though admittedly to a lesser extent. If I used my full strength I could easily break bones with single punches, and I really don't want to kill people, so I overcompensate for it. Thus why I seem so much weaker than I probably should. Your people are much too frail for me to go all out on, hell, even Starfire and Blackfire are too frail for me to use my full power against. Danny on the other hand seems to be the closest to being able to take me on at full strength without being turned into jelly, which is why I'm training her. Naruto explained, then admitted, and Dwella whistled while Jinx plainly stared at the boy. So do you think you could fight Superman one-on-one then? Dwella asked, and got a look as if he thought she were crazy, one which she got many times, in response. Hell no. That guy is ridiculously powerful. You'd have to be completely out of your mind to want to fight someone who can literally tear planets apart with his bare hands. I mean, yeah, I'm tough, but I couldn't fight that guy and come out without being severely injured, Naruto said to the girl loudly, and Jinx breathed a sigh of relief before looking at the blonde for a moment. So how much do you hold back in fights? Jinx questioned casually, and Naruto frowned for a moment. I only use about 10 to 15% of my full power whenever I fight people like Batman or the Titans. I used 50 against those fucking plants, and for the shinobi flunkies I used about, well, somewhere around 60 to 70%. Although with Batman he cheated cause he used that tranquilizer shit, and it knocked me out before I could actually try to beat him, Naruto explained, then grumbled out at the end as Jinx gaped towards him while he took another bite of his pizza and munched on it. Wow, so what about that sage mode thing? Jinx asked, and Naruto rolled his eyes for a moment before giving her a look. That is a trade secret, doll. He responded with a smirk, and Jinx pouted lightly before all three returned to the pizza. All was silent for a few moments, before Jinx finished her pizza and swallowed it with a sigh. Looking over to Naruto, the girl then stretched her arms and wrapped them behind her neck to lean back. So Temp, you don't really talk to any of us about yourself that much, how come? Jinx noted while looking at her blonde-haired leader, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders and crossed his legs. Yeah, well, I've never really thought it'd be a good idea to do so before. If not because of factions of villains I know would try to use it against me, then because a majority of our team can't keep a secret to save their lives. Naruto noted before looking to Dwella, Jinx mentally agreeing while the out-of-disguise clown girl munched happily on her pizza while humming a strange little tune to herself. Isn't that the same tune from Fooly Cooly? Jinx asked the insane girl flatly, and Dwella grinned widely. Yep. I just love Haruhara Haruko. She rocks. Dwella exclaimed before staring at Naruto intently for a few moments. What? Naruto asked, and Dwella grinned. Haruko and Naruto, your names sound similar. Dwella stated, and Naruto gave the girl a flat look as Jinx snickered to herself. Yeah. Naruto said flatly while Dwella then reached back and pulled the bass guitar she'd pilfered from somewhere. Honestly, how does she do that? Naruto wondered while scratching his head, and Jinx let out a soft sigh. How does Harley Quinn do that with her mallet? She questioned in retort, and Naruto blinked before conceding the rosette's point. Oh, that's easy. Hammer space. Dwella exclaimed with a raised arm holding up the blue bass into the air. Hammer space. Naruto questioned of Jinx, and the girl reached up to pinch the bridge of her nose. It's supposed to be the empty pocket dimension behind a cartoon character's back where they pull all their stuff from. Jinx explained with a frown before glaring at Dwella as she started to strum on the strings of the bass. And by the way, Dwella, hammer space doesn't exist in the real world. Jinx stated, and Dwella raised a brow before giving the rosette a flat look in response. Oh really? She asked, and then stood up, walked to the side and turned all around. Nothing behind my back. She said, and slipped the guitar behind her back before turning once more, the guitar having vanished. Presto! She exclaimed with a grin, and Naruto looked more than a little surprised while Jinx gaped. How in the high hell did you do that? She demanded, and Dwella reached up and made a zipping motion over her lips, turned her hand as if locking something, and threw her hand back as if throwing a key away. Thanks for lending me that trick with hammer space, Mr. Author Dude. I've always wanted to do that. Dwella thought towards the author of the supposedly fictional story she was a part of. As he ate his pizza, Naruto watched an annoyed Jinx frisk Dwella, idly enjoying the show. He then blinked as his communicator started to beep. Reaching into his pants, he pulled out the yellow device, while Jinx was checking behind Dwella for some sort of short-range teleportation device or something similar. It's a good thing we're pretty far in the park or we might get arrested for this, heh? Naruto thought and snickered at the idea of getting arrested for this, rather than the dozen other things they'd done. Yo. Naruto said while activating the communicator, and heard an annoyed Gizmo reply. Hey Temp. You got a call coming in from Titan's Tower on the line. Want me to patch it through to your communicator? The tiny terror questioned, and Naruto raised a brow, wondering why Raven would call him today of all days. Sure, Giz. Naruto finally said while looking back to Jinx and Dwella, where the rosette was now actually removing a sizable portion of Dwella's clothes to figure out what she did with the bass guitar. Ugh, and with Dwella looking so much like my mom today, that is so not the image I needed in my head. The blonde thought to himself with a grimace while rubbing his face, and then finally heard the link up on the communicator go through. Hello? Naruto asked while leaning into the receiver, and blinked when he didn't hear Raven answer. Oh. I was right, this was the right number. Thank you for answering, friend. Raven's friend, who is a boy. Starfire answered, and Naruto blinked for a moment before placing an arm onto the back of his seat. Okay, since when does Starfire call me? The blonde had to wonder before voicing his confusion and ignoring whatever Jinx and Dwella were doing, which was probably for the best at this point. Starfire, why are you calling me? Naruto asked the girl with a frown, and the alien princess chuckled nervously. Please forgive me, I know that we are not, as you would say, close, but I was hoping that you may wish to come to a surprise day of birth party we are planning for friend Raven. Starfire replied, and Naruto grimaced slightly. He knew of Raven's problem with her birthday after all. I'm really not so sure that a birthday party is such a good idea, Starfire. Naruto told the alien princess with a worried look across his face, and Starfire blinked on her end of the line. Why is that? She asked the blonde-haired teen in confusion, and Naruto scratched his head for a moment. Let's just say she really doesn't like her birthday and leave it at that. Naruto replied with a frown, seeing as he hated his birthday even more than Raven did, and that was actually saying something. Though in his defense, his mother died, twice if he was specific, on that day, and it only held bad memories for him. That may be, but we are very glad that we have friend Raven around and wish to celebrate the day of her birth. Starfire replied happily, and Naruto blinked before frowning as he rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I'm glad she's alive too, Starfire, but she really doesn't like her birthday. The best thing you could do is to let her be, and not bother her today. Naruto told the alien girl while looking over to see Jinx was sitting down again, an amused Dwella fixing her clothes as his pale friend's cheeks looked noticeably redder than normal. I don't want to know, I really don't want to know. The blonde thought to himself with a grimace, mentally willing any perverted images to burn away. But please Naruto, we wish for friend Raven's friend who is a boy to come to see her on her day of birth at her party of surprise. Starfire pleaded, and Naruto sighed while reaching up to rub his face for a few moments. Drumming his finger onto his bicep for a moment, Naruto considered going with this idea, especially seeing as he was more than happy that Raven was alive. Alright, I'll come. But don't blame me when she gets pissed off cause you guys decided to throw her a surprise party. And when she does, which she will, I will blame you guys. Naruto finally conceded, then stated with a frown, and Starfire squealed with joy. Bringing the communicator away from his ear, Naruto cleared it with a finger and sighed before bringing it back to his ear. Oh, thank you very, very much, Naruto. I am most certain that if nothing else, friend Raven would be most mirthful to see you on her day of birth. Starfire said happily, and the blonde wondered why he had a bad feeling about this. Yeah, so when should I come around for the party? Naruto asked the red-haired girl, and Starfire blinked on her end. Nearby, Jinx looked more than a little put off by that, while Dwella was amusing herself by staring at the clouds. Friend Nightwing, when should Naruto come to the party of surprise? Starfire asked her friend on the other end of the line, and Naruto shook his head as he awaited her answer. Friend Nightwing says that we should be ready by 6 o'clock in the PM. Starfire replied, and Naruto silently looked at a clock on the communicator and hummed to himself for a moment. Alright Star, I'll swing by around that time, but I feel I must reiterate in saying this is a bad idea. Naruto said to the girl with a slow shake of his head, and Starfire thanked him before hanging up the phone. Sighing, Naruto closed his communicator and stuck it back into his pocket before rubbing his face and looked to Jinx and Dwella, the Rosette looking at him flatly. So what next, temp? She questioned while trying not to sound bitter, and Naruto wondered why she sounded so annoyed. Well, the Titans want me to come to a surprise party for Raven's birthday tonight, which will end badly, I'm sure. So until then we can do whatever. Naruto replied, and Jinx thought for a moment before she wondered something to herself. Speaking of birthdays, when's yours, temp? Jinx asked, and Naruto gave her a look before sighing to himself. I'll be 19 on October 10th? He admitted with a frown, and Jinx stared at him for a few moments. What? The blonde questioned of the pink-haired girl, and Jinx shook her head for a moment. Gizmo told me you were 17? She admitted with a raised brow, and Naruto smirked despite himself. Yeah, well, since I've never celebrated my birthday before, Gizmo probably just guessed I was that old, and I just didn't care to correct him, seeing as I really don't care about my birthday. Naruto explained, and Dwella cocked her head to one side as she looked out at nothing. Why do you not celebrate your own birthday? I mean, cake and presents with you as the star of the show, that sounds like something you'd enjoy. She wondered while ticking off fingers at the list, and Jinx scowled deeply while turning to the red-head. In case you've forgotten, Dwella, he said his mother died on his birthday, twice. Jinx growled out, and Dwella made an O with her mouth while Jinx let out a breath. Seriously though, temp, how did you not go insane from that? Jinx asked, and Naruto scratched one cheek with a slight look. Temp? Jinx asked with narrowed eyes on the blonde, and Dwella looked on with interest. Well, let's just say you really don't want to know and leave it at that. Naruto then said, and Jinx decided it would be best to let it go. If he wanted to tell her, he eventually would. Afterwards, the three sat in a comfortable silence, only for Dwella to hop up and lean over Jinx with a grin. Let's go see a movie, she exclaimed, and Naruto raised a brow. Got one in mind? The blonde asked, and Dwella nodded her head. Let's go see a comedy, she stated, and Naruto blinked while Jinx blinked before glaring at the redhead angrily. Hell no, Jinx shouted, Dwella pouting and glaring at her when she did. The girls then got into an argument about the movie, with Naruto mentally groaning and closing his eyes, willing himself to fall asleep as Jinx argued with their crazy friend. Later, Raven sits in her room, the door is locked, her blinds closed, and the only light is from a bedside lamp. The violet-haired girl was sitting cross-legged on her bed, a frown on her face as she glared down at a clock before her. The old wind-up alarm clock slowly ticks around, soon landing on 6 o'clock, the girl sighing as it does so. 6 p.m. Just 6 more hours and it'll be over. 6 more? Raven said to herself while falling back on her bed, bringing the clock with her, only for the sound of someone knocking on her door to interrupt her thoughts. The knocking briefly startles the girl, causing her to quickly stand up and look around. "Hello?" Raven questions of the door, however no one answers and she then put her clock down before tiredly walking over to the door. Opening the door halfway to peek out into the hall, Raven worriedly notes nothing is out there. Slowly she opened the door all the wall and made her way around the hall. There has to be a rational explanation for this. I hope? Raven thought to herself as she slowly approached the OPS center of the tower. However, the tower is dark, everything is quiet, something that was unusually with her home, and even worse, all was still everywhere around her. I've got a bad feeling about this. Raven thought to herself while the door to OPS slowly opened to reveal a completely dark room. As she does, the lights blaze on, a happy birthday banner visible in the background, and all of the Titans jump up. Surprise! They all cheer at once, Raven shrieking before fading out of existence, Naruto sighing for a moment while shaking his head. Raven? Cyborg asked while looking around for the pale girl. It is merely us, your friends, with warm wishes for the day of your birth. Starfire added while looking around for the girl, Nightwing pinching the bridge of his nose while Naruto grunted from the side. I told you all this was a bad idea. The blonde said from the side where he was leaning into the counter of the Titan's kitchen. Dude, we didn't think you were serious. BB admitted even as a familiar black portal opened behind him, Raven rising up with a scowl on her face. Oh really? She asked flatly, BB yelping before ducking behind Cyborg as she crossed her arms. And just how did you know it was my birthday? Raven demanded before giving an accusing glance to Naruto who held up his hands. Hey, don't look at me, Kara-chan, this was all their idea, and like I told them earlier, I blame them. Naruto stated, and Raven heard no lies, thus turned to glare at her teammates, BB grinning nervously as he stuck his head out from behind Cyborg. Remember last night how you made that big deal about tomorrow? Well, we started wondering what tomorrow was, so we did some snooping. Beast Boy started to explain only to get scathing glares from the other Titans. Grinning nervously once more, the teen rubbed the back of his neck before continuing. Okay, I did some snooping. He then admitted, and Raven continued to stare at him ominously. And I sorta found a restricted file in the off-limits area of the Titan's computer that kinda had your birthday on it. BB finished with a nervous chuckle, and Starfire popped up in front of Raven with a wide smile on her face. And we have been preparing your celebration ever since? The Tamaranian called out cheerfully while BB slid over to stand next to his pale teammate. We put up tons of decorations, BB said while waving around the room, and Raven's left eye visibly twitched. Cyborg then popped up at the side, wearing a chef's hat and holding a covered dish in hand. I baked my famous 8-layer cake with 3 kinds of frosting. The titanium teen says while unveiling the cake to all, 18 candles placed onto the top of it, with the thing being nearly half the size of a person with a multitude of different frostings. As he held it up, Naruto looked at the death by sugar as far as he was concerned with an annoyed glare, and Starfire slid up next to her friend. And I have assembled for you a traditional Tamaranian Throckner? Starfire exclaimed while holding up something that vaguely looked like a crown resting on a pillow. The crown of meat. Starfire finished with a wide smile, and Raven twitched even as Kid Flash zipped over with one arm on her shoulder. Yeah, not to mention we even called you boyfriend over to make the day extra special for you. KF finished with a smirk, Raven narrowing her eyes before moving his arm off her shoulder as Nightwing and Donna looked to her worriedly. I hope this is okay. We just... Night started to say uncertainly, only for Raven to interrupt him. No. It's not. Raven stated icily while glaring at him and Donna, the Amazon wondering why she could make hardened warriors shake with a look. Look. I really appreciate what you're trying to do here. Raven started to say while looking to the others, and then settled on Night while crossing her arms. But I'm not interested. She started before making her way towards the door, only for Starfire to get in her way. But, there will be music and the iced cream, and a strange game involving pins and the behind of a donkey. Star said while trying to convince her friend to give the party a chance, and Raven twitched once more. However, Sai then came from the side with a grin and something put behind his back. Ah, come on, Ray. We got a piñata shaped like Beast Boy. Sai said while dangling the item before Raven, who blinked. You know you want to smack it? He said, and for a brief moment, she actually considered allowing the party, if for nothing else then so she could smash that thing into a million pieces and not feel bad about it. The almost evil look from Naruto onto the piñata seemed to say he agreed, as did Donna and Kid Flash's looks. However, she then shook her head and crossed her arms over her chest. I said no. Raven said with conviction, Naruto pouting as he realized his chance to beat the piñata was taken from him. However, the real BB then sidled up next to Raven with a grin on his face. Come on, Raven. I know you hate fun, but it's your birthday. It's special? BB tried to say, and Raven felt her shoulders tense while she grit her teeth slightly. You can't let this day end without? BB started to finish only for Raven to whirl around on him, her eyes glowing a fierce blood red. No. She shouted loudly, her powers flaring as the decorations, balloons, banner, and refreshments either melting or exploding as she did so. Naruto, however, casually held up a hand, catching a bowl of potato chips as they flew into the air, and smirked to himself. Nice, I was getting kinda hungry. He noted quietly before taking one or two out and munching on them as he walked over to Raven. Taking hold of her arm, he then looked to a wide-eyed Nightwing. Yo, bird brain, do you mind if I take Kara-chan out with me to clear her head? Naruto questioned, and Nightwing blinked before shaking his head slowly, the blonde teen shouldering past the others to lead Raven out the door. I told you a surprise party was a bad idea. Beast Boy finally says as Naruto and Raven walk out of earshot, only to get whacked on the back of his head by Cyborg. Shut up, B. He started flatly and then sighed as he went to start the cleanup. Meanwhile, down the hall, Raven is giving Naruto a look as he leads towards the elevator of the tower. I want to be. Raven started to say, only for Naruto to put a chip in her mouth with a smirk across his face. Alone? Yeah, well, I know, but I think you can do with some fresh air than you can with being alone, Naruto stated, and Raven gave him a look, even as she absently munched on the chip in her mouth, and then swallowed. Have something in mind? She asked flatly, and Naruto rubbed his chin for a moment before smirking lightly. How about a walk in the park? Naruto offered the girl, and then saw Raven's annoyed look. Or better yet, we could head out to the forest outside of Jump and enjoy the unspoiled splendors and solitude of nature. Naruto then mused aloud with a smirk, and Raven blinked before crossing her arms. Fine. She grumbled, only to blush when Naruto placed a hand onto her hip and pulled her into his side. Is this really necessary? She asked him flatly, and Naruto took a mock thoughtful look for a moment before nodding his head. Then why are you bringing those chips? Raven then asked him, and a smirk crossed his face. Because I'm hungry, of course. Naruto replied with a sly smirk across his face, Raven raising a brow before rolling her eyes. Leaning into Naruto's side as they walked out of the tower, Raven decided this wasn't such a bad way to spend her least favorite day of the year. Slade leaned back as he finished the last reel of footage of the Titans and Tartarus. The Titans' tactics had remained almost the same, though the addition of Kid Flash and Wonder Girl would be a problem to deal with, well, at least if he were still normal. Though he paid more attention to the newly renamed Nightwing on the Titans team for obvious reasons. It's about time he got a better name, and his skills have improved as well. The man thought to himself for a moment before his eyes wandered over to the whole of Tartarus and its rather large crew. Tartarus, unlike the Titans, were more a mercenary group, something he himself was once a part of. Though clearly they hadn't managed to get their name out into the world in order for jobs to come in yet. Perhaps I could help with that. Slade noted to himself before taking a look at the individual members of Tartarus, starting off with Danny Phantom aka Ray. She was going to be more of a problem than he liked to admit. She had power over fire, had super strength, speed and agility, could fly, her body could become intangible or even transparent, some moderately high transformation abilities, high endurance, a natural ability to shape objects out of her energy, and of course a heightened heal factor. Annoyingly powerful and only getting stronger with age, though her inexperience will be her downfall. Slade noted before turning to look at Blackfire and mentally frowned. This girl was almost identical to Starfire in her skills, however her powers were more refined and thereby more potent. Added to this was her experience in combat, making her by far a more deadly opponent than her little sister. This one merits further study. Slade noted to himself before looking over most of the rest of Tartarus, most of which he had already been aware of thanks to files from the Hive, such as Mammoth, Gizmo, Jinx, Seymour, Private Hive, Billy Numerous, and even Kid WYKKYD. Wait a minute. I know her. Slade suddenly thought while his eye twitched as he saw Dwella on the screen. Ugh, why in God's name did she have to be on that team? Of all people it had to be her. The man inwardly grumbled as his eye twitched, memories of a brief encounter with Dwella echoing in the back of his mind. Getting back to it, Slade inwardly remembered that Dwella had a plethora of gadgets and weapons from a portion of Gotham's villains. All in all, the man thought he'd need to get seriously drunk if he ever actually tried to fight against Dwella again, especially since the girl was just that wacky and insane. Then, Slade came to the most interesting member of Tartarus, RedX, aka Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Someone who knows how to push Nightwing's buttons better than me. Slade noted to himself while lightly drumming his fingers on the armrest of his chair. RedX was an odd one. He clearly had the power to kill off every Titan, yet chose not to and instead dated his enemy Raven. He also had no real interest in villainy, and seemed only to attack the Titans for the sake of humiliating them, though especially liked to do so to Nightwing. X also tended to use the features of his suit over his natural abilities, though admittedly he would most likely kill anyone he hit with even the weakest of his natural attacks. A living contradiction that one, though. I do have a message for him as well as dear Raven. Slade mused to himself as he then laced his fingers together while gazing at his screens intently. Such an interesting enemy the Titans have now. Slade mused to himself while leaning into his right fist with a dark look in his cold slate-gray eye. Father. Rose's voice came from behind him and Slade swiveled his chair around, fingers laced together as he gazed at the girl coldly. He only idly noticed she'd switched the blue mask she used to wear for one oddly similar to the one he wore, which was strange, and that she seemed nearly terrified of him, though that wasn't so strange. When should we begin? Rose questioned quietly and Slade closed his eyes, and then took a thoughtful expression as he sat back. A few mere seconds later, a bright red S-shaped symbol formed on his brow, only to vanish as his eyes opened. We attack now to lure out the Titans. I've learned all I needed to know about our enemies and their new abilities and allies since I've been away. Slade replied coldly while getting out of his chair and walked past Rose. Come dear, we have work to do. Slade then stated as he made his way out of the base. Blinking for only a moment, Rose then followed after her father warily, wondering what forces had brought the man back from the grave. Chapter 46, Birthmark PT2. Tartarus HQ. So you're absolutely sure that it's not just her period or something? Dwella asked Gizmo as she and Jinx sat in the infirmary, Danny's skin having gone from pale blue to a slight grayish color like Jinx's. Yeah, I'm sure. If all this shit was her period, believe me we'd be able to tell. Gizmo shouted at Dwella, the red-haired clown girl back in her normal clownish form while Jinx sat beside of a conscious Danny. Ugh. I wish someone would just kill me now and get it over with. Danny muttered, her voice hoarse and harsh, though Jinx noted she was also taller again. This time, Danny was up to a little over her chin in height, and considering she looked like and could easily pass as a 12-year-old before, that was saying something. We're not going to kill you, Danny, though I wish I knew why you keep getting bigger. Jinx stated, then admitted when Gizmo suddenly shot up, his eyes wide when he raised a hand with a wide grin. Eureka! He exclaimed and got looks from the girls in the room. Blinking at the looks, the tiny terror crossed his arms over his chest with a scowl on his face. What? I've always wanted to say that. The bald genius shouted at them and then muttered under his breath while Danny groaned, her hair turning white and her eyes turning red yet again. Just tell us what you figured out. She pleaded and Gizmo nodded his head for a moment before clearing his throat. All right, everyone knows how a human develops over time. They go from infant, to child, to teen, to adult, to elder. Right. Gizmo questioned and got nods from the girls as they gazed at him quietly. Good, then we're on the same page. Now then, how do ghosts develop? Gizmo questioned and got blank looks from the girls, basically saying that they didn't know. Exactly. We don't know. What little I know is that the equivalent to a baby for a ghost is raw ectoplasm. Gizmo explained and then turned and started to type rapidly on a computer, creating a silhouette of Danny with her arms outstretched on the computer screen. Now then, Danny is 2/3 ghost, which means only 1/3 of her is human. Now then, Danny, you said you've melted completely once before, correct? Gizmo questioned and Danny shivered before nodding her head. Alright, what if that was your equivalent to going through the first stage of ghost development, and if that's the case, then your current stage might be the child stage for ghosts developing into what is probably a teenage state for ghosts. Gizmo reasoned while changing the silhouette to show a green fluid inside of Danny. So wait, if that's the case, why is it only happening now? Jinx wondered aloud and Gizmo frowned for a moment before snapping his fingers. Due to their nature, ghosts probably develop at a significantly reduced rate than humans, meaning a full-grown ghost would probably be in its hundreds, while a teenage ghost could be a couple decades old. Since Danny is only 1/3 human, her biology must go by her ghostly life cycle rather than a human one, unlike Danny Phantom himself who clearly goes by his human life cycle, meaning she'll probably be alive long after we're all dead, and will most likely still be young and beautiful to boot. Gizmo reasoned and Dwella narrowed her eyes for a moment before nodding her head slowly. So basically, Danny's hit the stage in her ghostly life cycle where she'll grow into her teenaged form. Dwella summarized and Gizmo nodded his head while Danny groaned lightly while rubbing her temples for a moment. So, what's with all the vomit? Danny asked in a low rasp while grasping at her throat uncomfortably. Like I explained to Temp, your body is producing more ectoplasm than it needs and is thus creating a runoff of residue in your throat and lungs. Thus as a direct result, your body is thereby compensating by having you release the excess waste in the form of vomit. Now if my theory is correct, then the reason you're producing too much power is because your body is adapting and changing into a more teenage frame. Gizmo explained, and Danny sighed for a moment before leaning into Jinx, the rosette rubbing the girl's hair before taking her hand away as it suddenly turned into fire. Great, my head hurts, I don't know my own body, my powers are acting weird, and to top it all off, my voice is changing. Danny grumbled before grabbing a bucket and hurling into it as Jinx moved her bangs out of her face while her ponytail remained as flames for some reason. Moving back up when she had unloaded another batch of ectoplasmic residue, Danny groaned in her throat in disgust. Ugh, it's like evil puberty. Danny complained loudly, and the others decided not to comment on that while the young ghostling girl rubbed her throat. So, do you even know how long this is going to last, Giz? Jinx asked, and the tiny terror shrugged his shoulders with a frown. I can deduce the cause, but this is biology for a radically different species. It's not like I can take a computer and look it up or something. Gizmo reminds, and Jinx gives the tiny terror that much before a look suddenly crosses Danny's features. Shit, hit the deck. Gizmo said quickly, and everyone ducked as Danny sneezed and a jet of white flames flew from her lips. Groaning lightly, the girl then fell back as she let out a low groan, and Gizmo huffed. However, given how quick she's growing thus far, I'll guess and say that this should only last a week, 2 tops. Gizmo then mused aloud while Danny hiccuped and wrapped her arms around her waist. Then why are my eyes red? She questioned, and Gizmo gave her a flat look. How many times do I have to say I don't know before you'll listen, Snotrag? Gizmo demanded, and Danny growled lowly while glaring at him furiously. You're so lucky I'm strapped down, you damned midget. Danny shot back, Gizmo blinking before his eyes took on a furious light. Oh yeah, bitch. Bring it on. Gizmo shouted back, only for Jinx to snap her fingers, the tiny terror yelping as his chair snapped under him and he fell to the ground. Enough fighting already? Jinx ordered, and both glared at one another once more before turning from one another. Now then, Danny, I'm going to get you something to eat. Got any requests? Jinx asked, and Danny blinked before looking towards her feet. Mint ice cream, with chocolate chips? She asked while poking her index fingers together, and Jinx shook her head with a small smile before agreeing with the girl. Jinx then got up to head to the kitchen while Dwella stayed behind for only a moment before snickering to herself as she walked out of the room, as well to do only she knew what until she made her next appearance. Forest outside Jump City. Of the many things she had done in her life, sit in a forest to relax was not one of them, but she was actually starting to like it. Which is why she was currently reclining on a tree branch, eyes closed, and a small smile on her lips. I really need to come out here more often. Raven inwardly decided, her cloak, boots, and belt all left on the ground, more so she wouldn't damage any of them more than anything else. Her armor, however, was left as it was on her person, though she did inwardly wish Naruto had brought her out here when it was earlier. Said blonde was currently climbing trees, his way at least, while Raven opened an eye to see him in pants, black undershirt, and belt only with a smile on his face. He, unlike her, preferred less clothing more for movement than to keep his stuff from being destroyed. Not that I'm complaining. Raven inwardly thought before closing her eye once more and letting off a contented sigh as she felt her eyes slowly closed and she started to breathe in and out lightly. However, her light breathing is suddenly interrupted by a cough, the cough getting worse while she opens her eyes. Raven gasps as she looks all around as a low rumble sounds around her and the ground starts to shake. Suddenly, the entire forest is consumed in fire, the initial burst of smoke causing her to gag before clutching at her throat. Looking around as the initial burst passes, Raven can't see Naruto anywhere, instead she sees only the flames, roaring and burning all in their path while somehow leaving her and her perch unaffected. What you have concealed, you shall become. You have no other choice. Your destiny will be fulfilled. A deep gravelly voice echoed from all around and Raven's eyes widened while some of the flames twisted around, flowing into the air. Raven watches on in muted terror as the flames soon form into a stylized S shape, for blood-red eyes opening behind them. The portal must be opened. The same deep evil voice boomed while Raven shook her head before letting out a loud cry. No. As she let out the cry, a flash of light passed before her eyes, drawing her out of her nightmare as a voice reached her ears. Kara-chan. Naruto's voice suddenly came and Raven's eyes bolted open before looking around quickly. The forest was no longer on fire, all was as it should be, and save that she seemed to have fallen from her perch, now resting in Naruto's arms with her arms wrapped around his neck and letting out several panting breaths. Geez, don't scare me like that, Kara-chan. If I wasn't as fast as I am, you could have been seriously hurt, Naruto said with a relieved sigh, and Raven let out a light shuddering breath before sitting up. What happened? Naruto asked, and the violet-eyed girl shivered once more before looking down for a moment. And nothing. She lied, and Naruto stared for a moment, before deciding not to press the issue as he pulled her into a hug. You going to be okay? he asked, and Raven was silent this time, unsure of how she should answer. Come on, let's go someplace else, Naruto suggested, Raven mutely allowing him to pick her up and carry her away. Leaning her head into Naruto's shoulder, Raven did all she could to block out her vision, but a tiny twinge of fear still managed to worm its way into her, even in the safety of Naruto's arms. Where are we going? Raven suddenly asked meekly, Naruto frowning at the tone before smiling warmly to the girl. Anywhere people can't find us, Naruto replied, and Raven blinked for a moment before leaning her head back into his shoulder. I'd like that right now, Raven admitted softly, and Naruto smiled inwardly before looking around and stopped. Clicking his tongue, Naruto looked to Raven as she stared at nothing and then smirked slightly. Do you have a bathing suit? He asked the violet-eyed girl in his arms, Raven blinking as he caught her off guard. Wha? Raven asked in reply, and Naruto grinned slightly in response. I asked if you had a bathing suit, Kara-chan, he repeated, and Raven raised a brow in question for a moment. Well, I figure you don't want to get your clothes wet in the lake, so... Naruto left hanging, and Raven turned her head, only to widen her eyes as she saw the said lake, the pale light of the moon giving it an almost ethereal glow. I didn't know there was a lake out here, she whispered mostly to herself, and Naruto chuckled lightly. Which is why I asked if you have a bathing suit, Naruto then supplied, and Raven nodded his head before tapping him on the shoulder lightly. Looking to his girlfriend with a raised brow, Naruto then tilted his head. Put me down, she ordered, and Naruto did as bade, the Dark Titana then breathing out before holding out her arms. Azarath, Metrian, Zinthos, she stated, and a black field formed around her for a moment before suddenly dispersing. Blinking, Naruto then whistled when he saw Raven in a simple black bikini of all things. You like it? The girl asked uncertainly while turning slightly and looking down at herself, and Naruto rolled his eyes for a moment. Of course I do. What's not to like? Naruto replied, Raven releasing a relieved sigh before Naruto looked around. Where'd your costume go? He asked, and Raven stretched out her arms for a moment before answering. I sent them to the rest of my clothes, she replied in her usual monotone voice, and Naruto slowly nodded his head. Nice. And by the way, did Starfire pick that out for you or something? Naruto then asked, and saw Raven blink before looking at him curiously. Why? She asked softly, and Naruto took a mock thoughtful expression. Because a bikini just don't seem like your style, Kara-chan, Naruto replied seriously, and the blush on Raven's cheeks confirmed his suspicion. Yeah. Starfire really needs to stop buying me clothes she'd wear, Raven said mostly to herself before crossing her arms. And you? She asked, and Naruto rolled his eyes, took off his shirt and pants, and then back-flipped into the water in his boxers. Shaking her head, Raven walked forward and looked down into the water as Naruto came back up, his spiky locks matted down by the water. So, you're going to wear your boxers? She asked him simply, and the blonde-haired ex-shinobi shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not like I'm going to head all the way back to the base just for a pair of trunks, Naruto replied, and then stretched his arms out while falling back into the water with a smile, Raven sitting on the bank and letting her legs get wet while she stared at the reflection of the moon. Seeing this, a slim frown crossed over Naruto's features before swimming over to her and placed his arms on the bank beside her. Is something bothering you? The blonde questioned, and Raven looked to her hands before shaking her head. No. I mean, I'm fine, Naruto, she finally said, and Naruto could tell she was lying to him yet again, but decided not to press the issue. Instead, he got out of the water and then moved around behind her and started to rub down on her shoulders. Feeling the tension and knots in her shoulders and back, the blonde frowned before a smirk crossed his lips. Man, you're tense, Kara-chan, you really need to relax more often, Naruto noted to himself as he inwardly snickered and started to mold his chakra. Let's see if Erosenin was right, he thought with a mental snicker before channeling chakra to his hands, then forming his lightning/wind affinities together. The reaction to this from Raven was a wide-eyed gaping look, before suddenly becoming boneless as she nearly melted on the spot, a dopey smile on her face. How are you doing that? Raven questioned with a light groan while Naruto snickered to himself. Some types of elemental chakra have slight healing properties when used at low levels. Fire can warm a person and help relieve tension when used at low levels, wind swirls and thereby rubs and relaxes muscles easily, and lightning causes this really nice tingling feeling when used at low levels. If you know enough about chakra shaping, manipulation, and chakra flow, it's one of the easiest forms of jutsu to use, Naruto explained while Raven swayed from side to side, still smiling to herself while her brain was in a haze. So since my primary expertise is in chakra shaping, manipulation, and chakra flow, I'm using my lightning and wind affinities together on your shoulders. Erosenin said it's the best combination ever unless you also have fire, and cursed me out because he didn't have either affinity and only had fire. Naruto explained with a smirk on his face. Raven's only response was a moan as she fell forward, Naruto catching her around the stomach with one arm. Picking up Raven as he did, Naruto walked over to a sturdy boulder and let Raven lean on it as he went back to his massage, his girlfriend nearly purring in delight. Stretching out like a cat, in a similar way to Jinx no less, Raven then crossed her arms and laid her head on them. "Why haven't you ever tried this before?" Raven asked the blonde-haired teen quietly, and Naruto smirked while continuing his ministrations. "You mean besides the fact you're always in that leotard of yours and this only works on skin to skin, or we're a bit too busy doing other things when you're not?" Naruto reminded the girl, and Raven merely cooed as he moved down her back and spine, the girl more relaxed now than after 3 sessions of meditating. "Remind me to strip more often so you can do this?" Raven mumbled dumbly, and Naruto blinked before instantly agreeing with her. "Heh, Erosenin, I know I called you a liar before, but you were right." Naruto thought and could almost swear that he heard an "I told you so" from the long-deceased Sannin for a moment before shrugging it off as his mind playing tricks on him. Naruto then silently returned to treating his girlfriend to the message, leaving her as a boneless mass while he worked a knot out of her back and then sighed while looking up to the stars. "I love being able to see the stars for once," Naruto noted, and Raven tilted her eyes up and made a sound to the affirmative, most of her higher brain functions having already shut down. Shaking her head afterwards, Raven then opened her eyes and looked to the stars, a smile crossing her features. "Back on Azarath, we could always see the stars at night, even with all the lights of our city on," Raven noted, and Naruto looked down to her before smiling slightly as he gazed up at the stars once more, then saw one shoot by. "Same for me back home, but that's because we didn't have all the artificial lighting like you guys do here," Naruto replied, and Raven nodded her head, well aware of humans' need for modern conveniences, though if given the chance she could live well without a majority of them. "So when do you think Birdbrain will call?" Naruto suddenly wondered aloud, and Raven took a thoughtful look for a brief moment. "When it's most inopportune," she replied, and Naruto nodded in agreement with the girl before smirking mischievously. "I know that look," Raven said, only to stop talking and melt into a kiss from Naruto as he captured her lips, both staying silent before they heard her Titan's communicator go off. Hearing it, Naruto sighed before moving his hands off of Raven, annoying her greatly. "I swear to Azar, I'm going to kill him," Raven growled out and slowly got up before making her way over to her clothes and fished out her communicator. "What?" Raven snapped, and Naruto crossed his arms behind his neck as he saw Raven scowl deeply. "Something tells me her day off is now officially over," Naruto mumbled out and saw Raven twitch before taking several deep breaths. "Fine. I'll be there as soon as I can. Raven, out," she grumbled out bitterly before closing the communicator and held out her arms. "Azarath, Metrian, Zinthos," she stated, her costume forming back over her body while Naruto figured she transported her bathing suit back home. "Looks like relaxing in the forest will have to wait for another day," Raven mused while Naruto frowned and then focused some lightning and wind chakra, using it to dry himself off near instantly. "Honestly, Naruto, is there nothing you can't do with your chakra?" Raven asked the blonde with her arms crossed over her chest, Naruto taking a mock thoughtful look before grinning. "When I think of something, I'll tell you," he replied with a grin, Raven rolling her eyes for a moment while Naruto cleared his throat. "So, would you mind if I came with you, Kara-chan?" Naruto questioned, and Raven gave him a look before taking a thoughtful expression. "You're going to kill whatever villain attacked, aren't you?" Raven stated flatly while Naruto popped his knuckles as his answer. "Fine," she allowed while Naruto grinned and started to get dressed. Jump City. The Titans find themselves walking deep inside of a building, soon coming down below street level, Cyborg confidently walking forward. The interior of the underground room is odd, however, pistons pumping to the left and right, the floor made up of a series of catwalks, and levels of piping below that. "So, who's the bad guy du jour? Gizmo? Mad Mod? Killer Moth?" Cyborg listed and got a look from BB at the last bad guy he listed, as the Green Jester had gotten to know Killer Moth, and he wasn't such a bad guy really. Insane, yes, bad, well, yeah, he was bad, but the report simply stated there was an intruder. Starfire cut in for the others, and Kid Flash smirked his usually arrogant smile. "Well, whoever it is, we're gonna totally kick there," he started to say, only to bump into a wide-eyed Nightwing as he stared forward. The horrified voice of Nightwing whispered while looking towards a shadowed figure. Following their leader's gaze, the other Titans gaped in astonishment, Beast Boy gasping in surprise, while Kid Flash and Donna, both of which looked at the new villain warily. The man was leaning back into a pillar, one booted foot placed on a raised platform while the other was perched upon the railing before him, his arms crossed over his chest. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Titans? A month? A year? A millennium? The man noted calmly, coldly, his voice an endless monotone, Kid Flash shivering slightly at the icy tone. Far too long for my tastes, anyway. I was beginning to think I'd never see your smiling faces again. The man commented while turning to face them, one cold gray eye piercing the shadows that covered his upper torso. Slowly, the older Titans managed to come out of their stupors, confused and disturbed by the madman's reappearance. How did you survive? Cyborg questioned while looking towards the man, and he simply remained silent. However, this brought about a change in BB as he snarled towards him, glaring heatedly and clenching his fists. Terra took you down. Way down. BB stated while pointing towards the shadowed man as KF and Donna wondered whom the man was. Slade. Nightwing hissed and KF gaped while Donna turned and took a stance, both having heard of that villain from the others before. I don't know where you've been, but you shouldn't have come back. Knight stated while pulling his bow staff from behind his back and twirled it into a stance. I'm still ready, Nightwing declared, and Slade merely shook his head before turning and walking into the light, Nightwing's eyes widening as he saw a slight change to Slade. Now, the madman wore a bandolier made from bullets, what seemed to be an old-fashioned broadsword strapped to his back as well as his usual bow staff. A semi-automatic rifle is gripped in his left hand and leaned against his shoulders, and a handgun is holstered at his right hip. That's precious, Robin. The man noted coldly while a strange almost S-shaped symbol flared to life on his forehead. But I didn't come back for you. The man uttered coldly before holding his right hand forward, fire gathering at his palm before the man unleashed a feral yell, a fireball flying towards the Titans. Moving quickly, the teens duck out of the way, Starfire grabbing Nightwing to get him out of the way, Donna following her while Kid Flash quickly sped out of the way of the fire, while Cyborg ran ahead of the blast and jumped over towards the churning pistons. Landing with a grunt while slowly getting back to his feet, looking up, Cyborg widened his eyes upon seeing Slade hold out his arms. Ever have one of those days where you just feel happy to be alive? Slade questioned as he conjured a fireball into his right hand and then threw it towards Beast Boy. The green Chungling's eyes widened before he quickly changed shapes and flew out of the way, then returned to human form to fall to the ground next to Cyborg, his eyes wide. Dude! The Chongling exclaimed in shock while Slade moved into a spin in the air before landing on one of the railings of the catwalks. Yeah. Since when can Slade do that? The Titanium teen demanded while Slade suddenly jumped up, landing on top of the railing of the catwalk. Chuckling in his throat, the man then took a high spinning leap into the air before coming down to the floor and landing in a crouch as the Titans regrouped. Not sure, but he won't be doing it for long. Titans. Go! Nightwing ordered his team and they quickly rushed into action. Beast Boy quickly changed into a velociraptor and lunged forward, however Starfire and Cyborg unleashed a blitz of starbolts and sonic blasts onto the madman. However, Slade mentally scoffed before conjuring a solid wall of fire to stop the blasts, and then vaulted into the air and back to his platform. The show of power left both Starfire and Cyborg looking on in shock. Narrowing his eyes, Nightwing then throws several of his discs forward, the weapon slamming into the wall of fire and freezing it over. Soon it also rose up to freeze over Slade himself, the ice crawling up before covering the madman's head. However, it was all for naught as Slade effortlessly shattered the ice that had confined him and then cracked the knuckles of his right hand. Leaping back to the ground, Slade finds Donna coming at him, swinging her fists towards him wildly. Narrowly dodging the Amazon's attacks, Slade is then attacked by Beast Boy in his velociraptor form as it rammed into him from the side. Using his momentum to flip back to his feet, the master manipulator narrowed his eyes while BB screeched towards him. However, this was clearly a distraction as Starfire then came at Slade from the side, hurling starbolt after starbolt at the madman. Grunting lightly, Slade quickly throws up his arms to conjure another shield, the force of her attack still managing to push him back a good distance. Quickly regaining his balance, Slade then tosses a fireball up at Starfire, the Tamaranian princess quickly holding her hands out to make a small barrier with her starbolts, however is quickly overpowered and knocked out of the sky. Growling, Cyborg then grabs hold of one of the pistons in the building and rips it free of its moorings. Narrowing his eyes, Cyborg swings the massive bat towards Slade, the villain narrowing his eyes. Quickly creating a small yet intense layer of fire over his body, Slade allows it to burn through the piston, while he crossed his arms behind his back. Gaping at the spectacle, Cyborg stared at Slade completely flabbergasted as only one thing came to mind. Whoa! He said, and Slade scoffed while turning to the Titanium teen. Whoa? That's it? No clever comment? Slade questioned while gazing towards Cyborg with a cold gaze. I was looking forward to that, the man admitted, and Cyborg growled while dropping the remains of the piston and lunging at Slade. Throwing a quick punch at the man, he narrowed his eyes as the villain effortlessly ducked under it and raised his hand with his fingers positioned as if to flick something. Raising a brow, as Slade moved his hand before him, Cyborg's eyes widened as a spark of fire flew from the man's fingers a second before he was flicked. Although the amount of force and heat behind that flick was enough to send the titanium teen flying back before landing in a heap with a groan. However, at that moment, Kid Flash made his move, moving quickly to slam a fist into Slade's face and move out of the way at the same time. Stumbling back from the force of the hit, Slade was then hit again, this time from behind, and knocked to the ground while the cocky speedster stopped before him. "Come on, man, you have to be faster than that," KF noted, and Slade threw a fireball at him, only for him to quickly move out of the way and behind Slade. Rolling back into a crouch, Slade then flipped back and landed behind Kid Flash, only for him to move out of the way as Slade tried to grab hold of him. "I really hate super speed," Slade muttered under his breath while Kid Flash slid into a crouch and then came at him running once more. Forming another fireball into his right hand, Slade mentally frowned as KF then turned and started to run around him. Raising a brow, Slade then gasped as he gripped his throat, the air suddenly growing thinner and thinner. "Your fire trick is nice and all, but without it you won't be so tough, so a little vacuum should take care of it," Kid Flash noted with a smirk, and Slade fell down to one knee for a moment before lifting the arm with the riffle and narrowing his single eye. The man fired a second later, the bullet screamed through the air and nailed Kid Flash, tearing through his right knee in mid-step, sending the speedster flying forward with a scream, skidding along the ground before slamming into a piston backfirst. "Bart!" Knight cried out while running to his friend with Donna flying his way as well. However, Slade then got back to his feet and took several deep breaths. "And you're all but useless without your legs?" Slade stated coldly while Kid Flash gripped at his injured knee and tried to get up, only to fall back down. As he watched this, Slade aimed his weapon at the speedster once more. "You could be more than just a little problem to me in the future," Slade noted while BB flew overhead as a hawk, only to swoop down at the man and pulls the weapon from Slade's grip before flying off with it. Narrowing his eyes, Slade then quickly did several jumps and flips up the facility, soon landing on a high catwalk, the Green Titan following him while dropping the gun from the height. Reverting to human form and landing on the catwalk, BB then transformed into a Triceratops and lunged at Slade. Scoffing at the attack, Slade kneels down and touches his right knuckles onto the ground, instantly sending traces of fire across its width and towards the green changeling. Seconds later, the section that BB was on collapses due to the fire weakening it. The teen falls down, changing into his human shape for a moment before then turning into a vampire bat and flying away from the falling debris. Meanwhile, with Kid Flash, Knight was looking at his friend's torn-up knee with a grimace, shards of bone visible through the skin. Turning to where Slade stood confidently, the former Boy Wonder narrowed his eyes. Looking to Wonder Girl, Knight saw a furious look in her eyes as well. "Donna, go!" Knight ordered, and the dark-haired girl nodded before taking off and lunging at the man, a deep scowl on her face. Flying towards Slade, Donna watched as he pulled his handgun out and took aim at her before firing off several shots. Donna merely raised her arms and used her bangles to deflect the bullets before ramming into Slade. Gritting her teeth, she then turned to the side, slamming through a wall before turning up and then came down with Slade, through the roof where she let him fall to the ground. Flying down towards where Slade had been sent, Donna gasped as he reached out of the dust and grasped her throat. "Impressive. However, I expected as much from an Amazonian," Slade noted coldly before twisting on his heel and throwing Donna to the side, the girl flipping in the air to stop herself, only to scream in pain when Slade hurled a ball of fire into her, slamming her back into a wall where she fell down, singed and smoking lightly. Seeing his other friend fall, Nightwing narrows his eyes before looking down at Kid Flash. The speedster gives him a weak grin and a nod before crawling away as Nightwing runs at Slade, twirling his bow staff as he does. Roaring out, Knight jumped up and swings his staff down at the man, only for him to slide back and out of the way. "Catch me if you can, Nightwing," Slade remarked coldly before flipping back and hopping up before disappearing into a veritable forest of turning gears. Honestly, what is with him and turning gears? Nightwing wondered to himself before following after the madman, jumping up onto the catwalk and soon landing on a slowly turning gear. Looking around, Nightwing then spots Slade rising on a gear, his own staff in hand. Narrowing his soul eye, Slade feels fire flow along his staff while Nightwing twists into a stance. Unleashing a savage yell, Slade jumps into the air and brings his staff down on Nightwing's, their two staffs slamming together audibly. Narrowing his eyes, Nightwing pushes back on Slade's staff while flipping out of the way of a swing. Landing on a tuning gear, Nightwing walks backwards on it while Slade walks forward. Still fighting one another with their staffs, Nightwing growls while putting all of his strength into his strikes. However, it is clearly all for naught, as soon enough, Slade growls low in his throat, swinging his flaming staff and burning Nightwing's own in half. Eyeing the smoldering half of his weapon for only a moment, Nightwing then looks back at Slade, the villain still holding his own staff. Take my word for it, Nightwing. You shouldn't play with fire. Slade states darkly before suddenly twisting into a flaming roundhouse kick, sending Nightwing glowing and smoking down to land in front of a distant horizontally mounted gear. It really has been nice seeing all of you again, Slade noted mockingly while then jumping down past the gears and reached down to grab Nightwing by his hair and drag him back to the main room. Looking down into the room, Slade then threw Night down to the floor, close to where Cyborg lay groaning in pain. Now I need only wait for. Slade started to say only for a swirling object to slam into him and rip and grind through him, and the wall behind him. Groaning, Nightwing looked to where the attack came from and saw Raven and a smirking Naruto dressed the same as he'd been earlier, the gray utility belt around his waist the only addition to his arsenal. Raven however looked shocked and fearful as she noticed the symbol glowing brightly on Slade's brow. I think that's more than enough out of you, Candy Corn Face. Naruto noted while brushing off his hands and got a look from Raven. Yeah, you go check on your friends while I deal with Candy Corn Face for you, Kara-chan. Naruto offered flippantly while making his way forward, grimacing as he saw the condition of Dana and Kid Flash. Yikes, and here I thought I was harsh on them as RedX. The teen mumbled quietly then reached up and pulled off his bucket hat. Here Green Bean. Naruto says while tossing the bucket hat over to Beast Boy, the green teen looking at him strangely as he grins towards him. Hold that for me, will ya? He asked with a grin before looking up as Slade pulled himself back to his feet with a light groan and looked down at him. Ah? Uzumaki. Namikaze Naruto? Slade noted while a hole in his stomach and armor sealed shut, Naruto stopping and narrowing his eyes as it did. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person, Slade then said while flipping over the railing and landed in a low crouch, reaching back and unsheathing the broadsword he'd been carrying on his back while Naruto frowned. Reaching into his belt, Naruto then pulled out a pair of kunai from his belt, held one in either hand and then looked up and glared up at Slade. Alright, so, how exactly do you know me? Naruto questioned while staring at Slade, and the man narrowed his slate gray eyes. Behind Naruto, Raven made his way over to Dana and healed her, allowing the Amazonian to awake from her slight concussion. Ouch, and I thought Diana could hit? Dana mumbled and Raven shook her head before looking over to Kid Flash, who was still laid out on the ground. Come on, I might need your help with him, Raven stated, and Dana nodded her head while following her over to Kid Flash, Slade mentally chuckling as he watched the girl silently. Yo, Candy Corn Face. Naruto suddenly called, drawing Slade's attention back to himself, a frown on the blonde's face. I asked you a question, buddy. Naruto reminded darkly, and Slade crossed his arms while looking down at the blonde-haired ex-shinobi. You mean besides the fact my dear daughter has been keeping a very detailed file on you, Tartarus, and the Titans? Slade questioned in reply and saw a scowl cross Naruto's features while BB blinked. So wait, does he mean the Ravager is his actual daughter? BB asked while scratching his head, and Cyborg grunted. Well, that certainly explains the family resemblance. Cyborg grunted out while Raven ordered Dana to pop Kid Flash's leg back into place. This is really going to hurt, but please bear with it, Raven asked, and Kid Flash nodded while Dana bit her lower lip before doing as told, Kid Flash screaming in pain as Dana did as told. Wincing, Raven then held her glowing hands over his wounded leg and closed her eyes, concentrating on pulling the shattered pieces of his kneecap back into place more than trying to heal the wound completely. Meanwhile, Naruto and Slade glare at one another for a moment before Naruto swings his two kunai and twirls them in his hands. Alright, Candy Corn Face, ready for a lesson in pain? Naruto asked the older man, and Slade chuckled lightly before reaching back to remove his broadsword from his back and held it in his right hand, his handgun in his left hand. More than ready. And I believe it's time you and the Titans learned why I was once known and feared as Deathstroke the Terminator. Slade replied coolly, Naruto rolling his eyes as he twirled his kunai in hand before gripping them like he would the hilt of one of his normal swords. Well, a battle of blades, that actually sounds like fun for once. Naruto mused with a grin before holding his kunai at his sides and closing his eyes. But seeing as I don't want to call out the Kusanagi right now, and my own ninjutsu are back home, I'll just have to settle for using this neat little trick I picked up from a samurai. Naruto mused aloud, a grin on his face as he flowed his chakra through his kunai, instantly causing his chakra to form from the weapons as two ninjutsu-length beams of blue energy. Wicked dude. It's like he's using a lightsaber, BB suddenly says while nearly drooling, Naruto rolling his eyes as he then looked up at Slade for a moment before grinning and making a come-on motion. Narrowing his eye and stepping up onto the railing of the catwalk he was on, Slade then roared out while jumping into the air and bringing his sword down towards Naruto. Smirking, Naruto took a few steps back and then twirled his twin chakra sabers in his hands for a moment. "Alright, candy corn face, let's dance," Naruto said before lashing out, swinging his sabers at Slade, the one-eyed man mentally cursing as he quickly jetted back with his fire abilities. That technique wasn't in Rose's files. Then again, I don't think I should be too surprised he'd been holding this one back. Those blades are made out of raw energy, not metal. You can't block a blade that's insubstantial like that, meaning those are strictly used for killing an opponent, and I'm his target. Sliding to a halt at that thought and noting a surprised look on Naruto's face, Slade then fired his gun at the blonde-haired teen. Blinking for a moment, Naruto then held up one hand to make a half-hand sign and smirked. 1,000 blades jutsu, he exclaims while dozens of blades of wind flow around his body, slicing the bullets into pieces before the blonde then crouched down and launched himself forward. Swinging his chakra sabers at Slade, the one-eyed man twists and turns to evade having his head lopped off by the blonde before lashing out with his broadsword in a high swing. Moving his arms up, Naruto smirked while blocking the blade with the kunai portion of his twin chakra sabers. "Come on, you can't be this weak," Naruto says with a shake of his head before moving back, causing Slade's sword to fall forward while he then lunged forward and kneed the madman in the chin. Stumbling back for a moment, Slade looked back to the blonde only for a roundhouse kick to connect with his face. Moving into a roll, Slade rolled out of the way as Naruto swung both chakra sabers, carving an X out of the ground. Grunting, Slade then flipped back to his feet and tossed his handgun to the side, the weapon clearly useless to him. "You want more? Fine, then there's no more need for me to hold back," Slade uttered darkly while narrowing his soul eye, flames roaring to life over his body, and down the length of his blade. Whistling lightly, Naruto twirled his twin chakra sabers before flipping the one in his left hand into a reverse grip and ducking into a low stance. Roaring out, Slade then launched himself forward, flames trailing behind him as he swung his blade at Naruto. The blonde absently noted that the heat of the blade was by far hotter than even one of Sasuke's Katan Jutsu. Better make it a priority not get hit by one of these attacks. The blonde muses inwardly while forming a chakra string onto the kunai in his left hand and flips back and into the air. Rearing his left arm back, Naruto then throws the blade, chakra blade, and all towards Slade. Widening his soul eye, Slade quickly rolled out of the way of the attack while Naruto moved his hand to the side, the blade following his orders and spinning towards the one-eyed man from the side. I can see why Rose was so interested in this one, he has so many interesting skills at his disposal. Slade notes to himself while flipping over the blade and concentrates a ball of fire into his left hand. The one-eyed man then hurls a burst of fire straight for Naruto, the blonde merely rolling his eyes as he calls his chakra saber back to his hand with the chakra string attached to it and rolls out of the way of the flames. Not letting up, Slade quickly launches himself towards Naruto, forming an afterimage of flames to shoot towards the blonde as he suddenly stops. Whistling lightly, Naruto evaded the image while sliding to a stop and narrowed his eyes onto the man. This guy has even more control over fire than anyone in the elemental nations, at least without some kind of Kekkeigenkai like the Mizukage. Naruto noted to himself with a thin frown, his eyes narrowing on Slade as he suddenly slams his fists into the ground, a jet of flames sliding towards the blonde. Nice. I want to try that. Naruto couldn't help but think to himself while moving out of the way of the flames and flipped up into the air before twirling his sabers in hand for a moment. Naruto then smirked as he slashed both in an X shape, causing a burst of X-shaped energy to flow off of them and towards Slade. Kugenjin. Mirage Blade. The blonde said with a smirk while Slade fired 2 blasts of fire from his feet to rise up into the air out of the way of the attack. Watching the attack, Slade saw it slice clean through the wall behind him, and then continue for a good while before finally dissipating. Note to self, never let that hit me. Slade thought to himself before flipping in the air to land on a catwalk, Naruto grinning as he jumped up, only to move with lightning-fast speed towards the man. Cursing silently, Slade quickly formed a wall of fire around his body, Naruto sliding to a stop as it formed. Lunging out of the flames, Slade came swinging at the blonde-haired youth. Ducking down to evade the fire sword, Naruto then channeled his wind chakra and created a quick burst of wind, reeling his arm in as he did. Naruto created a vacuum out of the air, Slade's soul eye widening as the flames that had been protecting him died out. The blonde then smirked before he suddenly blurred into motion and jumped into a kick to Slade's chin, throwing him up into the air where Naruto twisted into an upwards roundhouse kick, knocking Slade into the ceiling head first. Dudes, we were getting our SS handed back to us on a silver platter by Slade earlier, right? BB asked while helping Nightwing over to Raven, the Titan's leader grunting for a moment before replying. Yes, he said with an angry hiss, and BB looked back to where Slade was now head first in the ceiling, literally, before Naruto grabbed his ankles and ripped him out, only to flip over the man and kick him in the back, sending him flying back down into the ground where he slammed into it hard enough to cause a small tremor and explosion of dust and dirt. Then how come NAR is tearing Slade a new one so easily? BB asked, and Nightwing twitched violently while glaring at the green jester, only for Cyborg to chuckle and answer the green-furred Titan. Because BB, NAR happens to be a super ninja with enough power to take on big league superheroes and villains, but doesn't do so because his girlfriend lives here in Jump City and he doesn't want to leave her. Sai offered, and Raven nodded her head in agreement while continuing her work on Kid Flash's leg. She had to be meticulous in this case, which meant Naruto had to keep Slade busy or she could mess up, thus crippling Kid Flash for life. Okay, then when did he learn that awesome sword thing? I mean, with those and his blonde hair he is starting to look like Zero. BB then asked with a grin, and Cyborg shrugged his shoulders before looking back to where Naruto was landing on the ground in a low crouch, a smirk on his features while Slade lay in a dust cloud. Slowly, Slade got back up and glared towards Naruto, the blonde tilting his head as he saw the man brush off his arms as if nothing had happened. Impressive, Uzumaki-san, however, you should know that you're going to have to do better than that if you want to stop me, Slade stated coldly before crouching down and unleashing his fire from his feet, jetting towards the blonde and swinging his flaming sword at him. Moving to the side to evade the attack, Naruto then lifted his sabers up, slicing through Slade's flamesword before twisting into a kick to Slade's face. The masked madman stumbled back from the blow, only for Naruto then lunge forward and ram his elbow into his gut, then flip back into a kick to Slade's chin, knocking him off his feet and into the air. Shut up, Candy Cornface, I'm really getting sick of hearing you talk, Naruto stated while sliding under Slade and slammed his feet into the man's back, sending him flying up into the air. Twisting around, Naruto came back out on his feet and twirled his blades in hand before jumping upwards. Frowning to himself, Naruto slammed his hands into Slade's spine, thus slamming the man upwards before he then swung both of his blades, cutting the man in half and falling back to the ground. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto noticed the lack of blood and frowned deeply as a result. Dude, BB called out while Nightwing looked at Naruto incredulously, even given he'd done the same thing to Orochimaru, but then again he could regenerate. Seeing the looks from them, Naruto scowled deeply before he held up a finger and looked towards them with a slight glare. Before someone starts on some rant or heaven forbid a lecture about me not killing, this fucker isn't even bleeding, Naruto stated, Starfire, Donna and Nightwing all noticing and frowning when they saw that he was right, and given the size of the wound that shouldn't be possible. Also, I've pounded my fists and feet into him with enough force to pulverize bones, he shouldn't have been standing, Naruto added after that while crossing his arms, his chakra saber's beam blades harmlessly flowing through his body. Best part about them was that since it was his chakra powering them, that they couldn't hurt him, unlike that stupid wind version of Danzo's. Also, his armor should be cracked, broken, and in pieces as well, however as you've seen that isn't the case, Naruto continued with a scowl, and Cyborg nodded his head, knowing the limits to even the strongest metals, and Naruto's strength could definitely reach those levels. And lastly, this fucker is practically saturated in demonic energy, so unless he was a demon in life before, something is seriously up. Naruto finished and Donna started to put two and two together as she realized what he was saying. So shut up and watch for a moment, he's definitely not down, Naruto stated flatly while gazing towards Slade, the Titans not understanding what he meant until they heard the man chuckle lightly. Ah, so you figured it out, did you? Intelligent as well as fierce, I can respect that, Uzumaki-san. Slade's voice echoed out hauntingly, a low demonic rumble accompanying it this time, before Slade's body suddenly twitched, then his arms moved upwards. Holy shit! Slade's a zombie! I knew it! BB shouted while pointing towards the body, his friends all giving him an annoyed look while Slade's head snapped back into place and his eye flared open. Moving around for a moment, his upper torso then got up, its arms acting as legs to hold it up. Naruto was right, there is no blood from any of his wounds. Nightwing noted to himself with a frown, and Naruto nodded his head at the side. Yeah, and check this out. His armor is self-healing as well, Naruto stated while motioning to Slade, where cracks in his armor were indeed repairing themselves and leaving him in prime condition to continue. Yes, it's quite useful, wouldn't you say, Uzumaki-san? Slade questioned, and Naruto merely scowled while Slade suddenly started moving. Using his arms he somehow walked over to his legs before pushing his severed torso against his severed legs. Flames then suddenly roared to life between the two sections, before both slid back together and Slade sat up, the long gash that was once his midriff sealing shut while he dusted his arms off as if this were a common occurrence. "So you're immortal or something like it, right?" Naruto asked the one-eyed man with a feeling of déjà vu, while also looking towards Slade dully, the masked madman nodding his head only once and causing the blonde to grimace visibly while rubbing his face. "Aw man, not another fucking immortal, that's going to make this fight even more annoying." He grumbled aloud and the Titans looked at him incredulously, Raven merely shaking her head as she knew he was talking about Orochimaru, Madara, and other villains of the like back in his world. "You've actually fought immortals before?" Cyborg demanded and got a bland look from Naruto. "3 actually, but that's not the point and right now, I need to unleash some misplaced aggression on Candy Cornface," Naruto stated while making his way towards Slade, the man merely narrowing his eye before flowing fire into the hilt of his sword, creating a fluid blade made out of fire. "Sadly, I don't feel inclined to allow you to have your way any longer," Slade stated before lunging at Naruto, the blonde-haired ex-shinobi humming a tune to himself as he came to a stop and stepped to the side to evade Slade's blade. Looking to the man with one eye, Naruto then smirked while twisting around and slicing him through his midriff and kicking him away. Watching the man slowly start to get up, Naruto's smirk turned into an amused grin while twirling his chakra sabers in hand. "Oh yeah, now this is so going to be fun, a sparring partner I can go all out on without worrying about his health." Naruto muses aloud, forming a chakra string on both of his chakra sabers and then hurling them towards Slade. Seeing the weapons coming, Slade ducked to the side, only for Naruto to control them with the chakra strings, causing them to spin as they flew towards the one-eyed man. Widening his soul eye, Slade was cut into 3 pieces by the 2 weapons, only for him to quickly heal from the damage while Naruto called his blades back to his hands. "Heh. Now then, Candy Cornface, let's see just how many pieces I can cut you down to, before you finally stop regenerating," Naruto says before lunging at Slade, the masked madman swinging his sword at the blonde only for him to flip over the attack and lop off his arms from behind. Twisting around, Naruto then cut Slade in half at his midriff, twisted under to slice the remains of his torso in half, and then lopped off the pieces of his head from his neck. "Dude. That was so sick. Yet strangely awesome," BB suddenly noted while Naruto flipped away from Slade, the man twitching before reforming his body once more, a light grunt escaping his throat as he did. "That is beginning to get very annoying," Slade noted dully and Naruto shrugged with a smirk before then launching himself at Slade once more. The man quickly formed a fireball in his hand to counter, slamming it into Naruto's stomach and sending him flying back. Flipping in midair, Naruto slid back along the ground before moving down and slowing himself into a crouch. "What does it take to actually kill this fucker?" Naruto wondered aloud while moving back, Nightwing looking at the blonde incredulously. "Is he enjoying this?" Nightwing wondered aloud, Naruto suddenly launching himself towards Slade and swinging his sabers to cut off the man's arms. Seeing this, and remembering Naruto's earlier words, Cyborg chuckled for a moment while shaking his head, the said blonde kicking Slade to the ground with a deep frown. He said misplaced aggression earlier night, he means he's venting out all of his frustrations out on Slade, and boy does it look like he's had a ton of built-up aggression lately. Cyborg noted mostly to himself and BB winced before looking to the other Titans curiously. "What do you dudes think pissed him off?" The green changeling wondered and Cyborg grimaced to himself. "Being turned into a vicious psychotic monster and then fighting that freaky snake guy." Cy offered and Nightwing frowned for a moment before wincing as well as he remembered something else to piss off the blonde. Raven being kidnapped and him unleashing hell upon a troop of Slade bots and a group of enemy ninja. He offered as well, BB and Sai nodding their heads while Raven sighed to herself before deciding to voice her opinion. "Or maybe it has to do with the fact you guys interrupted us when we were having fun. And I asked him if he was going to kill the villain who attacked when he wanted to come with me and he said he would." Raven mused aloud and saw her teammates gape at the girl as she finally finished working on Kid Flash's leg and Donna helped him up. "Alright, I managed to move all the bones back into place, but I'd still recommend getting him to a doctor as soon as possible. His leg should heal right but it doesn't hurt to be careful," Raven stated and Nightwing nodded his head before looking to where Naruto was watching as Slade's body popped its bones back into place with several disturbing crunches and snaps. "Right, Raven, you beast boy and Cyborg hang back on the off chance Naruto needs any help, me and the others were of very little help here, and are the most heavily injured. We'll go and get Kid Flash to a hospital for his leg," Nightwing suggested and then groaned as Starfire helped him to his feet, his ribs protesting the treatment. "And Raven, guys, be careful," Night added, Raven nodding her head while Starfire and the others left, Sai and BB hanging back only to hear Naruto chuckle. "Man Candy Cornface, you really don't know when to quit, do you?" Naruto noted to himself while Slade clenched his fists, forming another burst of fire into them and lifted them up to slam into Naruto's chin. The blonde teen was sent flying back, only to flip in midair and made contact with the far wall. Kicking off of the wall and nearing Slade once more, the teen lashed out at the one-eyed man once more, cutting his head off first and then forming a half-hand seal with one hand. 1,000 blades Jutsu. The blonde cried while the hundreds of blades of wind started to rip and shred Slade's body to bits and pieces, his severed hand flying to the side while Naruto flipped over the remains. Dude, I really doubt NAR's going to need our help anytime soon. BB suddenly mumbled, with both Raven and Cyborg agreeing while gazing towards where Naruto was looking down at the mass of armor, cloth, and bone that had once been Slade. I wonder if you can get up from being turned into paste. Naruto wondered aloud for a moment, only to blink as Slade's remains started to reform, slowly moving back together, the master schemer slowly stumbling for a moment as he tried to regain his sense of balance. Well shit, what do I have to do? Destroy every last molecule of your being before you'll finally stay down? Naruto wondered aloud before shrugging his shoulders, a grin forming on his face as lightning started to arch down his arms. Well, either way, it looks like you're up for another couple rounds, so come on, candy corn face. This party is getting crazy. Naruto cried while twirling his blades in hand, and Slade made a mental note not to piss the blonde off after he got his true flesh and blood back. It wouldn't be good for him in any sense of the word. Sadly, I still have a message I need to deliver, and so I must end this little game of yours, Slade stated coldly, and Naruto gave the man a look, half amused and half questioning. Really? And how exactly do you plan on getting past me? You can barely touch me, candy corn face. I mean, yeah, you might be able to wear me out, after about a day or two of non-stop fighting, but that's not looking too likely. Naruto mused aloud, and Slade mentally concurred with the blonde, as it was he was sadly outmatched physically. Naruto's powers over wind and lightning rivaled his of fire, and he was on a very limited schedule, which only left him with his ace in the hole, something his current employers thought he'd need. Oh, that will be very simple, Uzumaki-san. Slade mused before lunging forward and ducked under a swing from Naruto's twin chakra sabers before quickly grabbing his wrists. Slade then quickly released Naruto's wrists and slammed his hands into his stomach, pushing as much of the demonic energy inside of him into the blonde as he possibly could. The effect of which was Naruto's eyes widening, then being sent flying back into a wall, only for them to turn blood red as a familiar foul chakra started to flow freely from within him. What the hell? Cyborg wondered while tapping his ear and started to scan the strange energy readings he was getting off of the blonde. Dude, is NAR okay? Beast Boy wondered aloud, only to gape as Naruto dropped his sabers, his canines lengthening and his whisker marks deepening on his face. Oh no. Raven whispered as Naruto suddenly growled low in his throat, his eyes wide and now glowing blood red, his nails lengthening into sharp claws while his pupils turned into thin slits. Now then, since you'll be a bit preoccupied with trying to stop your tenant, I can finally pass along my little message. Slade said to himself while Naruto gripped his head, red energy forming around him, some of the chakra condensing into bone like plates like it had for the beast, and even forming a crimson-red skull-shaped mask. Chuckling as Naruto fought with his tenant, Slade got up and looked over to Raven, BB, and Sai, quickly moving to protect her. There's no way we're letting you get anywhere near to Ray, dude. BB stated while Cyborg aimed his sonic cannon at the man, Slade raising a brow as he walked towards them. Narrowing his eyes, Cyborg fired a blast from his cannon into Slade, only for the man to shrug it off and continue forward. Unleashing more blasts did nothing but yield a similar effect. BB then turned into a wolf and lunged at Slade, only for the man to bat him to the side while getting closer to Raven. Firing another blast into Slade's chest, Cyborg widened his eyes when he saw a hole through the man's seal shut. Narrowing his soul eye, the man then formed a fireball into his hand and slammed it into Cyborg's stomach. The titanium teen was lifted off of the ground and sent flying away by the blast, leaving a wide-eyed Raven to stare at him. Hello, birthday girl. Ready for your present? Slade questioned coldly, Raven's eyes widening before she quickly forms her familiar black energy into her hand and slams it into Slade's chest, pushing him back and lifting him up, causing him to slam into a wall above the machines. Flying up to survey the damage, Raven manages to sigh in relief upon seeing nothing but smoke. I have a message for you, Slade suddenly states while floating out of the smoke and towards the girl. Raven prepares to attack him again, only for him to grab her arm and clench down on it, Raven gritting her teeth as blinding pain surges through her body. Watching on coldly, Slade waits for only a moment more before releasing Raven, causing her to fall down onto a gear wheel. Groaning lightly, Raven slowly gets up and checks over herself, only to see the armor on her right arm has been burned away, a red S-shaped symbol now glowing on her forearm. It has begun, Slade suddenly says in a cold, calm tone, his fiery red aura and sparks of energy flowing over his form as he floats upwards. The room then begins to shake, Slade forcing smoke and debris to slam into things around the room. Cyborg narrowly evades some of it before rushing towards the exit, more explosions tearing apart the building. BB is soon to follow his friend, running as the catwalks that make up the floor start to buckle, lava and flames rising up from beneath them. More explosions rock the building, a massive gear falling onto the catwalk Naruto is situated on, throwing him forward and onto a sloping downwards plane. Still watching on in a mix of horror and shock, the sight of Naruto slowly sliding down towards the lava causes her to finally find her voice. "Stop!" the girl exclaims while black energy flows from her body, flowing over everything around her to literally stop everything. From Cyborg running madly, to BB in mid-transformation, and finally, Naruto on a catwalk, gripping his head tightly. Gasping in shock for a moment, Raven then wraps her arms around her body before spotting the levitating Slade, arms spread wide and his head elevated. "How did I?" Raven started to question, only for a familiar voice to choose that moment to interrupt her. "You might be able to stop time, birthday girl, but you can't stop me." Slade notes as his body flares red for a moment, then his eye peers down at the girl as he crosses his arms behind his back. "You can't stop any of it, really?" Slade notes coldly while Raven slowly backs away from the man, eyes wide in fear. "I have to say, Raven, when I found out the truth, I was very impressed." Slade notes to himself while slowly walking towards Raven, gesturing rubble out of the way as he does. "All this time, I had no idea. The power lurking inside you. The glorious destiny that awaits." Slade noted mostly to himself before cupping his chin as he came closer to the girl, a thoughtful look in his eye. "It's always the quiet ones, isn't it?" Slade muses to himself while Raven clasps her hands to her head, trying desperately to awaken from the nightmare she suddenly found herself in. Shaking her head, Raven then turns and runs, hoping to find some place safe from Slade. "But honestly, did you think you could just blow out the candles and wish it all away?" Slade questions coldly, slowly following after Raven as she makes her way up a beam, towards its elevated end. "Today is the day it begins," Slade states flatly, his cold eye staring at Raven intently as he corners her and leans into her face. "It is going to happen. And no matter what you wish," Slade states while Raven turns away from him. "No matter where you go, no matter how you squirm," Slade continues, his cold eye unchanging as he glares at her. "There is nothing you can do to stop it," he states, and Raven quickly turns to face him, her eyes flaring white as she passes through the wall behind her as her soul self. Flying away from where Slade had been, Raven soon spots Naruto down below and flies down to him. Landing next to him, Raven places a hand onto the blonde-haired teen's chest, energy flowing from her hands and into the blonde-haired youth. Her energy flows over the blonde-haired teen, causing him to awaken with a gasp, then groan as he holds his head with one hand and gazes at Raven with one eye open. "Kei-Kara-chan." He asks only for Raven to form her energy around him and herself, bringing them both into a dome of energy that then vanished, Slade raising a brow for a moment before chuckling as he watched on silently, then decided to give chase to the two. Streets of Jump. Raven's soul self rises up out of the ground, soon ejecting Naruto onto the street, a cathedral at the end of the block, while Naruto groans in pain. Raven soon forms out of her soul self as well, looking over herself for only a moment before moving over to Naruto. "Naruto? Are you alright?" she asks the blonde, and he gives a pained grin before grunting as he tries to get up. Shit. I think Candy Cornface somehow managed to overload my chakra network with demonic chakra," Naruto replied while placing a hand to his head, Raven idly noting the crimson mask formed over half of his face, the eye it covered somehow looking more sinister than the one that remained uncovered. Looking around, Naruto noticed all the people and animals were frozen in place. "How in the—" Naruto started to ask before grimacing as his chakra flared again, scorching the ground beneath him as it did. "Naruto, you need to get your power under control," Raven suddenly said while sitting next to the blonde, and he grunted before noticing the red mark on her wrist. "So, this has something to do with your old man?" Naruto questioned, and Raven went silent, clasping a hand onto her wrist while Naruto slowly gets back to his feet and frowns as he struggles to keep his balance. "What the hell is QB doing? No better question, why is this overload affecting me so harshly?" The blonde wondered before remembering he hadn't had an overload like this since before the necklace he'd gotten from Tsunade was destroyed. "I never wanted this day to come. And when it did, I just wanted it to stop," Raven said to herself before letting out a sigh and looking around. "I guess I got my wish," she noted dryly, and Naruto nodded his head for a moment before grimacing as he reached to the mask on his face. "Ah shit, is this fucking thing going to form every time the damn QB's chakra starts acting up?" Naruto had to wonder to himself, though Raven surmised it might not be because of Kyuubi's chakra, instead being something about Naruto himself, but she also decided not to voice her opinion on the matter. In any case, this is one hell of a birthday, Kara-chan, and I thought mine was bad. Naruto noted, and Raven gave a weak smile before both looked up and saw Slade land nearby. Hello again. Slade noted crisply, and Naruto frowned while glaring towards the one-eyed man heatedly as he came closer to them. As if we didn't have enough problems? Naruto mumbles under his breath while Slade starts to march forward, arms crossed behind his back. I have a message for you, and I will deliver it, whether you like it or not. The man states flatly, a cold look in his eye while Raven looks to Naruto, fear giving way to rage as she then forms her usual black energy and rips a sewer pipe out of the ground to coil it around the masked madman. Skies will burn. Slade utters while flaring his fire to burn through it. Flesh will become stone. Slade continues while Raven picks up everything she can and hurls it towards the one-eyed man. The sun will set on your world? Slade states even as several of the boxes slam into him, only for him to continue forward. Never to rise again. Slade states before exploding into a burst of flames, Naruto and Raven looking around for the man, only for him to fling a blast of fire into Naruto from behind and grasp Raven by her upper arms. Gritting her teeth, Raven feels the same pain as before Slade finally releases her upper arms now bearing the same marks as her wrists. Quickly covering them, Raven looks up to Slade as he crosses his arms behind his back. Time won't wait forever. You can't run away from who you are. Slade states only for a swirling ball of energy to slam into him from the side and send him flying through a building. Looking to where it came from, Raven saw a truly pissed off Naruto kick some rubble from his body, his mask 3/4 complete and both of his eyes now looking more sinister than ever. I've heard you spout enough shit for one day, candy corn face. Naruto roared out furiously while marching over to Raven, Slade making his way out of the hole in the building, his ribs visible through his torn armor. You are very persistent, even when your own power is fighting against you, you manage to come out on top. Slade noted, and Naruto snorted while glaring at the man, only for an idea came to him, a wide crooked grin forming on his face as it did. Kara-chan. I'll buy you some time, but I need you to get as far away from me as you possibly can. Naruto suddenly ordered, and Raven would have objected only to feel her heart stop as he looked at her with one of his sinister eyes. The eye was blood red, the slit pitch black and deep, as if it was part of a pit. Worse still was that the sclera, the white of his eye, was also a deep obsidian black and the skin covered by his mask shadowed heavily. I said go. Naruto ordered while turning back towards Slade as Raven formed her soul self and flew away, a deep scowl across the blonde's face. So, what do you plan to do to me this time? More dismemberment? Behead me? Cut me in half? Or perhaps you'll try and kill me with all your witty quips? Slade questioned dryly, and Naruto grinned towards the man darkly. Oh, that's simple. I'm just going to give back what you gave. The blonde replies while lunging forward and grabbing Slade by his neck. Closing his eyes, Naruto uses a shunshin, pulling himself and Slade out of Jump City and into the desert just to be on the safe side. So here it is, candy corn face. All the power you pumped into me, right back in your face. The blonde says darkly as a dome of red energy forms around the two, Naruto pulling as much of the demonic chakra to a single point inside of him as he possibly can. Narrowing his eye onto the blonde, Slade forms a fireball in both of his hands, only for Naruto to give a wicked grin, as his lips turn black and he unleashes all of the demonic chakra at once. A second later, a massive explosion surges from both of them, the land crumbles as a quake rocks the very earth beneath them, the energy expands outwards, crimson energy ripping apart land and throwing dirt and rock to and fro. Soon enough the explosion dies down and a mushroom cloud rises up into the air, easily visible from Jump City. In the city, Raven notices the explosion and turns towards the dust cloud for a moment. Biting her lip, she considers going towards it, only to shake her head and fly away, remembering what Naruto told her, and just how serious that soul eye of his had looked to her. Back at the epicenter of the blast, Naruto groans lightly while slowly pushing himself up. Looking to his hands, he smirks when he sees he's dispersed the excess demonic chakra from himself. Truly impressive, I commend you ability to get out of any situation, Uzumaki-san. Slade's half-demonic voice came and Naruto cursed while turning around, then watched on as the one-eyed man's arm rose out of the ground. Growling lightly, Naruto then pushed himself up and watched as Slade pulled himself out of the ground, his mask half melted away. Kami-sama, you really are a monster, aren't you? Naruto whispered mostly to himself upon seeing the visage of a skull beneath Slade's mask, only for it to heal over in a matter of seconds. Cracking his neck afterwards, Slade then crossed his arms behind his back while Naruto scowled deeply, lightning flowing over his form as he did. Now, there's no need to call each other names. Slade noted coldly while Naruto crouched down while throwing his arms to his sides, lightning arching from his limbs and flowing over his form. I've cut you to pieces, crushed you, broken you in half, and even blown you to bits, so what does it take to fucking kill you? Naruto snarled while glaring at Slade heatedly, the one-eyed man merely staring at the blonde. Nothing you can do can truly destroy what is already dead. Slade stated coldly, and Naruto blinked before he realized what that meant. Doesn't mean I can't try. The blonde roared while crouching down, then lunged at Slade, forming a Rasengan into his hand and slamming it into, and then through Slade's guts, only for the man to move one step back, with Naruto's arm now pierced through his midriff. Try as much as you like, no matter what you do to me, my master won't allow me to die. Slade hissed out while dematerializing into a burst of fire, Naruto cursing as he looked around for the one-eyed man. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to pay a visit to dear Raven. I still have a message for her. Slade's ominous voice echoed out, and Naruto slammed his foot into the ground with a scowl. Damn it. I knew I should have tagged Karachan with a Hiration seal. The blonde said to himself before using the Shunshin to return to Jump City, hoping he could find Raven before Slade managed to. Raven was hiding in a chapel of all places. While she was never very religious, for obvious reasons, she truly hoped someone was looking out for her for once. However, when she heard an explosion just as she was sent to the floor, Raven grimaced and turned to see a newly reformed Slade walking towards her. It's just you and me now, kid? Slade noted while Raven quickly turned and bolted for the rear exit, Slade silently following after her. Coming to the rear exit, Raven throws open the door to an abandoned alley while Slade throws a blast of fire after her. Rushing out of the way, Raven then rushes down the alley, Slade following her with his left hand still ablaze. You're making this much more difficult than this needs to be. The man states coldly while throwing the fireball he'd formed in his left hand, creating a barrier of flames to block Raven's path. The message must be delivered. Slade states coldly while Raven almost unconsciously forms into her soul self to flow through the flames, reforming into herself once past them. Grunting, Slade then forms a fireball into both hands and jets after the girl, following her like a man possessed. Flying around, and past buildings, Raven only half notices that Slade is matching her move for move. Looking around for any way to escape, Raven dives down towards a busy street, yet once more, Slade follows her. Feeling more and more frightened, Raven hurls several cars at the masked madman, however he merely dodges one of them, then smashes the next two in half with his fists. Widening her eyes, Raven quickly flew away from the madman while Slade narrowed his eyes and started to rub his hands together for a moment. Lashing out, Slade threw his hands towards Raven, long tendrils forming before flaming hands reached for the girl. Cursing lightly, Raven quickly moved out of the way of the hands, ducking and dodging them as Slade continued his single-minded pursuit of her. Turning around, Raven forms black energy around her hands and fires a hail of obsidian bullets towards them like a machine gun. Sadly, the attack has no effect whatsoever, and Raven turns and picks up her speed in order to evade them. Seeing a narrow alleyway up ahead, Raven moves between the buildings, the two hands dissipating as they impact with the buildings, only for Slade to continue his pursuit. Looking to either side, an idea comes to Raven as she hurries forward, putting on the speed only to turn once clear of them. Seeing Slade oncoming, Raven throws her hands to either side and concentrates on the two buildings. Black energy crawls its way over the two buildings while Slade merely continues to fly closer and closer to Raven. Azarath Metrian Zinthos, she exclaims before throwing her hands inwards, the two buildings slamming together on top of Slade. Breathing out and bowing her head, Raven briefly wonders just how much damage she just caused, only to widen her eyes as the upper levels of the building suddenly explode outwards. Slade emerges from the smoke and with a low growl tackles into Raven, slamming into her and plowing her into a tall circular observatory-like building. As the smoke clears from their impact, Raven quickly hurries away from Slade, while the undead madman slowly rises up and continues after her. Following her closely, Slade reaches out and grips a fistful of the girl's cloak in one hand. What you have concealed, you shall become. The man states darkly while ripping the cloak from Raven, the girl falling down and showing that her leotard is now torn from her neck down all the way to her belt. However, just like her arms, scarlet runes have started to appear on her back, Raven turning to look at Slade as he glares down at her. You have no other choice, he states, and Raven's eyes flare white while she turns and rises back to her feet. No, she exclaims while charging at the man, obsidian energy flowing around her form, swinging one hand at him only for him to grip it and her power to dissipate in a mere instant. The message will be delivered, Slade states coldly, and Raven flings her other arm at the man only for him to catch it as well. Your destiny shall be fulfilled. Slade hisses in a low venomous tone while Raven looks at him in horror only to unleash a series of torture groans as she rears her head back, white light flowing out of her eyes as the S mark on Slade's forehead forms overtop the gemstone on her own. As this happens, more runes start to appear on her body, her armor burning away and disintegrating along with her leotard, soon leaving her in the equivalent of ragged and tattered halter top and briefs with her belt askew on her hips. However, this is not the only change as the moon and sun seem to set and rise numerous times, Raven's hair lengthening and growing to near waist length while Slade watches on coldly. Seconds later, the undead madman releases Raven, causing her to fall to her knees and wraps her arms around herself. Looking down to her arms, she then unfolds them and is horrified to see the runes now almost completely encompass her form. Looking away from that and her now completely ruined outfit, Raven then gazes out over Jump City, her eyes widening at what she sees before her. The sky is red as blood, the city is a deserted wasteland, everything has been completely destroyed and decimated, Titan's tower stands askew in the distance, molten lava has replaced the water of the bay, below her, four-eyed ravens caw and fly out into the night, statues of her friends, almost like ghoulish gargoyles, disturbing creatures with long thin arms and misshapen faces holding onto them, almost appearing to be trying to drag them below? No. Raven whispers with wide eyes while slowly getting back to her feet and Slade comes up from behind her and leans his head close to her ear. Yes. Look at it. Drink it in. Slade orders darkly while gazing out at the completely ruined world below them. Behold the world you are destined to create. Slade states while in the distance a shadow rises up, antlers on either side of its head and four brightly glowing red eyes. The shadow then roars loudly while a second one slowly shakes itself while getting up, it also in shadow showing a beast, its ears both long like a rabbit, and 9 thin tails flowing behind it as it screeches loudly into the air. No. Raven states while clasping her hands to the sides of her head. I won't do it. This is just a vision. This can't be real. The girl exclaims while Slade reaches for her upper arms and grasps them tightly. This is the future. He states while leaning over her shoulder once more. Your future. It began the day you were born, and nothing can stop it. This will come to pass. I will make sure of it. You're going to destroy the world, Raven. Slade whispers while raising his head back up. It's written all over your face? He states simply while Raven's eyes suddenly blaze a bright white. No! The girl exclaims loudly, her soul self flowing out of her body and into the sky, flashes of light illuminating everything around her. The sky and world around her is suddenly returned to normal while her soul self disintegrates in the air, waves of energy restarting time for the city. As it ends, Raven suddenly falls forward, slumped with Slade still grasping her arms. We'll be in touch. Slade notes quietly while releasing the Titana, causing her to plummet off of the building. Oh, and happy birthday. Slade notes coldly while Raven plummets towards the ground below, only for a yellow flash to catch her before she could become street pizza. Groaning lightly, Naruto looks up towards where Slade was, only to narrow his eyes when he sees the man is missing. Bastard. I swear I'll get you for this. The blonde thinks to himself before looking to the unconscious girl in his arms and stands up to look towards Titan's tower. Looking down when he hears a slight groan, Naruto smiles softly when he sees Raven open her eyes. Let's get you home, Kara-chan. The blonde states before both vanish in a swirl of leaves. Titan's tower. 1 a.m., Raven is before a mirror on her wall, staring at her reflection. Mostly, however, the girl is gazing at her hair, wondering if she should even bother to cut it. She is currently dressed once more in a repaired outfit. A long blue cloak with 2 gold jewel-encrusted brooches to hold it down, a sleeveless black leotard, thigh-length black boots, black leather waist armor, black leather armor/bicep-length fingerless gloves over her forearms and wrists with gem-encrusted brooches on the backs of her hands, and of course her classic gem-encrusted chain belt hanging askew on her hips with the gold tassel falling down one hip. It's not like it'll stay short for long with all this happening now, but it's just too much trouble for me to take care of. Raven thinks to herself before silently looking to her hands, gazing at the unmarked gray skin before sighing. Just as she's about to reach for a pair of scissors, a loud knocking comes from her door. Not again. The violet-eyed girl thinks to herself with a sigh as she walks over to the door and slowly slides it open. Looking around while coming out of her room, Raven notices a trail of arrows on the ground at her side and raises a brow. Following the arrows, Raven soon comes to the Titan's OPS center and mentally sighs. Opening the door, she's surprised when streamers go off, and sees a newly repaired banner with the words Happy Unbirthday on it. Blinking, she then looks farther down to see her friends, Cyborg holding a small and repaired cake, Beast Boy with a party hat on his head, and Kid Flash to the side on some crutches with a weak grin. Blinking for a moment, she then watches BB nervously step forward. Surprise? BB offers timidly while Raven then sees a soft smile on Sai's features. Look, we know you don't want a party. But after, today. The titanium teen started only for Starfire to finish for him. We hoped you might reconsider. Starfire stated, and Raven then turned when she felt a pair of arms wrap around her and saw a smiling Naruto's face. This one, you can blame on me. Naruto says with a grin, and Raven looks from her boyfriend to Beast Boy as he slides up towards her. Yeah, you may not like your birthday, but we're all glad you were born. BB states with a grin, Raven blinking as she looked from him to Naruto, then to her other friends in the Titans and around at everything around her. We're going to need ice cream, Raven finally says, and Starfire laughs to herself happily, BB grinning widely. Come on right up, BB says while ducking to the kitchen portion of Ops, Cyborg grinning to himself. I'll cut the cake. The metal man states with a grin, only for Donna to follow after him with a slight frown. No, I will, you made it and I should contribute to this party somehow, Donna states while Starfire claps her hands together happily. And I shall fetch the Throckner? She exclaims before flying off, and Nightwing walks up to Raven and Naruto. You two sure you're okay? I heard what happened to you, Naruto, did Slade? Knight started to ask, and Naruto held up a hand with a smirk across his face, even as BB rushed past him with a couple gallons of ice cream, Starfire right behind the green furry teen. I'm fine, besides, it's nothing a little RNR with Karachan here couldn't fix, I'm sure. Naruto replies, and Knight raises a brow before nodding his head slowly and then took a serious look. I promise you both, we will find Slade, we'll figure out how he did what he did, and we'll bring him down. Knight then states before walking to the side to join the rest of his friends, Kid Flash sighing as Donna helps him over to a table they'd set up with chairs around him. Man, I so wish my leg wasn't busted. He grumbled aloud and allowed his head to fall forward, Donna rolling her eyes as she helped the speedster. Meanwhile, Naruto and Raven stayed in their position for a moment, only for Raven to give the blonde an amused look. Happy UN birthday? She questioned, and a nervous grin crossed over Naruto's features for a moment. Well, it's not technically your birthday. Besides, you like that book, don't you? Naruto questioned of the girl, and Raven merely smirked up at him. Yeah, just surprised you'd think of that. She replied softly and then looked to her friends, with Naruto spotting BB gorging himself on ice cream while the others wait for them to join. Come on, let's go party while we still can, the fighting's over for now, Naruto states while moving towards the table, wrapping his arms behind his head while Raven glances down at her hands and lowers her eyes. A pair of glowing scarlet runes suddenly forming over the palms of her hands. Maybe for now, but this was only just the beginning, Raven whispered before walking after Naruto silently. Slade stands in an underground cavern, looking up towards a wall as a ring of fire soon forms around his feet. The first task is complete, my masters, the message has been sent. The inscriptions are in place, Slade states while kneeling down as an S-shaped symbol appears on the wall, for eyes opening around it, while a flaming portal to the side shows QB's bloodthirsty eyes. She knows what she must do. The prophecy will be fulfilled. Slade utters coldly while looking towards the S-shaped seal for a moment and mentally narrowed his eyes. Then the world of mortals shall soon be ended. Trigon's voice booms out while Slade keeps his head low, his soul eye gazing up towards the demon. You may leave us, prepare yourself for the second task that is to come, my servant. Trigon ordered, and Slade bit back a growl as he turned into flames and disappeared into nothingness, leaving Trigon and QB to their own devices. Heh. All goes as according to our plan. The voice of the QB noted, a wide evil grin across his face while Trigon nodded. Yes. Human emotions are just too predictable. Trigon noted mostly to himself, with QB nodding in agreement with its partner. Soon we shall both be free, and this world will know our full wrath. QB declares while grinning darkly, and Trigon is silent for a moment before the scene in the flames change, showing the two demons their day of reckoning. Indeed, QB, very soon, our time shall have arrived, and the mortal world shall finally end. Trigon stated while QB grinned once more. Slade reappears within Ravager's base. Shaking his head for a moment, he walks to the main portion of the base and stops. He crosses his arms behind his back as he stands before a wall of monitors, gazing at them coldly while Ravager walks into the room and kneels behind him. Did you get them? Slade questions coldly, not bothering to turn to his only daughter, and she raises her head to look at his back. Yes, father. She replies while reaching to her belt, only to then hold up what looks like roughly a dozen gold rings, each one inscribed with familiar scarlet runes. And their previous owners? Slade questions even while turning his head slightly to look at his daughter with his sole remaining eye. Ravager merely smirks while moving the rings to one hand, then unsheathes one of her blades to show dried blood along its length. All were dealt with as your wished, father. Ravager replied, and Slade chuckled lightly while turning and walking down to Ravager. Excellent work, my dear. He complimented and reached to one of the rings before looking at it for a moment. Rings of Azar, taken from the last of Trigon's cult here in Jump City. Now with his followers out of the way, I won't have to worry about them interfering. Slade muses while slipping one of the rings onto his left ring finger, and Ravager looked at the remaining rings. What about the rest of them? She questions, and Slade tilts his head to her for only a moment before answering. Keep one. But the rest are a gift for some allies you'll need. Slade replies while crossing his arms behind his back. Father, if it is not too much trouble to answer, why didn't you go after the rings yourself? Ravager questions as Slade walks away from her, the man stopping at a chair before rubbing his chin. It's actually quite simple, Rose. Should I have gone after the rings, Trigon's followers would have alerted their master that I was plotting against him. And, until I'm able to break free of him, I cannot allow him to see any deceit in my actions. Slade replies with a wave of his hand, then sat in the chair and swivels it around to look at the monitors on the wall once more. I see, thank you for enlightening me, Father. But, who should I give the remaining 10 rings to? Ravager questions of her father, and the man mentally smirked while bringing up images of Tartarus. Little Raven will protect her friends, but, what of Naruto's? His team will be of use against Trigon in the coming battle. Slade replies, and Ravager nods her head slowly before bowing to her father. I see. And I will not fail you, Father. Ravager states before moving back into the shadows, Slade turning to where she had been and allowing his single eye to soften. Such a good girl, though I never wanted this life for you, it seems you've made your choice on the matter? Slade says to himself before turning back to his monitors and starts bringing up anything he can on Trigon. You and the QB have your plans at the ready? And I have mine? Slade says to no one as he studies all he can. Chapter 47, The Quest Side Story, Survival Training PT-1. Jump City. It had been a couple days since Raven's birthday, and unfortunately there was seemingly no sign of the masked madman. Currently, however, a familiar man in a bat costume is kneeling down at the scene of a murder. I sure wish Satana was here, this kind of thing is more her specialty. A man in a red costume known as the Flash notes to himself while looking around, Batman silently picking up a long silver hair from the floor and narrowing his eyes onto it for a moment. Why are we here again? The Flash wondered aloud while scratching his head and got a flat look from Batman. I mean, I know why we're here, but isn't Jump City more Titans territory? The Flash questions while looking to Batman, the Dark Knight silently placing the silver hair into a case before stowing it into his belt. It is, but Dr. Fate wanted us to check up on some of the old members of the cult of Scath in Jump City for a connection to the recent happenings in Jump. Batman replied, and Flash grimaced before looking to the side where a man was headless, a hand sliced off as well. You mean how Deathstroke came back from the grave, right? The Flash questioned and saw Batman visibly tense. Batman had never liked leaving a master assassin like Deathstroke to the Titans. It had actually been Green Lantern's idea originally, more or less as a way to toughen them up. Batman had remained silent about it, but he generally disliked the thought of them trying to face him on their own, although they had proven their mettle in the end. Exactly, Batman replied while checking around in drawers and boxes for any sign of the Ring of Azar. Which also explains Ol Headless over there. The Flash noted while Batman walked over to the body and scowled deeply. Kneeling down beside of it, he then started checking the body for any other, less noticeable wounds and narrowed his eyes. None. It had been one strike, one blow, and the man was instantly down. He hadn't retaliated or anything, it was a clean kill, whomever did it was skilled. He didn't even know what hit him, the assassin came in quickly and killed him in one move. Looks like she also took his hand, which probably means he had a Ring of Azar if what Dr. Fate told us about them is true. Batman noted, and the Flash blinked for a moment before staring at the Dark Knight. And how do you know it's a girl who did this? The Flash questioned, and Batman turned to give him a look. I know. He replies cryptically while standing up and then crossed his arms. So how come no one's noticed this guy was killed yet? I know this town is big and all, but people in Gotham are noticed sooner than this. The Flash noted while looking around, the home being depressing, as it was dark, dank, and looked like something out of a horror flick. John Doe here was a notable recluse, he'd disappear for days on end on a fairly common basis. Besides that, 7 other murders in town are being investigated. Batman replies before reaching up and hitting the side of his mask, activating the detective mode of his mask's lenses while looking around. And how do those murders involve this exactly? Flash questioned, and for a moment Batman mentally wished he had a more astute partner, or at least someone who didn't ask so many questions. Each of the murders was a known member of the Order of Scath. Batman replied cryptically, and the gears in the Flash's head started to turn before a frown crossed his features. Meaning that someone out there is targeting the members of the cult specifically. The Flash realized, and Batman silently nodded his head before walking around and narrowed his eyes on a wall. So then we don't have to worry about these guys bringing about the apocalypse or anything, right? The Flash questioned while Batman walked to the wall and followed his detective vision over to a panel and pressed down on it, stepping back as the wall suddenly rose up into the ceiling. No, it's not good. The ring of Azar for each member is notably missing. Batman finally replied before walking down a long flight of stairs, the Flash following suit behind him. So someone isn't killing them, well they are, but they're doing so to take their rings? Rather than stop them from bringing about the apocalypse? The Flash guessed and Batman nodded his head mutely while they wandered down. I don't get it, what's so special about these rings that someone would kill for them? The Flash asked and Batman frowned while crossing his arms over his chest. A ring of Azar, they were originally forged by the same order who imprisoned Trigon eons ago as a way of protecting themselves from his demonic power. The rings were eventually collected by the Order of Scath as a means of keeping anyone from using them against Trigon. Over the centuries, they were passed down the familial lines of the Order from father to son or mother to daughter. Their true purpose lost to time, Batman explained and the Flash's head snapped over to the Dark Knight. Whoa, wait, Trigon? You mean as in Trigon the Terrible? That Trigon? The Flash demanded and Batman nodded his head mutely, a scowl on his face. What the? I mean, how is he a part of this? I thought this cult worshipped some Scath thing. The Flash noted and Batman nodded his head silently before answering. The Order of Scath used the name to protect the true name of their master, Trigon the Terrible, an extra-dimensional demon with the power and cruelty to destroy whole worlds. Batman replied and the Flash grimaced before frowning as he crossed his arms. Yeah, and Big Blue is weak against magic and the like. Trigon could literally crush him. The Flash noted and Batman remained silent as they came to the bottom of the stairs, Batman narrowing his eyes while the Flash grimaced. Oh, this can't be good. The Flash realized as he saw a strange room covered head to toe in glowing blood-red runes and seals of some kind. No, it's not. I'll have Dr. Fate bring in Jason Blood to study these symbols to determine their purpose. But if my hunch is correct, it's necromancy of some kind. Batman says while turning away from the room, the Flash nodding his head as he follows behind the Dark Knight. So what's our next move? Flash questioned and Batman frowned in thought for a few moments before mentally sighing. I'm heading back to the watchtower to run a few tests to see if I can find a match to a hair I found. You head to the tower and locate Raven, Dr. Fate wants to talk to her. Batman replies and the Flash stares at the man for a moment. Why don't you just come with, I'm sure Titan's tower has. He starts to ask only for Batman to interrupt him. Batman to watchtower, one to beam up? Batman states flatly before vanishing in a flash of light, leaving the Flash to stand there confused. Blinking for a moment and then raising a brow, the Flash wonders why Batman wouldn't want to go to Titan's tower before grimacing slightly. Oh right, the issues with Nightwing. He mumbles to himself before sighing and zipping off towards Titan's tower. He needed to check on Kid Flash anyways. Titan's tower. Nightwing frowns as he pulls a couple uniforms from his closet and lays them, and an array of his gadgets out on his bed. Looking around, he soon finds a black backpack and places it onto his bed as well. Folding his uniforms and stowing them into the backpack, he then starts to put his gadgets in as well. Reaching to the side, Nightwing then fastens his belt around his waist and walks to his bedside table, where a couple extra masks and his bow staff await. As he does, the door to his room opens and the rest of the Titans walk in, though Donna has to help Kid Flash inside. Nightwing, you are leaving us? Starfire questions while Knight reaches to the side and grasps his bow staff and collapses it before stowing it into his backpack as well. I have two. The former Boy Wonder states and BB rolls his eyes while crossing his arms over his chest. Dude, you got your butt kicked, it happens. BB reminds and Raven glances over to the Green Jester. Happens to some of us more than others. She notes and BB twitches while giving the gray-skinned girl an annoyed look. Shaking his head after a moment, BB then looks back to Nightwing while waving slightly. Anyways, it doesn't mean you have to quit. BB states while Nightwing slings his backpack over his right shoulder. Yes. We will soon locate this Kataru, and then it will be you who is kicking the butt. Starfire offered with a bright smile only for Nightwing to frown. I'm not quitting the team. Knight stresses to the girl and the rest of his friends before sighing softly and looking to the side. But my fight with Kataru showed me how much I still have to learn about martial arts. Nightwing explains while flashes of his fight with the man late the night before pass before his mind's eye. No problem. I can help you train. Sai states while taking a quick martial arts stance. I got a new computer-simulated fight sequence in the gym. Sai offers while taking several more poses, Nightwing merely walking past him. Or how about you and me spar? I am an Amazonian warrior after all. Donna offers and yet again Knight passes her before sighing as he stops before his door. I've already trained with the best and apparently it wasn't enough. Knight states simply before then turning around to face his team. There's only one person who can help me. Knight tells them and Starfire walks up to their leader. You wish to learn from this true master of whom the villain spoke? Starfire questions of her friend with a curious tone and Nightwing narrowed his eyes for a moment before exhaling. I'm not coming back until I find him. Nightwing states and Cyborg moves up beside of Starfire and gives the spiky-haired teen an incredulous look. What? Ah, come on, man. How do you know this true master is even a good guy? How are you gonna find him? Do you even know where you're going? Cyborg demands while moving his arms around animatedly and Nightwing mentally rolls his eyes before answering. I'm not sure. Nightwing starts to say while Raven crosses her arms and sits down on Nightwing's bed. Sounds like a plan. Raven notes sarcastically and gets a look from Knight before he sighs and inwardly admits she has a point, but this is something he feels he must do. According to legend, the true master lives in the mountains on the other side of the world, and can be found only by the most serious of students. Nightwing explains with a serious tone, only for BB to wave a hand to get his attention. I'm in. BB states with a grin, getting snickers from Kid Flash and an eye roll from Donna. When do we leave? What should I pack? Will I need shots? This is gonna be so cool. BB says with a grin, only to blink as Nightwing turns around and walks out of the room. I have to go alone. The boy wonder states flatly while the door to his room seals shut, sigh exhaling and scratching his head. In the immortal words of RedX, that guy takes himself way too seriously. Psy notes, instantly getting nods of agreement from the rest of the team while Raven suppresses a smirk before crossing her legs. Now we're down 2 members until Nightwing returns, and Kid Flash fully heals from his injury. Raven notes and Psy frowns deeply while crossing his arms over his chest. Hey, you're giving me daily treatments to help fix my leg. Kid Flash reminds the girl and Raven sighs for a moment before rubbing her temples. My treatments will help you heal, but it'll still take at least a month for your knee to be back to full strength. And even then you might want to be careful with it. Raven replies, Kid Flash shrugging his shoulders while Cyborg starts to drum his metallic fingers on his right bicep. Yeah, that is problem. Not to mention with Slade out there we really need all the help we can get around here. Not Knight running off for some training on the other side of the damn planet. Cyborg grumbles out and walks out of the room as well, Donna and Kid Flash following after him. Looking to one another for a moment, Starfire, Raven, and Beast Boy then followed after their temporary leader and the rest of the team into the ops center. Got any ideas, dude? BB suddenly questions while Cyborg sits down before a computer terminal and starts to look up honorary titans. Maybe we can call in a few honorary titans until Knight gets back and Kid Flash heals up, that way we won't be down any members while Slade's out there. There's strength in numbers after all. Psy replies while looking around on the computer only for Raven to float down next to him, hands on her hips. Why are we calling in someone from out of town when we all know someone who can literally cut Slade into pieces who's here in Jump City? Raven asked flatly and Cyborg blinked for a moment before a look of realization crossed his features. Right, Naruto, he said and BB decided to add something to the equation. He has those powers of his and he's a killer ninja. BB offered and Donna clicked her tongue for a moment before adding something as well. He's proven he can match if not best, Nightwing in both armed and unarmed combat. She supplied thoughtfully and Kid Flash grinned for a moment. He's as fast as I am when he wants to be, KF noted while Starfire smiled and folded her hands together. And he truly wishes to protect friend Raven? Starfire noted with a smile, Cyborg rubbing his chin for a moment before nodding his head. Alright, I'll bite, but how exactly we gonna get NAR to agree to this, in case any of y'all have forgotten, even though he's obviously done so before now, he really doesn't like playing the hero. Psy reminds before his human eye takes a hint of realization before rubbing his chin thoughtfully and leaning back in his seat. Dude, NAR used to be a ninja, just hire him and he'd help? BB reminds and Cyborg rolls his human eye before giving the green-furred teen an annoyed look. Oh, and where the hell do you expect us to get the money to hire NAR? He's probably more expensive than all of Tartarus combined. Psy noted with a grumble and BB frowned in thought before they all stopped when someone cleared his throat. Looking to the door to ops, the Titans blinked when they saw the Flash himself leaning into the doorframe with a smirk. Hey, Titans. Just came by to tell Raven that Dr. Fate wants to talk to her. But what's all this about needing money? Flash questioned before zipping over to Bart and frowning when he saw him needing a crutch and cast over his knee. Damn, I see Deathstroke hasn't changed much, still an evil bastard. Flash noted and Raven raised a brow before her eyes suddenly flared. Wait, the JLU were aware of Slade the whole time? Raven demanded and saw Flash grimace before grinning nervously. Maybe, he replied and Cyborg crossed his arms over his chest. And y'all didn't do anything about him, why? Sai questioned in a strained tone and Flash rubbed the back of his neck. Ask Bats about that, though I think it has something to do with staying out of you guys' way or something like that. The Flash admitted and Sai mumbled something under his breath while the Flash heard a noise from his earbud. Yeah. He replies while placing a hand to his ear and BB looks over to Cyborg. Dude, why don't we have really small communicators like that? The green teen questions and gets an annoyed glare from Cyborg as his answer. Right, wait you're what? Flash questioned only to step back as 3 flashes of light appeared in the center of the room. Batman was one of them, followed by Dr. Fate, and finally, a man with dark red hair with a white streak in it, a brown jacket with a black sweater, brown slacks, black shoes, pale skin, and cold dark eyes. Yo, man. Doc Fate. Mr. Blood? Flash offers and gets a nod of acknowledgement from Dr. Fate before he walks over to Raven, the red-haired man crossing his arms behind his back as he follows. I finished analyzing that hair I found at the murder scene earlier, Flash. Batman says while walking over to the computer Sai was sitting at and gives him a look, Cyborg getting up quickly and allowing Batman to sit down. I found a match in the databanks. Batman continued before a picture of Ravager appeared on the Titan screen. The Ravager? Cyborg questions while scratching his head and Batman nods before crossing his arms. Also known as Deathstroke's daughter, she's an assassin who was trained by Deathstroke himself. After his death she took up his business. Now it looks like she's killing off members of the Order of Scath for Rings of Azar. Batman supplies while Raven's eyes widen before a scowl crosses her features. What would she or Slade need with several Rings of Azar? One is enough to ward off even my more dangerous attacks. Well, if they can somehow get it near me at least. Raven noted mostly to herself and Dr. Fate decided to answer for Batman. We're not sure, but for the moment we clearly need to be on high alert. Whatever it is that Deathstroke has planned, I somehow doubt it's in the interests of our enemy. Dr. Fate replies while deciding to omit Trigon's name for Raven's sake, and then looks over to said girl. Now then, Miss Raven, we should adjourn and speak of any new findings we might have made. Dr. Fate insists and the violet-haired girl slowly nods her head in agreement. Jason, you come as well. I wish to know what you found, and you are more well-versed in this particular area of the supernatural. Dr. Fate notes and Jason smirks slightly before turning stone serious as he, Dr. Fate, and Raven walk out of ops. Frowning while working on the computer, Batman then turns his head over to Cyborg with a thin frown. Now then, hiring anyone to take over for Nightwing will be unnecessary. The JLU was called in to investigate a murder case. We'll watch Jump City until the case is solved. The rest of you should rest, especially since Kid Flash is injured and Raven is Slade's primary target. Batman states and Cyborg looks like he wants to argue, only for the Flash to move over to his side, one arm over the titanium teen's shoulders. Trust me, Cy, you really don't want to argue with Bats. The Flash warns while Cyborg looks to the red-clothed speedster before reluctantly nodding his head. He was well aware of the few who did argue with Batman ending up looking like fools. Dude, if the JLU are going to be in charge, what are we going to do? BB questions of Cyborg and the Metal Man frown in thought while walking out of OPS. Blinking, BB follows after Cyborg walking behind the titanium teen silently waiting for his answer. Cyborg himself considers their options. Training was an option but Kid Flash was out of commission and couldn't join in to build teamwork. Man, I don't know, this whole thing is really starting to get crazy. Cy replies with a shrug of his shoulders, BB scratching his head as he follows behind his metal-plated friend. However, a second later an idea comes to BB's mind and he grins up at his titanium friend. So if we're not doing anything, can I go visit my girlfriend? BB asks with a raised brow in Cy's direction, the titanium teen giving his friend a look before smirking slightly. Alright man, why don't you just call her kitten for once? Cy questioned with an amused look on his face while BB gaped at Cy. What? I may not be Knight but I do have an IQ of 210 as well as a cybernetic brain, and besides all that. I read your journal. Cy explained with a smirk before shrugging while BB stared at him then blinked incredulously. Dude, you're not supposed to read my stuff and invade my privacy like that, Cy. BB exclaimed and Cyborg shrugged his shoulders. And you invading Raven's privacy to invade her room several times now is any different? How? Cyborg questioned of the green-furred teen flatly, BB blinking before giving a nervous grin. Oh right, but I've never read Ray's diary or anything. The green-furred teen reminds and Cyborg nods his head slowly. Only 'cause she doesn't have one. He replies with a frown and BB sputters while walking with his friend. Anyways B, besides all that I'm fine with you going out to see Kitten, I have no beef with her really, that's all Star and Knight, they really know how to hold a grudge. Cy said with a shake of his head before crossing his arms over his chest and giving a look to his green friend. So get going before I change my mind. Cyborg orders, causing BB to blink for a second before grinning widely and zipping off, and leaving Cyborg to shake his head with a smirk as he goes. Tartarus HQ. Danielle Phantom Fenton / Masters was not having a good day. First of all, her body's recent quirks had reached their zenith and she was starting to get a glimpse of her true ghostly self for the first time. Her hair is still white and her ponytail made of white fire. Her skin, however, is the same shade of gray as Raven, Jinx, or Ember the Rocker Ghost. Her eyes have dark rings around them with a black tear-like curl from her right eye. Her lips have turned a green color as if she was wearing lipstick, and finally eyes now glowed with a ghostly green light, however her pupils have turned red. I now officially hate my life. Danny decided, wearing a simple medical gown since all her clothes were too small for her larger frame. Another annoyance for her is that her body has started to act oddly. She would phase into intangibility, turn invisible, and even start changing shapes at random times. It was only thanks to Gizmo ghost-proofing the infirmary that she hadn't somehow destroyed herself. The worst part being that currently she has a hole in her chest like a hollow from that weird Bleach anime she watched with Kid WYKKYD once. And how exactly do you hate your life now any more than when you hated it the other day? Gizmo demanded of the girl while poking a stick through the hole in the middle of her torso with a smirk, Danny scowling as he did so. Stop that half pint. It's not fucking funny. The ghostling girl exclaimed furiously, her hair rising slightly and Gizmo throwing the stick away and whistling to himself innocently. Man, could you please stop antagonizing her? It's hard enough to study her biology without her being pissed off. Seymour says with a shake of his head, Gizmo smirking while Danny twitched lightly before turning her head a full 360 degrees to glare at the now gaping Cyclops. Don't talk about me like I'm some kind of damn lab rat, One Eye. The girl shouted while at the side, Dwella snickered into one hand, even while videotaping the event, mostly because some people wanted to see the equivalent to ghost puberty and were willing to pay top dollar for it, but also because she just loved to do random ass things like this. Sorry Danny, but it's kind of hard not to with you being another species and all. Seymour reminds and Danny gives the boy a glare, a low rumbling growl reverberating from deep in her throat. Seymour, shut your trap before she decides to possess you and make you think you're a pretty schoolgirl. Gizmo warns and the Cyclops gulps upon seeing a sinister-looking smirk cross Danny's features. Why did Giz have to give her that idea? Seymour wondered to himself while Danny then looked around and a frown crossed her features. Where's Sensei? She asked Gizmo and the tiny terror frowned while crossing his arms over his chest. Same place he's been since he fought with Slade. Gizmo replies and Danny frowns to herself while drumming her fingers on the bed. You mean in his room staring at that S-shaped symbol? Danny questions with a raised brow and Gizmo nods his head silently. Geez, I never thought I'd see the day Sensei would take something so seriously. Danny admits with a worried look crossing her features as she looks back to Gizmo. His girlfriend is involved, what do you expect? Gizmo reminds and Danny nods her head, knowing that when Raven was in trouble, her sensei would usually go a little nuts. Said boy is currently sitting in his room and typing on his computer, searching for the S-shaped symbol on the net. Karachan said it's called the Mark of Scath. It's got to have some kind of meaning to it. The blonde thinks to himself while checking several links, only to scowl when none of them tell him anything he didn't already know. Oi, what I need is Karachan's books, and she's got to know more than she's telling. The blonde thinks to himself while crossing his arms over his chest, then looked to the side as someone knocked on his door. Come on in. He allows while glaring to his side, narrowing his eyes onto the S-shaped symbol dangerously. As he does, Jinx enters into his room, poking her head in first before walking inside and staring at him silently. Temp, you do realize that staring at that isn't going to help, right? Jinx questions while walking over to her friend and Naruto silently nods his head, a frown across his features. Then why are you glaring at it like that? The Rosette questions while scratching her head with a confused look on her face. Because I really don't like it. Not only did that Slade freak become immortal after getting it burned onto his forehead, but Karachan got a series of fucking runes practically seared onto her body with it also on her forehead. The blonde replies with a deep scowl across his face and Jinx sighs before rubbing her temples, and then sits down on his bed. It's known as the Mark of Scath. It's used by the Order of Scath as their symbol. Jinx states and Naruto blinked before turning to look at her with a raised brow. Cult 101 at the Hive. She states with a smirk and Naruto shakes his head for a moment before crossing his arms. Got anything else on them? Naruto questions and Jinx nods her head and sighs. The Order of Scath is also known as the Church of Blood, to which our old headmaster Brother Blood was the leader. However, since he's in prison in Steel City he's been unable to do anything with them. The Order worships a demonic entity known as Scath, whose true name is Trigon the Terrible, an extra-dimensional demon who's known for his cruelty and power. The girl replied while a deep scowl crossed Naruto's features as several things finally started to make sense. So this has to do with Kara-chan's old man, and thereby the prophecy of her birth. Naruto mused to himself while leaning back in his seat, Jinx blinking in confusion at that last tidbit of information. Prophecy. Jinx questions of Naruto and he frowns while remaining silent. Sighing as she realizes that Naruto won't be telling her anything, Jinx then leaned into one fist while staring at the blonde. So, what now? Jinx asks and Naruto crosses his arms, closes his eyes, and leans back in his seat for a moment. Danny's still sick so I can't train her in using the Samurai Saber techniques I learned. Giz is probably working on yet another new version of my suit. Kid WYKKYD went to visit his cousin Cheryl Heather Mason in Silent Hill for some reason. The blonde inwardly mused while wondering why Kid had to visit his cousin. The only thing he knew was that Kid got a letter about his uncle dying and he'd left before even asking if he could. Not that it matters, Kid does deserve a vacation, he's the only guy on this team I can count on in stealth, though I gotta admit he is a little weird. The blonde mused to himself while drumming his fingers on his left bicep. Dwella is out of her mind and I really don't want to spend too much time with her. Blackfire is out and about right now, I've really got to wonder where she goes when she's not here at HQ, meh, so long as she isn't getting arrested it doesn't matter. Seymour is too fascinated by Danny to do anything. Private is too military to relax. Billy is, well, he's Billy. And Mammoth is out gorging himself again, man we need work, everyone is becoming way too lax. The blonde couldn't help but think to himself while tapping one foot on the ground. I wonder what Kara-chan is up to. But I do really need to spend more time with my team, then again most of them are off doing their own things. I guess I could do something with Jinx. Let's see, what to do. The blonde continued to think to himself while Jinx watched him from his bed with a bored look on her face. No movies I want to see, no reason to go out to eat, nothing to steal, training? Maybe, but what kind of training could we do? Wait. Survival training maybe? Yeah, and Kara-chan needs some as well, besides that she did seem to like the forest the other day. Naruto thought to himself as a smirk slowly crossed over his face. Hey Jinx, did they teach you wilderness survival in the hive? Naruto questions with a raised brow and gets a look from Jinx as his response. In the year you were there, did you ever see a class like that? She asked him flatly and Naruto shrugged his shoulders as his response. Exactly. Neither the headmistress nor Brother Blood saw any reason to give us a course that is taught by most scouts. Jinx explains and Naruto raised a brow before rolling his eyes with a smirk across his lips. Why'd you want to know, Temp? Jinx then questioned and Naruto grinned towards her for a moment. How would you like to go with me, and possibly Kara-chan, into the forest for a little survival training then? Naruto questioned of the rosette and Jinx mentally grimaced while considering her options. On one hand, she really did want to spend more time with Naruto, especially since they barely did anymore. But on the other, she didn't like the idea of hanging around the couple in the middle of the forest. However, she and Raven had called a truce, of sorts, so maybe they could be in one another's presence for that time without being at one another's throats. Besides, Naruto would be too close for either of them to attack the other without looking foolish. Alright, I'll be civil, but you still have to convince Raven it's a good idea to spend a few days in the woods alone with you and me. Jinx reminds with a frown on her face and Naruto nodded his head while stretching his arms out. Yeah I know, but that shouldn't take too long. The blonde replies while getting up and then made his way to his door. By the way Jinx, you really should stop sitting on my bed, and why are you wearing black again today? Naruto questioned with an amused look on his face as he ducked out of the room, leaving Jinx to blink before growling as she saw his mirror was still in the same spot it had been the last time he'd done that. Why the hell does he even have that there anyways? The rosette demanded loudly before falling back on the bed with her arms crossed and a scowl on her face. Sighing, deciding to pack up for the trip, Jinx then got up and glared at the mirror for a moment. If I wasn't sure that my powers would go nuts for 7 years, I'd so smash you. She told the mirror before walking out of the room and making her way to her own to pack up. Titan's Tower. Raven sits in a dark conference room that had seen very little use over the years, mainly because of the fact none of the other Titans were really all that official and even inductions came at a sedate pace. We really need to figure out some better use for most of the rooms in the tower, half of them just collect dust. The violet-eyed girl thought to herself while shifting uncomfortably in her seat. Across from her is Dr. Fate, nearby and with his eyes closed and fingers laced together is Jason Blood. Please Raven, try and calm down, this isn't an interrogation. Dr. Fate reminds and the girl glances over towards Jason Blood for a moment before shifting uncomfortably once more. While not well known, Jason was an expert in demons, their magic, rituals, and all other things dealing with them. In fact, much like Naruto himself, Jason even has a demon sealed inside of himself. However, this was done by Merlin himself. It was a punishment from the wizard onto the man, back when Jason betrayed the kingdom of Camelot to Morgan Le Fay. I believe she is slightly uncomfortable because of my presence, not because of fear. Jason suddenly states while opening a sharp dark eye and gazing over to the violet-eyed girl, causing her to shiver once more. Upon seeing this, Dr. Fate mentally sighed. He knew Jason was intimidating, but he'd never thought Raven of all people would be affected by the man. Then again, he was as stoic as Batman himself, and Raven seemed to be coming out of her shell thanks to her boyfriend. Ah, I see, but do not fret, Raven. Jason is only here because he is the only one I felt could help us with this situation. Dr. Fate tries to placate, but Raven still looks to the scarlet-haired man uncomfortably. Perhaps it's more Etrigan she's uncomfortable with and not Jason himself. Dr. Fate wondered to himself before shaking his head slightly and crossing his arms. Jason, what have you discovered? Dr. Fate then questions of the scarlet-haired man, and he exhales a breath with a deep frown on his face. The seals and runes Batman and Flash located in the basement of the first member of the Order of Scath were indeed necromantic runes. However, rather than resurrecting them, the runes would transfer the life force of the deceased members to an as of yet unknown location. As such, it is possible any suicides in the area are also members of the Order. Jason replies, and Raven blinks before frowning for a moment and thinking over her own exceptional knowledge of magic. If these runes transfer life force, then the only purpose they serve is to help open the portal to Trigon's realm. They're primarily dark souls, and the gem of evil would be all that would be needed to open the door and allow him entry into our world. Raven muses aloud, and a frown crosses Jason's features. That is most troubling news. This warrants further investigation, I'm afraid. Dr. Fate muses aloud while Jason nods his head silently, then looks over to Raven for a moment. I hear you have a collection of books on demonic runes and ritualistic magic, correct, from your home world of Azarath, correct? Jason asks flatly, and Raven blinks for a moment before slowly nodding her head. Good, I would like to see them if it is not too much trouble. Jason requests of the girl, and Raven nods her head slowly, giving her accent to the scarlet-haired man. Excellent. That should be all I'll need. The JLU have requested that I remain in Jump City for the time being and continue my research. Jason then states, and Raven looks over to Dr. Fate for an explanation. Myself and several members of the League felt that only Jason could do this without a bias. As you well know, Zatanna and others in the League believe we should outright destroy you to prevent the apocalypse from coming to pass. Dr. Fate reminds, and Raven visibly grimaces before rubbing her arms. Zoriel actually offered to help protect you, however, something of a surprise considering his heritage. Jason suddenly offered and saw Raven flinch. The idea of being remotely close to an actual angel from heaven, given her demonic heritage, not really helping calm her down. I don't think that would be such a good idea. If my anger got out of control around him, I'd most likely attack to kill without question. Raven replied, and Dr. Fate nodded his head in agreement. The disputes between heaven and hell were the things of legends after all. Very well, but for the moment I feel you need to rest. The JLU shall be taking charge of Jump City until further notice. Your JCPD called us when several murders took place in town after they felt it best to have people more experienced with psychotic and murderous villains. No offense meant to you and the Titans, of course, Dr. Fate said while trying not to sound too arrogant, and Raven merely shrugged her shoulders. I don't have a problem with you or the JLU being in town. Nightwing is the one who has an inferiority complex, at least when he's around Batman. The girl replies, and Dr. Fate allows an amused chuckle to echo out, Jason merely smirking, as everyone was well aware of Nightwing and his problems with the Dark Knight. Indeed, and it seems your boyfriend is here and entertaining the Flash with a race downstairs. Dr. Fate starts then finishes while placing a hand to the side of his helmeted head, Raven groaning lightly before looking over to Jason. Go and see what he wants. You can show me to your books afterwards. Jason states while waving her away, Raven nodding even as she forms a shadow, then reaches up and pulls her away, leaving Jason alone with Dr. Fate. So then, what do you make of her, Jason? Dr. Fate then questions of his current partner while standing up, and the stoic man sighs softly. Bit quiet, has great wisdom even for one so young, seems to have a problem making friends or expressing herself for obvious reasons, and needs to learn a few things about controlling her demonic heritage. He notes with a slight frown, and Dr. Fate nods his head in agreement with the scarlet-haired man. But, at least more level-headed than most half-demons I know. Jason then finishes, and Dr. Fate chuckles to himself as he leaves the room to make his way to OPS. Below. Naruto really had to wonder how he got into this situation. He'd come to Titan's Tower to talk to Raven, only for the Flash to meet him at the door. He'd said something about Raven talking to Dr. Fate and a guy called Jason Blood and then asked how fast he was. After that was kind of a blur, and then he suddenly finds himself racing the Flash around Titan's tower. Come on, you gotta keep up, Blondie. The older man dressed primarily in red and yellow cried while Naruto slid to a halt. Oi, and I thought I was fast, this guy is running circles around me. The blonde muses to himself, not acknowledging the smirk across his face as he narrows his eyes on the Flash. Pushing chakra down into his legs, Naruto then launched himself forward and directly at the Flash. Said red-clothed man quickly dodging to the side, but Naruto twisted around and slapped a hand to his back. As he does, Naruto channels his chakra to his hand, pressing it down into the cloth that the Flash is wearing and staining it in the shape of a seal. Heh, now the fun really begins. The blonde thinks to himself while the Flash zips away once more. Smirking lightly, the blonde then uses his Ancient Jutsu and vanishes in a yellow flash, appearing behind the Flash and bringing his foot down on top of him from behind. However, the Flash then zipped off with a grin, running across the water of the lake only for Naruto to appear before him and kick him in the face. Skidding back, the Flash flips back to his feet with a surprised look before narrowing his eyes as Naruto lands on the water, a smirk on his face as he stands on top of it. Man, the ninja from your world learn some really wild things, don't they? The Flash questions, Naruto shrugging his shoulders with a smirk as he does so. What can I say, we've had several hundred years to figure out how to do even the most wild of things with chakra. Naruto replies and the Flash nods his head, only for both to turn when Raven materializes with a frown on her face. Mind telling me what you're doing here, Naruto? Raven questions flatly and the said blonde grins nervously while rubbing the back of his neck. Sorry Kara-chan, but Red here wanted to see how fast I am. Naruto says while motioning to the Flash, said hero blinking before shrugging his shoulders. Yeah, and I've got to admit he's got some good speed on him, not quite in my league, but still. The Flash muses aloud and gets a look from Naruto, only for the blonde to turn back to Raven when she clears her throat. So exactly what are you doing here anyways, Naruto? Raven questions of the blonde flatly while floating out over the water to him, Naruto blinking for a moment before snapping his fingers. Right. I came to ask if you wanted to come with me and a friend out on a trip to the forest for some light survival training. Naruto replies and Raven raises a brow before frowning for a moment. There was only two people Naruto would bring with him other than her. First was of course his current apprentice Danny, and the other was Jinx, his best friend. Please tell me you're talking about Danny. Raven asked the blonde-haired teen and Naruto shook his head. Ugh, do we have to bring her? Raven asked while meaning Jinx since they couldn't name her in front of a hero like the Flash. I kind of need to spend more time with my friends too, Kara-chan, but with Danny sick and being watched by several of them, Kid off to visit his cousin, and well, you know how the others are. Naruto replies and Raven nods her head in agreement, well aware of how Billy, Private, Dwella, and even Blackfire were. But do I really want to go out into a forest with Naruto for survival training? Especially with Jinx around. Raven wondered to herself while crossing her arms over her chest and frowning lightly. Truthfully, her and Jinx did have a truce of sorts running, but having a truce to not antagonize one another and actively liking one another were two different things. Sure, she could sympathize with Jinx in her lack of control over her powers and even causing mass damage and even death if she lost control. But, that didn't mean that she wanted to spend any long periods of time with the Rosette. On the other hand, however, she really didn't want Jinx spending extended periods of time alone with Naruto. While she knew Naruto would cut off an arm before cheating on her, having felt those pains himself, she couldn't help the feeling of jealousy she got, and wondered why nothing ever blew up when she felt jealous. Oh wait, she usually attacked whatever made her jealous. Shaking off that thought, Raven thought over her options before letting out a soft sigh. Fine, how long till we leave? Raven asks flatly and Naruto takes a moment to consider that. I'll come by and get you in 20 minutes. How's that? The blonde-haired teen asks and Raven nods her assent, the blonde grinning as she does. Cool, and before I forget, pack light, and I'll see you then, Kara-chan. The blonde then states with a smile while performing a shunshin and vanishing in a swirl of wind, literally creating a miniature tornado that vanished as soon as he was gone. That was new? Raven noted while the Flash wondered how the ninja from Naruto's world could do all those neat tricks. Especially running on water without having to be as fast as me, that would be really useful. The man couldn't help but think to himself while remembering a few times he'd accidentally fallen underwater and had some minor trouble getting back to his feet from sinking too fast. Tartarus HQ. Danny sighed while walking around the HQ. While not exactly better, she was more than well enough to where she didn't have to stay in bed all day. That, and bedsores really hurt. Rubbing her sore neck, Danny wandered around, then looked to her chest and sighed happily. Thank you, Kami-sama, for that stupid hole being gone. The girl thought to herself before stopping and blinked. Kami-sama? Where did that come from? She wondered before rubbing her temples and inwardly thinking she spends way too much time around her sensei to be healthy. At least it's better than acting like Dwella. She admitted to herself, while her partner in crime and her got along, it was clearly a relationship similar to that of Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn in that Danny could stand and work with Dwella and is even her friend at times, only she got on her nerves very, very easily. Stopping at a bathroom, Danny then walked inside and checked her features, breathing a relieved sigh to see her pupils had changed back to being black, rather than the menacing blood red they had been before. Well, at least I don't have pointed ears like my dad. Danny inwardly grumbled while referring to Vlad Masters/Plasmius rather than Danny Fenton/Phantom for once. Spotting the black tear-shaped mark from her right eye did however cause her brow to raise as she traced a finger along its length. Weird, it's just like one of Ember's marks. Danny noted to herself, referring to one of her many ghostly friends in the ghost zone as unlike her bio dad Danny, she didn't shove every ghost she saw into a cramped little thermos. Now what did she say those meant again? Come on, I know it was important. Oh right. Ember said a ghost with tear-shaped marks usually experienced something so bad that it stained them in that shape. Ember's birth as a ghost is what caused her markings to appear, so maybe something about mine did as well. Danny thought in recollection before shaking her head and turning around, crossing her arms over her now noticeably expanded bust. I'm a teenager, that comes with it and I'm really not complaining. The girl muses to herself, glad for one thing that since her biology was mostly ghostly in nature, she didn't have the problem of a menstrual cycle. That tidbit had garnered her more than a little animosity from some of the other girls in Tartarus, but it wasn't her fault she was 2/3 ghost now, was it? The only drawback she saw was that she did have to deal with the whole rapid aging thing once every so often, like what was currently happening to her, which in and of itself was really not fun. Well, take the good with the bad. Danny mused before stopping outside of Gizmo's workshop and then turned her head to look inside. Inside she saw Gizmo writing something on a notepad while working on something near the back of the room. What the hell is that? The ghostling girl wondered before turning invisible and intangible and moving through the wall and into the room to see what was going on. However, she almost wished she hadn't when she saw the almost disturbing machine Gizmo was now working on. It was pure ivory white in color and clearly hollowed out like a helmet, with two soulless black eyes with a black X over both of the eyes that formed under them like tear marks. Its head was designed like a skull with sharp jagged teeth. It had a long series of spinal plates falling from the base of its skull while two strange gauntlet-like apparatus were hanging beside the strange head, the gauntlets topped off with more of the spinal plates which were all connected to a series of wires, which lead over to a computer terminal at the side. Alright now, let's see inferred on. Gizmo suddenly exclaimed while at the computer and pressed a button, the eyes of the helmet flaring to life to turn a blood red in color, the X over the eyes turning a slightly darker scarlet color while the edges of the teeth also gave an insidious glow that silhouetted the white skull's teeth. Shivering despite herself, Danny continued to watch as Gizmo then took hold of a joystick and started to move it around, her eyes widening as the skull started to move around. Yeah, good mobility, but still needs a few tweaks, response time is also a little laggy. Gizmo noted to himself while jotting something down on his notepad and then checked the screen at his side which was showing him an inferred version of the room. Yeah, that looks good. Now for the next setting? Gizmo mused while turning the inferred of the mask's vision settings off and turned on night vision, the eyes turning a ghostly neon green color as he did so. The change is still too lagging, need to figure out a way to speed it up. Gizmo noted to himself with a frown while jotting something down at his side and then checked the screen. Otherwise, night vision is more than ready to go. The tiny terror exclaims while Danny slowly floats upwards on the off chance Gizmo might activate an ultraviolet setting, which would be able to see her. Alright, next up, ultraviolet setting. Gizmo says with a nod of his head and Danny inwardly thanks herself for moving when she had the chance and looking down as the tiny terror made a few more notes. Alright, vision settings are good. Now for the other systems. Gizmo says while pressing a few switches and Danny's eyes widened as the skull suddenly moved its jaws. Kami-sama. She thought to herself with wide eyes as a low synthetic moan/groan sound echoed out of the skull's open jaws. That is the single most disturbing thing I have ever seen/heard. The girl thought to herself while staring at the skull as its jaw rose up and down, a metallic grate of some kind on the inside of the sharp teeth. Yeah, sounds okay, but now for a better test. Gizmo says to himself while walking over to the helmet and reached into it from the hollowed-out portion on the underside of it. Feeling around he then pulled a small microphone out and held it towards his lips with a grin. My name is RedX The tiny terror says into the mic, causing a deep synthetic voice to come out of the skull with its jaws moving as well, masking Gizmo's voice with its own and causing a shiver to run the length of Danny's spine. Damn, and I thought the moan/groan it made was creepy? Danny thought to herself while Gizmo replaced the mic into the strange skull-like helm. Yeah, sounds good, now let's check out the rebreather. He says to himself while prying open the jaws of the helm and started checking the strange grate-like device on the inside of it. Okay, I've seen enough, I am so out of here. The ghostling girl thinks to herself while flying out of Gizmo's workshop/lab and shivers for a moment when she's out of earshot of the tiny terror. If that is the incomplete version of Sensei's new suit, I really don't want to know what it'll look like when it's finally finished. It's creepy to me and I'm 2/3 ghost. The ghostling girl grumbles to herself only to yelp loudly as her powers killed themselves, causing her to fall to the ground flat on her face. Twitching for a moment, the ghostling girl then looked up with her eyes narrowed and burning a bright crimson red. I hate ECTO puberty. She shouts loudly while growling low in her throat, Naruto passing her while whistling to himself as she does. Ignoring his student's plight, mostly because Gizmo had told her not to wander off, and heading back to his room, Naruto saw Jinx with a backpack sitting beside his door. So, what's the word, temp? Jinx questions with a raised brow, her head resting against her open palms as she stared up at him dully for a moment. Karachan agreed, so I'm getting my stuff ready then going to get her in about a little bit, so get ready. We'll meet back up out front and then head to the forest on the outskirts of town. Naruto replies while walking into his room, Jinx nodding her head with a sigh while also wondering what survival training with someone like Naruto was going to be like. Jump City. Beast Boy and Kitten were walking through the park near the center of town while BB explained what was happening in the tower. Yeah, so now we have Batman, The Flash, Dr. Fate, and Jason Blood. I kind of wish Superman were around just so I could meet him, or maybe even Vixen since we have similar abilities. BB continued while walking beside of Kitten, the blonde-haired girl raising a brow at that last tidbit. Should I start to feel jealous of Vixen, Beastie? Kitten asked the green-furred teen with a raised brow and BB nearly yelped in alarm. And no. Of course not. It's just she can use all the powers of animals like I can, only without shape-shifting as well. BB says quickly with wide eyes, Kitten snickering into one hand as he does so. She was somewhat aware that her father threatened him not to break her heart, but honestly, didn't all fathers make that threat? But then again, with Killer Moth, a villain from Gotham no less, that was more than just a threat. Chill Beastie, I was only kidding, Kitten finally said, allowing the green-furred teen to relax and exhale a quick breath. Dude, please don't scare me like that. I think I almost had a heart attack. BB mumbles under his breath while Kitten rolls her eyes for a moment, then decides it's about time to change the subject back to what she had originally been listening to. So anyways, the JLU are coming in and stealing you guys' work from you all or what? She asked him curiously, half to tease him about not working, and half to find out if it was true so she could hold off on any excursions as Pink X. While she'd kept a lower profile than the usual villains, she had continued her escapades as the masked thief. Nah, they're just keeping an eye on the place till Night gets back. I think. But then they also have a case in town with some recent murders or something. BB replies with a wave of his hand, believing she was asking so she could tell her father to keep a lower than normal profile. Hey, it's not like Killer Moth did anything truly villainous recently, in fact, he hadn't heard from him since the plant invasion. Oh yeah, and like I said before, Batman's in town, BB added as an afterthought, causing Kitten to grimace for a moment. Yikes, now he's definitely someone from Gotham I never wanted to see again. Though the last time I saw him I was still just a little girl. Kitten said aloud and BB blinked before his head snapped over to Kitten. Dude, you actually met Batman? Like, why didn't you ever tell me about that before? BB questioned and Kitten rubbed her temples for a moment as she remembered how they had met back when she was still little. Shaking her head, Kitten walked over to the side and sat down on a bench, Beast Boy following closely behind her and looking to her expectantly. It's more of a sort of I met him, it was back when Daddy first escaped from Gotham? Kitten admits and sees the eager look that's formed on Beast Boy's face. Well, he did tell me his origin so I guess it's only fair. Kitten mused to herself before taking a breath and leaning back on the bench. I've told you how my mom abandoned me, right? Kitten questioned and BB slowly nodded his head with a grimace. Well, I was like, well, I think I was about 5 years old at the time. Dad was in Arkham after the accident that turned him into a Mothman, and I started to develop my clearly inhuman traits around that time. Kitten began while letting out a sigh and crossed her arms over her chest. Mom didn't even leave a name for me when she dropped me off, so they called me Kitten, a name I liked, and the orphanage decided to let my surname be that of whomever adopted me. Kitten continued and BB had to wonder how her mother could have been such a royal bitch. So anyways, Mom sends Dad a letter about what she did and he goes ballistic. Apparently Dad never knew he had any kids, and really didn't like that I was in an orphanage in Gotham of all places. Kitten starts to explain to the green-furred teen only for BB to stop her where she was. Whoa, wait, your parents weren't married? BB questions of the blonde-haired girl with a shocked expression and Kitten snorts. Obviously Beastie isn't aware that not every family is like they are on TV. Kitten muses to herself for a moment before shaking her head and answering the green-furred teen. My dad married? Not likely even before the Mothman thing, Beastie. Kitten explained with a frown, having long forgotten the woman, but knew her type fairly well. Anyways, Daddy literally tore his way out of Arkham? I think he even stuck some random and unlucky guard to the roof and left him to die. Kitten started only to trail off, BB looking at her, clearly more green than usual. Anyways he then tore his way through Gotham, hitting every orphanage he could find in search for me. Kitten continued when BB interrupted her once more. Dude, how'd he know which kid was going to be his? BB questioned and Kitten rolled her eyes and gave him a look. Beastie, Mom told him quite clearly I wasn't normal, and in Dad's eyes, that meant I had to physically look strange. He also asked about Mom, and when a man who can bite clean through metal, bend steel with his bare hands, and stick you to a roof to die, asks you something, you're going to answer him. Thus, finding someone like me back then was easy. This was before the metahuman problem started. I think I was actually one of the earliest metahuman. Kitten admits and Beast Boy makes an O with his mouth before motioning for her to continue her story. Alright, so Daddy tore across Gotham looking for me, and of course, Batman got involved. Kitten continued before placing her elbows on her knees and propping her head on her hands. Daddy had to dodge the bat while looking for me. He used his friends in Gotham's underworld to hide, but never said he was looking for his daughter. Daddy was paranoid some of them would try to kidnap me or something like that, anyways. Daddy eventually found the right orphanage and found me, and then took me out of the orphanage. Kitten continued as an amused smile crossed her lips as she remembered that day, week actually, quite clearly. Yeah, after that, I somehow convinced Daddy I wanted this and that. So, Daddy took me all over town to give me whatever I wanted. I think he was trying to compensate for never being there for me, anyways, as he's taking me everywhere. Batman is still chasing us all over Gotham. And so Daddy decides he'll need to call some help to escape, thus called on Ol' Skullface to help us escape. Kitten said with a grin and BB blinked for a moment before giving Kitten a strange look. Skullface? Isn't that what Harley calls RedX? BB questions and Kitten blinks and then mentally sighs to herself. Not X, Beastie, it was a mercenary called the Phantasm. I called him Skullface because he wore an eerie skull mask with a hood and cloak, kind of like a Grim Reaper. Kitten explained and BB made an O with his mouth while Kitten inwardly snickered. Anyways, Skullface helped us get to the outskirts of town to escape when Batman shows up again. Daddy bolted with me while the Phantasm held Batman off for us to get away. So I never met Batman, I did see him a lot though. Kitten finished while looking over to Beast Boy, said teen blinking for a moment before frowning. So why didn't he ever come looking for you guys? I mean, he's chased the Joker, Poison Ivy, and a lot of his other villains all over the planet, so why not come looking for your dad? BB wondered aloud while rubbing his chin in thought and Kitten shrugged her shoulders. Who knows what Batman thinks? I wonder if even Nightwing knows what's going on in his head. Kitten says with a look and BB nods his head in agreement, wondering if anyone did know what went on in Batman's head. Quickly deciding that didn't matter, BB then crossed his arms behind his head and gave his girlfriend a look. So what do you want to do now? BB asks and Kitten considers their options since the JLU were taking over on the hero front. Beastie, we've got all the time in the world with the JLU doing your job for you guys. Let's just walk around and find something to do while we still can. Kitten says while grabbing Beast Boy's wrist and then drags him behind her as she makes her way out of the park with the green teen. Titan's Tower. Raven sighs while putting a few things into a backpack, much like Nightwing had earlier in the day. It wasn't that she didn't have more, it was more because Naruto said to pack light. Also, she could just use her powers to materialize nearly anything she needed later anyways. Looking to a clock to the side, she then slung one of the straps over her shoulder before frowning as she looked down at herself. Should I change my clothes? She wondered mostly to herself, then remembered she still hadn't gone shopping for anything besides that one outfit Starfire got for her. Note to self, go shopping sometime soon. She noted inwardly with a slight blush before sighing as she walked out of the room. Jason Blood was back in the seldom-used conference room, having basically turned it into his research area as he sifted through a plethora of books and tomes to find the answers to whatever was going on in Jump City lately. Walking down the hall, Raven twitched as Cyborg came from behind and walked beside of her. Going somewhere, Ray? He asked her curiously, and Raven gave the titanium teen a slight look as he walked beside her. Me and Naruto are going on the equivalent of a camping trip, though he calls it survival exercises, so I'm guessing it's more like training to survive in the wild with how he can be. Raven replies with a shrug, Cyborg blinking for a moment before giving her a look. Ray, are you sure you should be going out with Slade out and about? Cyborg questioned of the younger girl, and Raven mentally frowned before giving him an annoyed look. Naruto can clearly defend himself, and if need be, I'm sure he can hold off Slade long enough for me to call the rest of you. Raven replies, and Cyborg blinks, only inwardly agreeing with her as he's seen what a pissed-off Naruto could do. And, if his hunch was correct, he was certain Naruto had more tricks up his sleeves than anyone was actually aware. Come on, Ray. BB going out with his girl is one thing, but you're gonna be gone for who knows how long. What if we need to protect the city? I can't do it with just Kid Flash, Wonder Girl, Starfire, Beast Boy, and myself. Yeah, I could try, but you're one of the best members on the team. Cyborg exclaims while following behind Raven, who has a backpack on under her cloak and an annoyed look on her face. And the JLU basically said to leave the hero work to them, thus that doesn't matter. Raven reminds, having already shown Jason blood to her room, and by proxy her books, so he could continue his research. The man was clearly very well versed in magic, for obvious reasons, as he'd only found a few books in her collection that he didn't already have. I'm really going to have to ask about seeing his. I might find a few interesting ones. Raven muses to herself inwardly while continuing to walk through the halls of the tower and towards the elevator. Yeah, but... Sai tries to say, only for Raven to give him an annoyed look. But nothing. I'm going out, Naruto will be with me so I'll be safe, and while I hate to admit it, I could really do with some more exercise. The violet-haired girl replies while continuing on her trek, looking down at herself with a frown as she went, and also leaving Cyborg standing alone in the hallway. Sighing as soon as he sees Raven enter the elevator, Cyborg then rubs his face with one hand while turning around to head back to OPS. BB has a girl, Ray has NAR, why is it that everyone in the tower is suddenly getting into a relationship? Sai wondered to himself while entering into OPS, stopping when he sees the Flash and Dr. Fate standing to either side of Batman as he looks at a picture of the Ravager. Sitting on the sofa is Kid Flash, Donna, and Starfire, all three wondering what the older heroes had figured out. Sighing mentally, Cyborg walks to the side and sits on a smaller sofa to the side of the room and looks over to the older heroes as they work. So it's really her then. The Flash muses and Batman nods his head silently. The international assassin and spy, Deathstroke's daughter aka Rose Wilson, aka the Ravager. Powers include enhances strength, speed, agility, and intelligence. She's our prime suspect and most likely the culprit since the silver hair I found on the scene matches her own. I'll know for sure once I get a DNA match done on it. Batman replies with a dark frown across his face, the picture showing Ravager with her swords drawn into a wide double-bladed stance. Whoa, you guys know her real name? Cyborg demands incredulously, and Batman silently nods his head while not turning around. As well as her father's real name. He's Slade Wilson, aka Deathstroke the Terminator, a super assassin with a military background and the ability to regenerate from even fatal wounds as well as enhanced strength, speed, agility, and intelligence. Batman replies as if it were the simplest thing in the world, and Sai palms his face for a moment. And to think of all the nights Rob sat staring at a picture or mask of Slade wondering who he really was, and they already know. The titanium teen thinks to himself while Kid Flash looks from the picture to the older heroes. Are you sure it's Rose? I mean, she really isn't all that bad. He tries to say, getting looks from his friends in the Titans, while the Flash pinches the bridge of his nose for a moment. I know you're her friend Bart, but this isn't the time for that kind of thinking. She's a trained assassin, and notably insane. Not only that, but B-Man here says she used 2 rings of Azar to catch Raven once, and the only people who've been murdered thus far had rings of Azar. Thus, if anyone knew where these other guys were, it'd be her. The Flash reminds, and Kid Flash mumbles something under his breath. She only got that way 'cause of her dad. It was Donna who heard the mumble, and she wisely chose not to mention it to the older heroes, as her friend seemed to be having enough of a bad day as it was. Besides that, she's attacked your team a great number of times already. Dr. Fate reminds the red-haired boy simply, and Starfire nods her head. Yes. Our first encounter with her was when she sent the Slade robot to attack us during Friend Raven's date. It is unknown what else she had a hand in, however I believe she may have also influenced my sister's attack on the city afterwards. And she was also the one who did the hiring of the ninja to kidnap Friend Raven, which led to our ultimately capturing of them. Starfire replies, the Flash wondering if she came with subtitles while Dr. Fate nodded his head. Exactly. Even if she is an old friend of yours Bart, she's also a villain and a dangerous one at that. We cannot allow ourselves to be swayed by our personal feelings when the lives and safety of others is at stake. Dr. Fate reminds and Kid Flash mumbles something to himself while Batman reaches to the side and takes a disk from the Titan's computer and slips it into his utility belt. I think I have everything we'll need, Batman states simply while standing up before he, the Flash, and Dr. Fate walking around to stand behind the Titan sofa. Further monitoring of the city will be done from the watchtower. Jason Blood will remain with you to conduct more on the scene research and for Raven's own safety as she is Deathstroke's primary target. So until further notice, the Teen Titans are to stand down and take this time to train and rest, Batman adds while standing beside of Dr. Fate and the Flash behind the Titan sofa. Reaching a hand up, Batman then touches the side of his ear and waits for a small noise. Watchtower, this is Batman, 3 to beam up. The Dark Knight states before the 3 older heroes vanish in a shimmer of light, thus leaving the remaining 3 Titans alone in the common room. So, what now? Kid Flash questions of Cyborg, and the Half-Machine Man rubbed his face for a moment before leaning his forehead into his hands. I honestly don't know, man. The JLU is getting involved, Ray went out with NAR, BB's out with his girl, and now we have all the free time in the world. Cyborg replies and then leans back in his seat while Donna stands up and brushes off her arms. Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm training for the next time I meet that Deathstroke person, Donna states simply and makes her way out of OPS and deeper into the tower, leaving Kid Flash, Star, and Cyborg alone. I believe I shall do the cooking. Would either of you wish to do the taste of testing, friends? Starfire questions of the boys, and Kid Flash's eyes widen before he quickly tries to think of an excuse not to eat her cooking. Sorry Star, I'm gonna have to pass on that. I've got exercise to do. Yeah, can't let myself grow too weak while I'm healing up, the red-haired speedster states while grabbing his crutches and slowly waddles his way out of the room, giving Cy the perfect excuse to escape as well. Yeah, and Kid Flash is going to need someone to help him around the tower, Cyborg says while lunging back to his feet and hurries to help Kid Flash, leaving Starfire alone to frown to herself, crossing her arms over her chest as she does. If they do not wish to have some of my cooking, they need only say so. I would not force them, Starfire says to herself before remembering the one time she shoved some of her food down Beast Boy's throat. Perhaps I was a bit too forceful in the past, as well as too eager. Starfire mused to herself with a slight grimace before sighing and floating over to the kitchen, at least hoping to prepare herself some kind of a meal, though admittedly she wasn't a great cook even by Tamaranian standards. Yamada no Orochimaru was actually quite enjoying his stay in this odd new world. For one thing, this world had a plethora of knowledge eons beyond any they had back in the elemental nations. Another plus, for him at least, was the many homeless dregs that tended to live on the streets, since they provided him an ample supply of test subjects for experimentation, with little likelihood of them being missed. Finally, and most importantly, in his opinion at least, no one knew who Orochimaru truly was in this world. Which in turn meant no one was looking to kill, maim, or destroy him utterly, yet at least. Mentally chuckling at that thought, Orochimaru walked into a library with a mental grin. Another plus about this world was that most libraries didn't have a restricted section, and those that did were almost painfully simple for him to break into. Passing by a window, Orochimaru also liked the fact no one knew what he looked like in this world, his many jutsu to alter his physical appearance helping that. Currently he was a fairly tan man, his now black hair was long again but slicked back into a long ponytail, his height and build were now identical to his original form, a little chakra manipulation to his muscles and bones having sped up the process greatly, and of course purple tribal tattoos now surrounded his yellow snake-like eyes. He is currently wearing a pair of black pants with a thin purple rope tied around his waist in the place of a belt, black boots, a gray t-shirt with a long-sleeved black undershirt. All in all, he now resembled his appearance from when he posed as an Oto Jounin during the Chunin exams in Konoha. Back to the books yet again, Mr. Hojo? The librarian at the front desk questions with her brow quirked upwards, and Orochimaru grins toothily. Yamada no Hojo was an alias he was using in this world on the off chance Naruto or that Haruno girl came looking for him. Yamada was due to it being his real surname, though admittedly no one knew it beyond him and the long-dead Sandame. His using the name Hojo was a bit more complicated, and he really didn't think a long drawn-out explanation was needed for it. He'd heard that the name belonged to a scientist similar in actions to himself, though admittedly with even less scruples than him, and decided that the name fit with him. I'm quite fine, miss. Just doing a little more research for my experiments, Orochimaru offered to the girl curtly, using chakra to change his voice to a much higher tone, the woman mutely nodding her head while he walked past her. Orochimaru mentally chuckled to himself as he did this. His soul transfer jutsu not only took his soul with it, but also his chakra, compounding it with that of his victims. In Sasuke's case, he took a large chunk of his chakra upon leaving him. Chuckling darkly, Orochimaru walked among the many books in the library before pulling a few out. Putting them into the crook of his arm, Orochimaru walked over to a desk and sat down. He fingered his right eye for a moment, a small frown crossing over his features. The one thing he hadn't been able to replicate was his fang earring, only because it had been made from a very large snake's fang, and it wasn't even that it was something sentimental to him, he just liked to keep his general appearance the same from body to body. Shaking his head, Orochimaru decided it didn't matter for the moment while sitting down with his books. Orochimaru knew this world had no jutsu, but what it did have was a vast array of genetic augmentation and engineering. And with my knowledge of genetics from our own world, creating a way for these humans to use chakra shouldn't be too hard. Orochimaru mused to himself, having long ago studied the ins and outs of the bodies and general genetic structure of chakra wielders from his world. In fact, that's how I learned how to become a bijou myself. Orochimaru mused darkly, an insidious smirk crossing his lips as he continued to look over the information in the books, nearly absorbing it. His ability to change into the Yamato no Orochi wasn't an illusion of any kind, as he proved during his fight with Naruto in that form. He was actually and truly turning himself into a true Yamato no Orochi. He'd found a method to become a bijou while experimenting in his earlier days. His first use of the technique had been when he fought in the Third Great Shinobi War. After he'd also become more snake-like, as well as more vicious and cruel. Although I truly believe little Naruto-kun will eventually learn the secret as well. Orochimaru couldn't help but think to himself while looking over his books, 3 at a time no less. In his mind, Naruto was his only true equal, not in sheer power, as Naruto and Madara were both beyond him. No, Naruto was more like his equal and his opposite. They both had wanted to become Hokage, they both betrayed their village, they both had a wind affinity, they both used swords, they both practically absorbed jutsu, they were both in a Team 7, and finally, both of them were just too stubborn to die. Yes, me and Naruto-kun are just so very much alike. Orochimaru mused to himself while continuing to look over the books, his stray thoughts not bothering him. The only thing different between him and Naruto, which was that Naruto kept most of his morals somewhat intact. Sure, he'd very clearly bent them a great deal, but he still had them. In truth, Orochimaru could respect that about Naruto. He had an ironclad will, he never gave up or gave in, something Orochimaru admired as he had that same quality. If Orochimaru had stayed in Konoha longer, he was certain he'd have taken Naruto as his apprentice. Not like Anko, true, she was a good apprentice, but her affinity wasn't for wind and all he could teach her was his taijutsu and snake ninjutsu. With Naruto, he could literally teach him all he knew. Every jutsu and technique would easily have been his save only for his Doton ninjutsu. This was why Orochimaru was certain. No, he was more than certain that soon enough, Naruto himself would become a bijou like he himself had become, so long ago. And then, Naruto-kun, the fun will truly begin. For what fun would this new world be if I didn't have someone to spar with on occasion? Orochimaru wondered to himself, and then shook his head while making a mental note to catch some runaway metahumans for testing. Their unique genetic structure would prove invaluable to his research. Namely, how to recreate chakra users, and then ultimately in trying to find a way to become immortal, truly immortal, like the bijou of legend had been, not like those pathetic shards of the Jubi. No, he would become a true immortal. Chapter 48, The Quest Side Story, Survival Training PT2. Forest outside Jump City, Day 1. Naruto, Jinx, and Raven all appeared in the forest, Naruto's hand on either girl's shoulder. Removing his hands from them, the blonde then inhaled a breath before sighing, a strange smile on his face. He seems strangely relaxed. Jinx noted mostly to herself while seeing the serene look across Naruto's features, wind blowing through his hair. He's a sage, and his people practically live as a part of nature. For him, this is more comfortable than any modern home could ever be. Raven reminded the Rosette with a frown across her face, having realized that herself when they last came out into the forest. Upon learning that tidbit, Jinx had to inwardly admit it was nice in the forest. Stretching out her arms, she then watched as Naruto simply stood there for a moment before breathing out a sigh. So we're here. What's next, Temp? Jinx questioned with a quirked eyebrow, and Naruto opened his eyes and turned to look at them with a smirk. Since you've already got physical training, I'll have a clone teach you some things in tracking, scouting, and overall wilderness survival skills, Naruto says while making a shadow clone at his side that grinned towards Jinx, the Rosette pouting slightly at being given to a clone for training. What about her then? Jinx questioned while pointing a finger towards Raven, the violet-tressed girl narrowing her eyes onto the Rosette. At first Naruto merely turned back towards the horizon while looking out at the vast forest before him. Another clone will help Kara-chan train physically since she has no physical skills whatsoever. Naruto replies with a wave of his hand and gets a look from both girls as he makes the second clone without looking to either of them. Then what are you going to be doing? Raven suddenly questions and Naruto crosses his arms behind his neck and closes his eyes. This trip is for all of us to work on developing our skills. For you Jinx it's learning about wilderness survival since you didn't learn any in the hive. For Kara-chan it's more about her getting some physical training since she is sadly undertrained in that department. As for me, I'm going to be training a little mentally, mostly because I want to figure out how I do that bone armor thing recently. Naruto replies before walking away from the two girls and his clones. Just don't do anything I wouldn't do boys and we should be fine for the week. Naruto orders while walking away, the clones crossing their arms, frowning deeply as he walks off. I hate it when the boss leaves us to do all the grunt work. One of the clones noted while crossing his arms over his chest and the other nodded his head with a frown. However the frown then turned into a sly look as he looked at Raven and Jinx, then back to his partner with a grin. But on the bright side, we're the ones who get to spend time with two babes for once. The other clone noted with a grin and his partner smirked while nodding his head in agreement. However, Raven then cleared her throat to get their attention, Jinx raising a brow at the clone's strange mannerisms. Are you two done yet? Raven questioned of the clones with a flat tone, hoping to get this ridiculous trip over and done with as soon as possible. While she did enjoy Naruto's company, his clones somehow had an exaggerated version of his personality, exaggerated to the point that they more closely acted like his old dope self than the Naruto she was with, and that was like being around Beast Boy, whom she truly disliked being around for extended periods of time. Yeah. One clone said while walking over to Jinx and squatted down. First lesson Jinx, I'll show you how to set up camp. The clone states while Jinx looks to Raven for a moment before going over to the clone. Raven merely rolled her eyes in response, dropping her backpack and cloak before looking to the other clone. Seeing it had a raised brow, Raven mentally sighed before explaining. We're training right? She asked and the clone nodded his head. I don't want to tear my cloak or lose my belt. She explains and the clone makes an O with its mouth before grinning widely. Well okay then Kara-chan, first things first, we'll start off with a light jog for a while. The clone states before jogging off, Raven groaning lightly before following after the blonde-haired youth. Oddly, Brave seemed to enjoy this idea of Naruto's, but then again, Brave was the one who was known to be stronger physically than any of Raven's other emotions, even rage, passion wasn't as strong as bravery. Back with Naruto, he had gone fairly deep into the forest, and now he sat upon a cliff, facing a steep drop to a valley below. Sighing for a moment, the blonde then looked out over the forest, a sense of peace flowing through him. I never did like artificial crap all that much, nature is my preference even though I still use technology to an extreme extent in the form of the various forms of the X-suit. Naruto mused to himself while the wind blew through the spikes of his hair and his eyes closed with a wry smile. Now to get to work, it was only after I first encountered my inner demon that the bone armor started forming. So maybe if I can find him in my head he'll be able to tell me how to do it consciously. Naruto mused while taking a deep breath and then placed his hands over his knees. Clearing his mind, Naruto felt as he somehow become practically weightless, and soon enough, he saw a bright light. With Raven. Raven found she really didn't like training with Naruto that much, admittedly, she needed it considering she was tired only after the first 10 minutes of jogging, but honestly, she just didn't like training. How much farther are we going to be jogging? Raven suddenly questioned while leaning into the side of a tree, the clone sighing to himself before walking over to the girl and crouched down with a smirk on his face. You are seriously out of shape, Kara-chan. The clone noted while Raven gave him a scathing look. Hey, don't give me that look. It's the truth. The clone states while pointing at Raven and the girl crosses her arms over her chest. Listen, I know you have your powers for fighting villains and such. But let's face it, whenever you don't have access to them you're in a significant amount of danger with only your friends or me to save, and it's been proven on several occasions that that won't always be enough to keep you safe. The clone explained to the violet-haired girl simply and Raven mumbles under her breath for a moment before breathing out a sigh. Fine, then what do you suggest we do about it then? Raven asks the clone with a frown and the clone hums in thought for a moment. Well, first of all we need to work on your building up both your muscles and your stamina, then we'll worry about you actually learning how to fight. The blonde-haired clone replies thoughtfully while tapping his foot. Hearing this plan, Raven raised a brow in his direction while giving him a look. I thought my stamina was pretty good when we... She started to retort only for the clone to quickly cover her mouth with an amused look on his face. That kind of stamina really doesn't count in this kind of situation, besides that, lust and passion help you on that front. The clone reminded the girl with a smirk, and she blinked before looking to the side as he then crossed his arms. Now then, let's get back to actually training and stop all this useless talking. The clone muses aloud while Raven could only sigh tiredly before pushing herself back up to her feet. Crossing her arms and giving the clone a look, the violet-eyed girl made a mental note to get back at Naruto for this in some way. Alright, then what do we do first? Raven questions of the clone and her grins towards her, a shiver running down the length of Raven's spine as he does so. I've got a bad feeling about that look. She couldn't help but think while staring at the clone. With Jinx. Jinx found herself following Naruto's clone through the forest. Unlike Raven, however, Jinx found this was actually, well, fun. Alright, this first lesson I'll teach you is simple. You're going to learn how to follow tracks by following the bosses to him. The clone states, and Jinx nods her head while he gets down and motions her down. Alright, first of all, look for anything out of place around us. The clone orders, and the rosette raised a brow while looking at the blonde clone. What exactly should I look for? She asked, seeing as scouting wasn't something they taught in the hive. Broken branches on the ground or in the trees, footprints, scraps of cloth, or anything that doesn't seem normal in a forest. The clone replies with a thoughtful look on his face, and Jinx nodded her head before quickly scanning the area while the clone leaned back into a tree and watched her. Jinx looked around for a moment, trying to spot anything that was out of place. Alright, looks like having a dad like Snake is finally going to pay off. Jinx reasoned to herself while crouching down like he had taught her when she was little. While he'd never taught her anything even close to scouting, Snake was actually some kind of a secret agent in the military for the longest time, though now he was thankfully retired. Thus Snake had taught her quite a bit about infiltration, which in turn helped her with her criminal career, as well as other things, which might help her a little here. She sometimes wondered about why he taught her anything like he did, but then again back then she was a street kid. And of course he also once said that if she was going to steal anything, he didn't want her getting caught. A small smile actually crossed her lips as she looked for anything while not disturbing her surroundings. Licking her lips, Jinx narrowed her eyes upon seeing a footprint to the side. Following it, Jinx started on her trek with the clone following behind her. Looking at the print, Jinx instantly knew it wasn't Raven's or her own, as the style of the sole was noticeably different to her platforms or Raven's own boots. Noticing several broken twigs on the ground that went over to the side, Jinx followed those as well. Don't forget, you can also use your other senses besides sight. Touch, try to feel the vibrations of the ground to determine if anything is in your general area. Smell, odd scents like perfume or anything else shouldn't be out here, even if it's a flowery scent. If it's not natural to this region, it could lead you to your target. Sound, remember to listen for any strange noises, as well as they are your best bet when tracking someone. The clone of Naruto continued, and Jinx wondered if the blonde-haired teen was going to become some kind of teacher in the future. Shaking her head of those thoughts, Jinx focused more on the here and now and closed her eyes. Listening to the forest around her, she heard several birds chirping and singing, causing a smile to cross her features. If nothing else, I think this might be a fairly relaxing trip. The girl mused to herself before opening her eyes while making her way along the trail left by the footprints so she could find the original Naruto and move on to the next part of her survival training. With Naruto. The blonde suddenly opened his eyes and found himself completely encased in darkness? What the hell? He wondered to himself before his eyes suddenly widened as an eerie feeling started to fill him. Looking all around, the darkness swirled and shifted, soon revealing a massive structure, a flight of stairs leading up the front of it. Frowning to himself, Naruto walked forward and started on his way up the structure, only to stop as torches of blue flame seemed to form beside of him. Shaking his head for a moment, Naruto started back up the strange, almost temple-like structure. Continuing upwards, Naruto noticed as more of the strange torches lit along his way to the top. Suppressing a shiver that ran up and down the length of his spine, Naruto soon reached the top of the structure and found an old-fashioned shrine upon the very top of it beside another long upwards leading staircase. What is this place? Naruto couldn't help but wonder while walking towards the shrine when a pair of eyes opened up behind him. Stopping at the shrine, Naruto looked it over for a moment before opening the doors, only to stop at a series of words. Will alone cannot carry one through life, power alone is meaningless without something to protect, it takes something more to truly live and grow. The words seemed to echo in Naruto's mind, a vision of someone briefly flashing in his mind's eye. Shaking lightly in fear, the blonde-haired boy slowly turned around to see a familiar shadowed figure standing behind him. The man silhouetted in darkness completely, save only for those familiar eyes? You! The blonde-haired boy whispered with wide eyes while slowly backing away as the man walked into the light to stand before the blonde-haired boy. He was Naruto's height with the typical build of a shinobi, pale skin and purple painted finger and toe nails. his long raven-colored locks held back in a thin ponytail while his bangs were parted to frame his face. However, his crimson-red eyes were quite clearly that of the Sharingan, his features almost mirroring Sasuke's own save for the deep stress lines beneath his eyes. The man was dressed in a familiar high-collared black cloak with red clouds, a black Konohagakure headband with a slash through it over his forehead, a pair of black shinobi pants, white stirrups overtop his black shinobi sandals that reached up over his calves. "Hello Naruto-kun, it's been a while." The man noted quietly, the low tone of his voice causing a shiver to run the length of Naruto's spine. "Itachi, is that you?" Naruto whispered in question while gazing at the man in shock, having believed him to be dead, and if that was the case, he wondered how Itachi could possibly be standing before him right now. Titan's Tower. Beast Boy sighed while walking into the tower. It was getting kind of late and Kitten had to head home since she had school the next morning. "Dude, the one drawback about not going to school is that I can't see Kitten till she gets out," the green-furred teen says to himself while walking through the entrance hall with a sigh. Coming to the elevator, the green teen then enters and hits the button for one of the upper floors while leaning back. What to do? Play video games? Nah. Make some tofu? Nah. Bug cyborg? Nah. Plot to get a moped from that rich kid down the street? Maybe later, the green teen said to himself while contemplating what to do with the rest of his day. As he does, the elevator finally stops, the teen walking out of it and down the hall. I could try to sneak into Ray's room. The green-furred teen mused to himself for a moment before quickly shaking his head. Nah, not after what happened last time, he then said to himself while walking down the halls of Titan's Tower with no real destination in mind. Sighing once more, the green-furred teen continued to consider his options, only to stop when he found himself before the door to Nightwing's room. Well, night is away, and I've always wanted to know what was in there. BB mused to himself before grinning as he slowly slid Nightwing's door open, leaving only a crack open as he entered into Night's room. Looking around for a moment, a catty grin that would have looked more at home on Kitten's face formed on BB's lips. Creeping into the room and making his way to Nightwing's closet, the green teen threw it open and grinned widely. Within the closet was an assortment of costumes. The majority was of Nightwing's current costume, however a few of his old Robin costumes were also housed within. Along with those was an assortment of utility belts, gadgets, and everything else that the boy wonder used to fight crime. Jackpot, BB says with a grin before grabbing a Robin costume and pulls it out for a moment. This is gonna be so sweet, BB then said to himself before looking around and pulled on the domino mask over his eyes. Meanwhile, Jason Blood frowns as he continues to look over several photos of the symbols found in the homes of the murder victims. It's definitely necromancy, but what is the purpose of these runes? They don't appear to be human in origin, which means that only Trigon could have showed them to those men. Jason realized before shaking his head and pinching the bridge of his nose. Unfortunately, that was all conjecture, and it really didn't help him in figuring out a way to stop whatever it was the cult had originally been working on. Perhaps I need to look at it from another angle, Jason realized while pulling out a map of Jump City and marked the places where the seals had been found. Looking it over, Jason narrowed his eyes when he saw a pattern. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would there be a pattern to the places these cultists were living? Jason wondered to himself while looking at the map and then widened his eyes while opening a book at his side and started to compare the runes Batman had photographed to a set of them within the book for a few moments. I see, so that's what they are, Jason mumbles while looking back to the man and took a red pen and started to trace a shape over top them, creating a familiar S-shaped rune in the center of the city. When those men were killed, their remaining life energy was absorbed by those runes. They became a power source for Trigon to breach the barriers of hell and come into our world, the scarlet-haired man whispered to himself before sitting back and crossing his arms over his chest with a deep frown. Yes, it makes sense now. Some of those suicides in town must have been other cultists that the assassin wasn't able to reach in time. Jason mumbled to himself before scowling deeply as he started to mark places that would also have cultists if his theory proved to be correct. This is not good. Trigon already has the life force of over 12 humans, with only 6 more to go he'll be able to open a doorway to our world, Jason realized while looking over the map before placing a finger to his right ear. Watchtower, patch me through to Batman, I believe I've found something, Jason said aloud while continuing to stare at the map while the transmitter was patched through to Gotham. Batcave. Batman sits before his computer, frowning as he looks at the results of the DNA test. So the Ravager really is the assassin, but who told her where the cultists were, and why does she need those rings of Azar? Batman wondered to himself before mentally frowning as he hears a chime from his communicator. Batman here, the Dark Knight says flatly while continuing to gaze at his computer. Batman, I believe I've discovered something you'll want to see. The man replies while Batman merely narrows his eyes while looking at his readout. I'm listening. The Dark Knight replied while bringing down the test results and awaiting input from Jason. My discovery started when I realized that the positions of the homes of the cultists living here in Jump formed an S pattern. When you add in the recent suicides in the area, they more accurately form into the mark of Scath on a map. Jason explained to the Dark Knight, and he brought up a map and typed in a few commands. Seconds later, a scowl crossed Batman's features as he saw what Jason had meant. I see, did you find anything else? Batman questions while the gears in his head began to turn. Yes. If my hunch is correct, then those runes you found in their homes were for the purpose of harnessing their life force to use in the ritual that will allow Trigon to come into our world. Jason replies, and Batman frowns once more while gazing towards the map and narrows his eyes. However, one part of the mark isn't covered by a recent death or suicide. Batman then says while quickly bringing up the area he mentioned, that being the center of the S-shaped mark. Really, then is there anything significant about the area, Batman? Jason questioned of Batman as he brought up the area and frowned when he found it was an old condemned library. Looks like an old library. Batman replies while bringing up information on the location, his eyes narrowing as he does so. Has anything significant happened there in the past then? Jason questioned, and the Dark Knight leaned back in his seat while crossing his arms. Unfortunately, yes. A little over 18 years ago, a group of kids in a cult were arrested for breaking and entering. Batman replied, causing Jason to frown as he could easily put two and two together in this case. I take it they were a part of the cult of Scath, correct? Jason questioned, and Batman silently frowned for a moment before answering him. You're correct, but one of those members is particularly interesting. Batman replies, and Jason raises a brow on his end of the communicator. How so? Jason questioned of the Dark Knight and the Bat-themed hero side. Because it was a girl from Gotham. She was a teenager who was apparently raped that same night by an unknown assailant. She had no family, no real friends, she was just a misguided girl looking for a place to fit in a lonely world. Batman explained, and Jason raised a brow. While that was truly a horrifying thing, it didn't seem to have any bearings on their current situation. Forgive me, my friend, but I fail to see the correlation to our current problem. Jason replied to the Dark Knight, Batman closing his eyes while leaning back in his seat for a moment. Because, her name was Angela Roth. Batman replied gravely and heard only silence for a few moments before Jason sighed on his end. Which means that it's also the exact same spot Trigon was originally summoned 18 years ago, if only for a short while, to sire Rachel Raven Roth. Batman continued, and Jason grunted while reaching up to rub his face for a moment. I see, that does indeed explain a great deal. Trigon will enter this world through Raven, from the place of which he first sired her. Jason said to himself while closing his eyes, wondering what else could go wrong. On his end, Batman researched the plot of land further, eyes narrowing as he came upon a certain article. It gets worse. The same area has purportedly been the site of dozens of disappearances over the years. The main reason that the library was closed down was due to continued disappearances. No explanation was ever found, the only survivor going insane and speaking nonsense about a demon's hand and the end of the world. Batman replied while looking over the information, his eyes narrowing as he continued down the long line of info. Even more occurrences have been reported to have happened, the largest being the destruction of an ancient temple decades before. Batman continues and piques Jason's interest immediately. What's so special about that? Progress usually demands the destruction of ancient relics, regardless of what others would wish. Jason reminds, and Batman silently nods his head while reading over the information. Because the chapel belonged to a cult known as the Church of Blood. Batman replied with a frown, and Jason grunted once more while rubbing his temples. That makes this even worse. The sister cult to the Order of Scath, if memory serves, the Church of Blood is more akin to enforcers of Trigon. If the Order of Scath are the ones who summon him, the Church are those who would protect him from enemies so he may regain his strength once summoned. Jason noted aloud while Batman frowned deeply, still looking over more information on the screen with a frown. There we have some good news. Apparently the leader of the Church of Blood is one Brother Blood, whom has apparently abandoned his station in the cult for other ventures, also causing the cult to dwindle and fade almost entirely. Batman offered, and Jason mutely nodded his head. That was indeed a good thing. Now all they had to deal with for the coming battle was Trigon and his demonic minions. That is indeed good news. All we have to worry about is facing Trigon's minions, as we both know no one in the JLU would willingly kill a human, or any sentient being, though, with these demons it's not much of a choice. Jason noted, and Batman mentally agreed with him. Killing Trigon was different. Trigon was an inherently evil being with absolutely no redeeming qualities, and a majority of his minions were nothing but mindless fire demons with no will of their own. However, that only left a few members who actually could destroy demons. Hawkgirl aka Shayera Hall could with her nth metal energy mace, since it had anti-magical properties which were perfect for fighting someone like Trigon. Since a similar demonic being once oppressed her people, and with her being a former soldier of sorts, Shayera would have no problem with eliminating Trigon. Of course Jason Blood aka Etrigan could and most likely would also fight Trigon, thanks mostly to having a demon sealed inside of him, and being a former Knight of the Round Table he would have no qualms about destroying demons. Blue Devil could also be useful, having the ability to sense and locate demons on Earth and banish them back to Hell, but then again, Trigon was a powerful being not to be trifled with. Although now that the Dark Knight thought about it, his former sidekick Kid Devil had been working alone for a while and should probably be brought into either the JLU or the Teen Titans. Their demonic nature would also probably protect them from a majority of Trigon's twisted magic. Shaking his head for a moment, Batman quickly got back to his thoughts as he considered more people to help deal with Trigon. Next was of course Diana aka Wonder Woman, whom was an Amazonian warrior. The fact they had once had a battle against Hades, the god of the underworld himself, also helped reinforce her use against a mere demon, not to mention she was very experienced in battle and very durable, not to mention strong, which would be useful against Trigon and his minions. Then came Dr. Fate, a no-brainer really, as he was the world's foremost authority on the occult as well as a sorcerer with nearly no equal. His spells could heal and protect the more frontline fighters as well as be offensive when needed, making him an all-around combatant in this instance. Naturally, Zatanna would have made a perfect addition to the team as well, however it was clear she had a distaste for Raven for some reason, leading Batman to suspect some form of relation between Angela Roth and his longtime friend Zatanna, as he couldn't find any records of Angela's birth parents and the two bore obvious similarities physically. And the last two he could think of that would be able to fight Trigon, was first of all, John Stewart aka Green Lantern. John was an ex-Marine with full combat training, not to mention being an expert sniper. That combined with his power ring would allow him to fight Trigon's forces at the very least. And last, and probably the most qualified to fight Trigon, Zoriel. Zoriel, a former guardian angel who had been fighting the legions of hell for generations, if anyone was qualified to help in the fight against Trigon it was him. After all, who better to send to fight against a demon than an angel? Batman. Jason suddenly questioned and Batman opened his eyes and mentally berated himself for losing himself to his musings. Yes, Jason. The Dark Knight questioned of his friend and Jason chuckled lightly for a moment. You'll have time to lose yourself in your thoughts later, my friend. For now, we still have more work to do. Researching isn't all that this particular case will require. I believe we'll have to look over the individual locations of the homes and the library. Also, we may need to put together a team to combat Trigon, on the off chance we are unable to prevent his return. Jason says while awaiting the Dark Knight's response and Batman grunts lightly for a moment. Agreed, I'll talk to John about putting that team together and be back in Jump City soon enough to continue the investigation. Batman out. The Dark Knight said aloud while tapping one finger on his chair while looking over the information he had dug up. Tartarus HQ. Danny was watching Gizmo once more, mostly because it was more interesting to do that than it was to sit in the infirmary. Gizmo's work on the new suit seemed to be limited only to the skull mask, the strange spinal column/ribs, and of course the arm devices that resembled gauntlets. Why is he only working on those portions of the new suit? The girl had to wonder while looking through the ceiling above Gizmo's lab, and also making certain she didn't fall down from above by leaving only her head/neck intangible, while the rest of her body was completely invisible. Her question about why Gizmo was doing so much work on only the helm and few other parts she'd seen thus far only increased when she watched as Blackfire walked into the lab with a massive metal crate over her shoulder. I can't believe you convinced me to get you more of this stuff, even if it is for X. Do you have any idea how much trouble finding Verations in this part of the galaxy is? The black-haired alien princess questioned of the tiny terror while placing the crate onto a work table at her side. You weren't complaining when I asked you to get this shit for your suit? Gizmo reminds angrily while giving the alien princess a fierce glare, Blackfire merely rolling her eyes. Yeah, but that was because I was actually getting something out of that. This time I was basically lugging a bunch of metal and components around for you, and back then the Verations were at Saturn, this time I had to go all the way to Pluto. Blackfire reminds with a frown while rubbing her shoulders and stretching out her arms. What? She literally just traveled from somewhere near Pluto to get the stuff Gizmo wanted, and then flew all the way back to Earth while having to make sure she didn't drop anything. Whatever, at least I finally have what I need to finish the newest X suit. Gizmo said flippantly while Blackfire muttered something under her breath and sat on the worktable as Gizmo opened the crate up, revealing a massive amount of metal alloy and strange-looking computer components. Wait a sec. Giz made Blackfire new armor as well? When did that happen? Danny wondered to herself while Gizmo pulled out the components and laid them out along his table. I still don't see the point of making him another new one when his current one isn't even damaged. Blackfire notes with a frown and Gizmo mentally rolls his eyes while reaching to his controller. Messing with it for a moment, a large arm reached down from the ceiling to grasp the crate and lift it up. Because the older X suits all used currently available tech because I had to cut corners due to costs. However, with the haul you girls got with Ivy and Harley, I can fund my own research and develop new technology for the X suit. As well as add in the tech I got from Snake, the tech from Batman, and of course the original X suit's tech. The Tiny Terror explains while the arms retract into a wall, Blackfire and Danny staring towards where it had disappeared. Where are you putting all that depleted promethium I just got for you? Blackfire questioned flatly while giving Gizmo a look and the bald midget muttered under his breath before answering. To a chamber to melt it down so I can combine it with titanium and then make it into plates so I can make the rest of the suit of course. You don't honestly think I can use the shit in its base form do you? Gizmo demanded of the girl and she shrugged her shoulders while looking at him as he went back to work on the pieces of the suit he was already done with. Alright, then if this suit is so advanced, just how long have you been working on it? Blackfire questions of Gizmo as the bald genius takes several of the components she'd procured for him and looking them over. I started work on the original systems for the suit back when I first started work on X's suit. I got new ideas for armor and new energy conversion systems after you joined up, more ideas for new subsystems around the time Pink X showed up, and I finally got the funding I was going to need to actually develop the individual components and build it after you girls robbed them all. Gizmo replied while activating a viewing device and gazing at several small components, Blackfire raising a brow as she looked to the Tiny Terror. Then why have you made so many lesser versions of an X suit if this one wasn't even fully developed yet? Blackfire questioned of the Tiny Terror and Gizmo muttered something to himself before turning around with a scowl. Because bitch, Temp needs them with the way he wears them out all the time. Not to mention every suit he's used thus far has been equipped with each of the ideas I came up with for the new model for testing. The Tiny Terror explains with a scowl while putting the first component he'd been looking at down and moved on to the next one, a slight scowl across his face. Well, at least that explains why he's always working on a new suit, it's cause he's waiting on materials for the final product. Danny realizes while Blackfire watches as Gizmo reaches to the side to take hold of the helmet, the eyes/teeth being pitch black once more. Alright, then why does this thing have a movable jaw and glowing eyes? The black-haired girl questions of her tiny friend while looking at the helmet with a frown, Danny also wondering the same thing as the alien princess. Because the stealth mode for this thing turns the entire suit black, the red glow is because he's RedX. If I didn't add the damn glow his name wouldn't make sense. Besides, you ever seen a person's reaction to a pair of glowing red eyes at night? The movable jaws are more an aesthetic than anything else, kind of like how several villains add capes, spikes, or other various useless objects to their costumes. The skull thing is more because it looks creepy than anything else. Gizmo replies and then twitches when he sees the look Blackfire is giving him. Oh come on. A ton of famous villains do the same damn thing all the time. Just look at Black Manta, he wears that stupid saucer-shaped helmet. Catwoman adds cat ears to her mask no matter what version of it she's wearing. Captain Cold wears a parka even in the middle of summer. Harley Quinn usually has those stupid tassels coming off her head. And let's not forget that a vast majority of villains wear some stupid cape or have spikes all over their costumes. Gizmo reminds the girl and Blackfire makes a note to look up these villains to make sure he's right more than anything else. When you put it that way, I guess the glowing eyes aren't all that bad. Rose admits if only to herself, admitting that capes did in fact get in the way a vast majority of the time. Although Batman somehow managed to use his cape as a weapon, and a piece of equipment with it being bulletproof, fireproof, and could unfold into a glider. Yeah, and heroes are even worse about it. I've only seen a rare few who don't add some useless feature to their costumes. Hell, one of the few heroes I know who doesn't wear some stupid addition to his costume is Nightwing. Batman is the only one I know of who wears only useful equipment. Gizmo then adds while Blackfire merely holds up a finger with a frown on her face. Beast Boy, Cyborg, and Starfire. She reminds and Gizmo twitches before giving the girl an annoyed look. Beast Boy wears a uniform for the Doom Patrol, not a costume. Cyborg doesn't wear a costume at all. And Starfire wears a fucking miniskirt even though she always flies around. The Tiny Terror growled out and Blackfire grimaced slightly while rubbing her temples at the last bit. That's because Tameran and Earth have different standards. It'd be more normal on our home world to wear less than a miniskirt as you call it. Blackfire reminds the tiny terror, causing him to stop and stare into space for a brief moment. No, I'm not going to be dressing in less clothing, Baldy. Most comp-secret have a tendency to try and hide themselves. Blackfire tells the engineer of their team with a deep frown across her face, Gizmo blinking before muttering under his breath once more. Yeah, whatever. Gizmo says flippantly while returning to his work on the new X-suit, Danny listening in only to yelp as someone pulled her up from where she was looking down at Gizmo and Blackfire. Falling back, Danny then looked up and frowned when she saw a grinning Dwella looking down at her. However, that frown turned into a look of fear when she saw Dwella had changed her costume, though her usual backpack was still present. As a rule, whenever Dwella changed her costume, she started to act differently than she normally did, which wasn't always a good thing. This costume was mostly a black skin-tight catsuit that featured a mask that covered the upper portion of her face while leaving her bright violet eyes, mouth, and chin completely visible, the mask having a pair of cat ears at the top/sides of her head with a hole in the back for her crimson hair to come spiking out of. Her lips were painted jet black, while white fur lined her collar dipping down to show her cleavage. Helping to reveal her skin was its natural tone now, a black choker collar with a gold tag that had the word Dwella worn around her neck, her usual brown backpack on her back, black gloves that were tipped with sharp claws with metal plates along the backs of her forearms, a pair of high-heeled boots with more metal plates down the front of her shins and ending in mock claws on the toes of her boots, white fur at the tops of her boots and gloves as well. New costume, Dwella? Danny asked the girl flatly and she shrugged her shoulders with a grin. Let me guess, now you're Black Cat? Danny asked with her head tilted to one side and Dwella quickly shook her head. Nah, I'm Catwoman's daughter, Catgirl. Dwella exclaimed, leaving Danny to groan while rubbing her temples, wishing for what felt like the millionth time that her friend was more normal. So, whatcha doin'? The cat-dressed teen then asked the young ghostling girl in her normal chipper tone, Danny crossing her arms over her chest while glaring up at her. None of your business? Danny states and Dwella blinked for a moment before grinning cheekily towards the ghostling girl. Oh, okay. Then if you're not doing anything, can I bug you for a while? Dwella questions with a grin and Danny had to stare at her for a moment. Who in their right mind actually asks to bug you? Oh wait, this is Dwella. Danny reminded herself before giving Dwella an annoyed look while drumming her fingers on her arms. Dwella, just go away. Danny orders but Dwella didn't seem to want to listen, something that was very common with the girl. Instead, Dwella then grabbed Danny by her ankles and dragged her away, Danny yelping as she does. Dwella! Danny shouts while Dwella grins widely towards her little friend, then forces her up to her feet and puts an arm over her shoulders. Come on Toots, lighten up and learn to live a little. Dwella states and Danny gives Dwella a look while placing a hand to the side of her face. I'm 3/4 dead. She reminds flatly, thus causing Dwella to stop before snickering to herself for a moment. Wait, that should have knocked Dwella out, or does that mean that because she's not in a clown costume she's not increasingly insane? Danny suddenly wondered to herself while wondering just how much a costume change affected Dwella's personality. Nice one. But seriously, come on, we're two teenaged girls, no parents and all the time in the world. Let's go do something crazy. Dwella states while leading Danny out of the room, Danny frowning as she pondered how she could get out of this for a moment, though admittedly she was new to being a teenager and did want to try it out. She had the problem of her powers sporadically shifting on and off, ironic as it was similar to what happened to her dad when he first got his. Like what? She asks the older girl, just to make sure she knows what she's trying to get out of this time. Now that I think about it, I'm not all that sure. Dwella admits while scratching her head through her mask with a thoughtful look across her face. If you don't even know what we're going to do, why should I go with you? Danny questioned of her friend flatly and Dwella clicked her tongue for a moment before an idea came to mind, causing her to grin evilly. Well, we could go out and steal something? I heard they have the rare and valuable cat's eye jewel on display at the Jump City Museum. Dwella offered with a wide grin across her face, Danny frowning towards her friend as she does. Naruto had warned them it would be a bad idea to steal anything for a while with the JLU on the prowl in town, but knowing Dwella, she probably could get away from them. But Sensei said not to go out stealing for a while, or have you forgotten that the JLU are in town? Not to mention the fact my powers are still on the unstable side. Danny reminds, then blinks when Dwella looks taller, only to groan when she sees her legs had turned intangible without the rest of her. Ugh. When will this stupid version of puberty finally be over? Danny demanded while Dwella moved behind her friend, ducked down and wrapped her arms around her arms to lift her back up out of the floor. Complaints noted. But come on Danny, life isn't worth living if you don't take a few risks every now and again. You have to take charge and grab the bull that is life by the horns. Dwella said while pulling Danny out of the floor as the ghostling girl glared at her own legs, cursing them internally for betraying her. Thank Kamimai. Danny started to say only for her pants to somehow phase off of her body and to the floor. I hate ectopuberty. Danny roared out loud and Dwella snickered to herself once more while picking up Danny's pants and handing them to the younger girl. Grumbling to herself Danny snatched them from her friend and quickly slipped them back on, Dwella snickering to herself. Black. Dwella then questioned with a cheeky grin on her face only to get elbowed by the ghostling girl in the ribs. Said girl was such a shade of red that she could probably pass for a tomato, especially with her eyes also being a bright burning red. Tell anyone and I swear no one will ever find your body. Danny growled out, eyes a blazing red as she looks at her friend and Dwella held up her hands. All right. Just turn off the angry eyes already. Dwella said quickly while Danny huffed before she then crossed her arms with a pout. See, now come on, we've got a rare priceless gem to steal. Dwella states while dragging Danny out of the room so they could go and steal something when they really shouldn't have. Back with Naruto? Naruto stared at Itachi for a moment, and then shook his head as the man reached into his cloak and removed a stick of Pocky. Okay. I think you're Itachi, but aren't you dead or something? Naruto questioned while staring at the man as he started munching on his Pocky, then answered the blonde-haired teen. Correct Naruto-kun? He said simply before returning to his munching and Naruto scratched his head for a moment. Hey, who wouldn't be confused to find one of his greatest enemies living in his mind? Then exactly why are you in my head? The blonde questioned of the dark-haired man and Itachi frowned in thought for a moment, considering the blonde's question before shrugging his shoulders. Perhaps the Shinigami has a sense of humor. Itachi offered and Naruto couldn't help but give the older man a flat look as his response while crossing his arms over his chest. Yeah, no, I really doubt that's the case. The blonde replies and Itachi merely rolled his eyes before sitting down and continued to munch on his Pocky. So if you don't know how you got here, do you at least know where we are? Naruto asked the dark-haired man with a flat look and Itachi looked around for a moment before shrugging his shoulders. I have absolutely no clue. I've just been here for a while. Itachi replied while returning to his Pocky and Naruto twitched slightly. Then where did you get the Pocky? The blonde demanded and Itachi made a familiar HNNN sound while ignoring him. Could you at least tell me what you know about where we are? Like, maybe what's at the top of this weird structure? Naruto questioned of Itachi and the man merely made an HNNN sound once more, causing the blonde to twitch slightly when he did so. Ugh, so you're where Sasuke learned that annoying sound. Naruto grumbled out aloud and Itachi smirked slightly before frowning and looking up the side of the structure they were on. Perhaps, but that is not relevant at the moment, Naruto-kun. Itachi reminds and Naruto sighed before crossing his arms and looking to the dead Uchiha expectantly. This place is within your mind, I'm not sure where it is, how I got here, or what is at the top of this structure. Itachi explained and Naruto raised a brow. How do you not know what's at the top? I mean, you've been here for a while, right? Naruto questioned and Itachi slowly nodded his head while making another HNNN sound for a moment. Unfortunately Naruto-kun, this is not my mind, this is yours and as a result only you can truly explore it. Itachi reminds the blonde before returning to munching on his Pocky. Rolling his eyes at this, Naruto starts to wonder if all the stories about Itachi and Pocky he'd heard were true before turning to look upwards, frowning when he can't see the top of the structure through the darkness. But I was trying to reach my inner demon, so can you at least tell me how I ended up here, Itachi? The blonde questioned and Itachi merely grunted out another HNN sound while munching on his Pocky and causing Naruto to twitch. Would you please give me a straight answer already? Naruto demanded of the man and Itachi rolled his eyes while putting his Pocky away and opened his cloak, allowing one of his arms to hang in the folds of his cloak. Your mind is vast Naruto-kun, the Kyuubi's cage is only one aspect of it. The inner demon and his home are another one. This place is probably something else entirely that you have yet to explore. Itachi explained simply and Naruto nodded his head seeing as that did make sense. Now then Naruto, you should probably get on your way. Itachi noted while motioning the blonde-haired youth towards the staircase and the blonde frowned for a moment. I do have one other question Itachi. Naruto admitted and the dead Uchiha looked towards him with a raised brow. What was that raven you stuffed down my throat when we last met? You said it was power, but I haven't really felt anything. Naruto noted and a small smirk crossed over the man's features before it vanished as he looked to the endlessly black sky. That is something you'll find out in time Naruto-kun, it is power, but it is still a power that I hope you never need to use. Itachi replied his eyes closing as he sat there, a quiet breeze whipping by as he then looked back at Naruto. Besides that, what of your contract to the Toads? That was a great deal of power to be had, and they were all your friends. Itachi noted while looking to the blonde pointedly, and Naruto winced for a moment before sighing tiredly. I couldn't keep it. They can use reverse summoning to bring me back to their mountain, and after I arrived in this world, I didn't know whether I could make it back or not, so I kind of broke my contract with them so I wouldn't be taken away from Kara-chan. Naruto admitted while looking away, and Itachi nodded his head with another HNN before closing his eyes. Do not fret, Naruto-kun, the journey you are on now shall most definitely lead you to the answers you seek, and maybe something more? Itachi replied, a distinctly cold tone echoing out and causing Naruto to shiver. Turning away from the man, Naruto looked at the long flight of stairs leading up into the endless expanse of black he'd somehow found himself in. Taking a quick breath, the blonde-haired youth then walked to the stairs and started on his way up. Behind him, Itachi quietly closed his eyes while a shadow walked up next to him. So then he is attempting to make his way to the top? A distorted voice questioned of Itachi, and the black-haired man silently nods his head. Then all goes as it should. The shadow muses aloud while Itachi looks to the shadowed figure, a man in an Akatsuki uniform, only his gray-violet ripple-like eyes visible through the dark shadows concealing his form. Indeed. Leader-sama. Itachi replied quietly while the shadow then vanished from sight completely, leaving Itachi sitting alone on his spot. With Jinx. The girl was still following Naruto's tracks, however, instead of finding him like she planned, she instead ended up back at their camp. Crap, so that's why the soles of his sandals are almost rectangular. She muttered under her breath, realizing the design was to confuse anyone who'd try and track him. Sighing for a moment, Jinx then looked to the side as Naruto's clone walked towards camp with a smirk. Sorry, Temp. She mumbled, only for the blonde-haired teen to roll his eyes and grin towards her. No one gets everything right the first time they try it, Jinx. You just have to remember that this is new to you. The clone reminded while holding out a hand towards her. Jinx slowly nodded her head to the clone with a slight smile, and then took the clone's offered hand. After helping the rosette back to her feet, the clone grinned for a moment before turning when he heard something rustling to the side. The clone had to hold back laughter as he saw his partner clone walking towards him and Jinx, one of Raven's arms slung over his shoulders as she groaned. The girl looked to have been put through a wringer, small cuts, scrapes, and other such minor injuries littering her body. The clear exhaustion in her eyes also showed just how much work the other clone had put her through. Man, don't you think you were a little harsh with Kara-chan? The first clone questioned, and the other rolled his eyes while helping Raven to the tent, and then put her inside so she could rest. Yeah, no. Kaa-san was way more hellish a trainer than I was with Kara-chan, trust me. The clone replied with a dismissive wave of one hand, his partner clone mentally agreeing with a shiver. Although I would really like to know how Kaa-san did that stupid cloud jutsu. The clone then said aloud with a scowl across his face, arms crossed, and Jinx raised a brow and tilted her head to the side. Cloud jutsu. The rosette questioned with obvious confusion, and the clone that had been training her, Clone A, nodded his head. Yeah, Kaa-san had this really bad habit of making me train myself to the point of exhaustion, then she'd somehow use a cloud jutsu to sit on, float above me, and laugh at me about not being able to take a little hard work. Clone A replied, and Jinx blinked before gaping at the blonde, and then looked over to Clone B, the one training Raven, as he grumbled to himself. Yeah, but man, I would still like to know how she did it. It was an amusing jutsu if nothing else. Clone B noted, and Clone A nodded his head in agreement with his partner before looking over to Jinx. We'll continue your tracking training tomorrow, so be sure to get some rest. Clone A orders, and Jinx raises a brow while looking at the two clones for a moment. What about Temp? Are we just gonna leave him out there all night? Jinx questioned of the two clones that looked at one another before giving her a strange look for a moment. Trust us, Jinx. The boss will be fine, and besides that, he's doing something important. I think. The clone replied while scratching his cheek, causing Jinx to shake her head as she wondered about the clones for a moment, then made her way over to the tent Raven was sleeping in and slipped inside. What? They had agreed Naruto wouldn't be sharing a tent with Raven, if for nothing else then so Jinx could get some sleep, thus the two girls had to share a tent instead, though Jinx really hoped that the violet-haired girl was exhausted whenever they did so they wouldn't get into an argument. Meanwhile, back outside of the tent, Clone A and Clone B looked to one another for a moment before staring up at the moon. Do you have a chill running up and down your spine as well? Clone A questioned of his partner, and Clone B frowns before leaning back into a tree, eyes narrowed on the sky. His eyes narrowed further and a scowl crossed his features as he watched a cloud pass before the moon, almost seeming to turn red as it did so. Not a chill, I just felt like I had someone just walked over my fucking grave. Clone B replied while closing his eyes, and Clone A nodded his head in agreement with his partner. A foul wind was blowing, and something vile was coming ever closer to them. Slade sat before a screen, keeping an eye on the goings-on of Jump City and narrowing his soul eye as he saw that the JLU was actively taking an interest in the city for a change. Although this could work in my favor, Slade mused to himself while Ravager was sitting nearby, smoking a cigarette and sharpening her swords. Slade wondered only briefly when she picked up that habit, and then reasoned it was sometime after he went to find a new apprentice. To think she picked up an annoying habit like that, perhaps I was a little harsh on her. Slade mused before cracking his neck and deciding what his nearly 18-year-old daughter didn't really matter. Looking over the actions of Tartarus and the Titans with the JLU in town yielded nothing really, as the Titans were more or less put on the sidelines while the JLU investigated the murders he'd had Rose commit, and Tartarus seemed to be taking a low profile in order to stay off the JLU's radar. Not to mention Raven isn't even in the city at the moment, so attempting to speed along the prophecy won't work, for now. Slade mused before deciding to take a few preventative measures to ensure his own survival. Typing on his computer, Slade looked up any and all ways to fix his problem without Trigon's assistance. Sadly, the only way he could find would be for him to go into hell itself and retrieve what he'd lost. Not my first choice, and certainly not something I'm looking forward to, Slade noted to himself while Ravager finished sharpening her twin katana and then sheathed them on her back. Turning around, Ravager watched as Slade looked over more and more information before grunting and sitting back in his seat, fingers laced together as he glared at the monitor coldly. "Something the matter, father?" Ravager questioned while looking to the one-eyed man, causing him to turn his head slightly before humming. "No, Rose, go find something to do," Slade ordered flippantly, and Ravager sighed and flipped to her feet before walking to her room. Seeing she was gone, Slade closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest. He wouldn't allow his daughter to know what had happened to him, nor of his deal with Trigon. Even he would admit to being a fool, however he had no intention of believing that Trigon would keep his end of the bargain. No, far from it really, which was why Slade had other plans to secure his continued existence. Chapter 48, The Quest Side Story, Survival Training PT-3. Forest outside Jump City, Day 2. Jinx had awoken to a strange sight, namely, Naruto's clones seemingly having a debate. Currently she was watching as the two bickered between one another in Japanese, too fast for her to translate no less. Just because I know a little Japanese doesn't mean I can keep up with him when he doesn't want to slow down, Jinx thought to herself with a mental sigh while one of the clones poked the other in the chest for a moment. This caused the clone to lunge at his partner, both struggling with one another and causing a ruckus while somehow managing not to damage each other. So this is what Temp was like before he became so, well, it's actually kind of hard to place his personality. But in any case, these guys remind me of Beast Boy, only a little less annoying. Jinx mused to herself while the clones started biting one another, and she had to question their sanity when Raven grunted and pulled herself out of the tent. "Morning," Jinx said aloud, and Raven merely grunted while stretching out and then stared at the two clones as they continued to fight with each other. "How long has this been going on?" Raven questioned with a raised brow, and Jinx shrugged her shoulders and sighed with a shake of her head. "Since before I got up, I think," Jinx admitted, and then continued to watch the two clones with only a mild amount of interest in whatever it was they were fighting over that was so damn important. "HNN," Raven mumbled out while sitting down, unconsciously channeling the vast majority of Uchiha as she crossed her arms and shook her head towards the two struggling clones. "Maybe we should try to stop them before they destroy one another," Raven offered, and Jinx considered this for a moment before nodding her head in agreement with the violet-haired girl. "I concur. Carry on," Jinx replied while waving Raven towards the clones, causing the half-demon to narrow her eyes on the rosette. "I thought you were going to help me with this," Raven demanded in a low growl, and Jinx snorted while leaning back with a smirk. "Even with my powers, do I honestly look like I could subdue those two?" Jinx questioned pointedly, and Raven grunted before holding a hand towards the two arguing clones who had started to try and beat one another as lightly as possible so they wouldn't pop out of existence. "Azarath, Metrian, Zinthos," Raven chanted, causing a wave of black energy to form over Clone A and Clone B, both clones blinking for a moment before looking over to see the two girls, Jinx smirking cheekily while Raven frowned. "Are you two quite done now?" Raven questioned, and the clones slowly nodded their heads before Raven removed the energy from them, both falling back to the ground and grunting. "Oi, we really need to pay more attention to our surroundings," Clone B noted, and Clone A nodded his head in agreement with his partner. "What were you two arguing about anyways?" Jinx questioned of the two, and Clone A crossed his arms with a frown on his face. "Numshitir wanted to teach Karachan to use a weapon. I argued she didn't have the time. He then said that since she can turn intangible and we still have Uchiha Madara's old gauntlets, we could at least show her the basics of using them, and..." Clone A started to explain, only for Raven to quickly interrupt the two in their debate. Wait 1 second, you have even more of Uchiha Madara's stuff besides his mask? And by gauntlets you mean those metal bracelet things you told me he wore on the same night he murdered your mother the first time? Raven questioned of the two incredulously, causing them to wince while Jinx gaped for a minute. Why would you keep anything that belonged to a man who murdered your mother? Especially with how obsessed with the woman you are. Jinx demanded, and Clone A and B looked to one another for a moment before Clone B sighed and started to trace shapes on the ground with one hand. You're missing the point. I'm an orphan, I like to collect a lot of different things. Hell, Batman does the same damn thing. Clone B replied quietly while tracing out a shape of the Akatsuki symbol on the ground for a moment. It's not why I keep that weapon. It's not why I keep that old costume. Orphans are collectors, losing so much, makes it that much harder to let anything go. Clone B explained, and Jinx winced, mentally thanking Snake for taking care of her while Raven sighed and looked towards the clones apologetically. So, if that's the case, how much of a collection do you have? Raven suddenly wondered, and Clone A rubbed his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. We have at least one object from every one of our most memorable fights, of our time as a ninja, or our most dangerous enemies, save the one with Kiba when we were younger. Clone A admitted with a shrug of his shoulders while Clone B nodded his head with his arms crossed. Among other things, I have all of Uchiha Madara's masks, though admittedly some are just recreations, his weapons, mostly so no one else would ever use them. Haiden's old scythe, the Kusanagi of course, the 10 rings of the Akatsuki, both Sasuke and Jiraiya's old Hitayatesh, and several little knickknacks from my many adventures across the elemental nations. Clone B listed off while looking thoughtful, and Jinx gave both clones a look. Okay, you really like to keep things? Jinx noted with a look, and Raven rolled her eyes while looking to the rosette. Yeah, I know, anyways, unless one of you ladies can cook? Clone A started and looked to both Raven and Jinx, said girls grimacing as they both lacked any kind of skill in the kitchen. Right, then I think I'll whip us up some breakfast. Clone A finished while pulling out a scroll and walked to the side where he started work on a fire, Raven looking back to Jinx as he did so. Seeing as he's sharing with us, why don't you tell us about yourself as well? Raven offered while smirking towards the pink-haired girl. Grinning, both clones nodded their heads in agreement, and Jinx sighed while crossing her arms. Not much to tell, I'm an orphan, like Temp here, though I did grow up in Detroit. Jinx admitted, and Raven's eyes shot wide open before staring at the rosette. Detroit? As in the same place where the crow appeared about 10 years ago? Raven asked the girl incredulously, and both Clone A and B looked to one another with raised brows as Clone A continued to make breakfast for them. The crow? Clone A questioned while turning his head with a raised brow, and Clone B smirked slightly while looking to Raven. A relative of yours, Karachan? Clone B asked the violet-haired girl, and she gave him an annoyed look in response. The crow is both the avatar of death and an angel of vengeance sent to wreak righteous vengeance upon the wicked. The girl stated flatly, and both clones shivered slightly while Jinx nodded her head with a bored look across her face. Yeah, I've heard of that guy, but I never met him. Anyways, I liked pulling pranks for the hell of it back then. I was sort of a hellraiser, to put it bluntly. I skipped school to do whatever I wanted, till I got invited to Darkway Prep, which happened to be a Hive middle school. Officer Jack David Connors, aka Snake, is the closest thing to a father I've ever had, and was the one who taught stealth, evasion, and infiltration to me when I was little. My adopted little sister is Danielle Danny Phantom, Temp's apprentice. Jinx started explaining dully, as if it was boring to remember her life. My mom was an East Indian sorceress with the ability to control the elements. My dad, well, I didn't really know him, but his name is or was Manx. Thanks to my mom being a sorceress, a vast majority of my friends seem to think my powers are magically based, however they are actually caused by an unknown internal energy I have that Gizmo says is similar to Temp's chakra, and of course the fact I'm clearly a metahuman also helps. Jinx finished off blandly, and Raven looked at the pink-haired girl strangely for a few moments. You mean to tell me your mother was a full-fledged sorceress and you don't know any magic yourself? Raven questioned, and Jinx snorted while crossing her legs and arms with a frown on her face. Good teachers in magic are rarer in this world than you might think. Jinx reminded with a frown, and Raven slowly nodded her head, inwardly agreeing with the rosette on that matter, as half the books she'd ever seen in this world didn't teach anything useful about controlling or using magic. I have a better question, how do you know all that about your real parents if you're an orphan? Clone A asked with a raised brow, and Clone B nodded his head with a scowl across his face. Yeah. I looked all over Konoha and couldn't even find even one mention of an Uzumaki anything before I turned fucking 16. Clone B added with an annoyed scowl on his face, and Jinx blinked before shrugging her shoulders. I might have snuck into the orphanage's classified files and found some records of my dad, one Tomas Manx. That's how I found my dad. My mom was a little harder, but I eventually met some crazy old man who said I looked almost exactly like Jinx, and The Pinkette started explaining to the two with her before Clone B suddenly interrupted her. Your mom was called Jinx as well? The clone questioned and Jinx nodded her head with an amused look. Yeah, but that's actually more coincidental than anything else as I was always Jill Manx and got my nickname from both my powers and that. Jinx replied and then cleared her throat as she prepared to get back to her story. And as I was saying, this old guy said I looked like Jinx, even showed me a picture. Besides my skin and hair, she and I do look very similar. She even had pink eyes like me and our facial markings are fairly similar in design, only mine are clearly pink. Jinx explained while pointing to the jagged triangles beneath either of her pink-slitted eyes. What kind of powers did your mom have? Raven asked curiously, causing Clone B and Jinx to look to one another, then to the violet-haired Titana. What? I'm a sorceress too, magic is kind of my thing. Raven reminded the two and Jinx rolled her eyes before sighing and placing her chin in her hands. Honestly, finding out who she was hard enough. There was no other mentioning of this other Jinx other than she was a supervillainess for a while. Jinx replied and Raven smirked slightly towards the pink-haired girl. So are you a villain to be like your mother then? The violet-haired girl questioned only for Jinx to give her a scathing look as her response. Deciding that it was best to keep the two girls placated, Clone A chose that moment to turn around and cross his arms over his chest. Either way, this discussion will have to wait for later, the food's done. Clone A then said while looking to Clone B, who sighed before he started distributing the food between them. With Naruto. The blonde-haired boy is still walking up a massive amount of stairs, up the side of the strange almost tower-like structure. Oi, what is this place anyways? And why is it so damn breezy around here? The blonde-haired youth had to wonder as he made his way up the steps, only to curse as the wind grew stronger, nearly knocking him off of his feet. What the hell? He demanded while pushing Chakra to his feet in order to hang on for dear life. Soon enough the breeze died down and the blonde breathed a short sigh of relief before looking around, then walked up the steps and found himself at yet another shrine. However, this one was different. The shrine was still made into a traditional Japanese style, however it was much larger than the one he'd seen before, holding an entire almost arena-like area within it, a gate barring access to it made of wavy bars, a pair of snakes forming into a lock of some kind. Also adding to the similarity however was a staircase that led further upwards, making Naruto wonder just how far up in his mind he could possibly go. Quite an interesting place. The voice of Itachi came, causing Naruto to whip around and see the man sitting to the side, leaning back against the shrine with his eyes closed. Wouldn't you say so? Naruto-kun? Itachi questioned while looking over to the blonde-haired teen with one eye. Gaping as he saw Itachi, Naruto looked down the path he'd just walked and back to the man incredulously. How the hell did you get here? Naruto demanded and Itachi opened one eye while looking at the blonde-haired youth. Same as you. I walked. Itachi replied with an amused look in his eye and Naruto gave the man a look. Then why the hell didn't you come any farther before I did? Naruto demanded and Itachi made the familiar HNN sound before pulling a stick of Pocky from his cloak and started to munch on it. Because this is your mind, not mine Naruto-kun, I have no right to see things that you yourself have yet to discover. Itachi replied simply and then returned to munching on his Pocky, Naruto frowning as the man did so. Where the hell do you keep getting that Pocky? Naruto then questioned of the man and Itachi merely made an HNN sound and ignored him. Growling lightly, Naruto then turned and walked to the gates and looked at them for a moment, frowning at the twin snakes that made up the latch for the gate. Now how do I open you? Naruto wondered to himself while Itachi silently munched on his Pocky, the mere knowledge that the man was nearby causing the blonde to twitch. Just ignore him and work on opening this gate. Something has got to be at the top of this fucking tower if it's even here, right? Naruto mused to himself before looking over the lock with a frown across his face. No keyhole. He mused while looking to the side to see Itachi munching on Pocky with a bland look across his face. Where do you even get Pocky around here? Naruto questioned of the man once more, the dead Uchiha silently shrugging his shoulders before returning to his Pocky. Well, that was certainly informative. Naruto thought sarcastically before crossing his arms as he looked at the coiled snakes that made up the lock for the gate. Alright, there's no key, no switch, no lever, and no visible way to open this thing. Naruto inwardly noted before narrowing his eyes on the center of the coiled snakes, more specifically, to the circle that formed between them. 5 holes. He whispered to himself before snapping his fingers with a smirk. Reaching forward he placed one finger into each of the holes and turned it around, only to stop when he felt the barest hints of a knife on his fingers. Oh, I get it, turn this thing the wrong way and it cuts off your fingers, damn, that's a nasty lock. Naruto couldn't help but think to himself, also wondering why in hell his mind came up with a lock like that for this particular gate. Turning the circle the other way, Naruto then heard a click and moved his hand out of the way as the snakes on the gate seemed to come to life. Both hissed while coiling away from one another, revealing a second pair of snakes beneath the first set, 2 handles to the side of the circle. Rolling his eyes, Naruto took hold of the handles and then turned the device the opposite way. Once that was done, the other 2 snakes uncoiled from one another, allowing the gate to slowly swing open with a creak. Okay, why did I have such an annoying gate in my head if it's not to hold QB? Naruto had to wonder to himself while walking into the arena-like area that had been revealed. Besides being wide open and fairly big for a shrine, the walls of the place were very strange. This was because it looked like a plethora of old-fashioned samurai and shinobi were battling one another, not so odd, but the depiction seemed to be partially real as they also managed to form out of the walls. Weird. Naruto mumbled while walking over to one side, frowning when he saw that it was armor that had somehow been embedded into the wall. Looking to the opposite side, he saw the other half of the armor was there in a similar situation, while 8 swords were scattered amongst the depiction, handles or blades sticking out of the walls. Frowning for a moment more, Naruto then looked to the floor. Naruto briefly felt a bad feeling creep up at a depiction of a massive-looking 8-headed slash-tailed snake with deep, blood-red eyes that seemed to be spitting out more poison than even Orochimaru's Yamato no Jutsu had managed to do. The true Yamato no Orochi? Naruto wondered to himself while looking at the depiction, only to quickly turn as the gates to the arena slammed shut. I've got a bad feeling about this. Naruto mumbled before narrowing his eyes and looking all around himself, then felt the floor ripple. Looking down to it, the blonde's eyebrows shot up before following the ripples to the depiction of the Yamato no Orochi and saw the Kusanagi no Tsurugi slowly rise out of it. You who wish to wield me in battle? A low hissing voice echoed out from all around, Naruto narrowing his eyes as it did. I have allowed you use of me, but you must prove thyself worthy of my power, before you can be my true master. The voice continued while the Kusanagi suddenly pulsed, a black/violet miasma forming along its length and then quickly spreading outwards. Raising an arm and digging his heels into the ground, Naruto staved off the miasma and then widened his eyes as he watched the glowing Kusanagi pulse once more. The armor and swords that had been embedded in the walls instantly began to shake before breaking free and flying towards the sword. The now 8 swords began to spin behind it in a circle as the armor formed around the Kusanagi. Last was a mask that flew down from the ceiling and spun in midair for a moment before flying onto the face of the now living armor as it began to hover off of the ground. The armor was that of a samurai, however, was a tarnished gold in color, replacing the body of a man. Within it was nothing but the strange purple miasma. The mask it was wearing was that of a snake, black in color with painted red eyes and purple markings. Now prove to me your strength, prove that you are worthy of being my master. The armor ordered while throwing its arms to the sides, causing the 8 swords behind it to form a single line behind it. Listen here, I don't care about being your damn master. I know you're a semi-sentient sword Kusanagi, but I'm only here to find out what's up with that weird chakra armor I keep forming, not to take full control of you. Naruto shouted at the armored sword and it didn't seem to care while it rose off of the ground, hovering in midair while holding its arms aloft. I care not for such a thing. This test must be passed by my new wielder, or I shall simply return to my former master. The Kusanagi stated simply, and Naruto frowned deeply while glaring at the living armor. While he wasn't a fan of being forced into a fight with a sentient sword, he really didn't want the Kusanagi back in Orochimaru's hands. Then it is settled, you and I shall face one another in combat. Should you manage to defeat me, you shall be my new master. Now prepare yourself. The sword exclaimed while the miasma around them began to swirl, blocking any exists and making the blonde gap for a moment. Oh shit. Naruto whispered as it then threw its arms forward, causing all 8 swords to fly forward, the blonde cursing as he flipped back and out of the way. Growling lightly, Naruto then took out 2 kunai and twirled them in his hands before flowing chakra through them to form into 2 blue ethereal blades. Alright, you want to fight Kusanagi, then I'll give you a fight. Naruto declared while crouching into a stance opposite the armored being. The being thus pulled its arms back, the swords ripping out of the floor to flow back to it where it then lunged at Naruto. The 8 swords began to spin around the armored being, Naruto cursing as he rolled out of the way. Sliding to a stop, Naruto saw a portion of the armor was missing at the small of its back and smirked. As if this stupid sword could take me down? Naruto thought to himself while lunging at Kusanagi from behind, only for the armor to spin around, slicing at him with all 8 of its blades. Eyes wide, Naruto slid to a stop and dodged and weaved his way around the blades as Kusanagi swung them with disturbing precision and speed. Growling as the blades nearly took his head off, Naruto then flipped out of the line of fire and above Kusanagi. Looking up, the armor then spun in place before spinning down into a lotus position, the armor of its hands making a motion as if it were creating hand seals. Don't tell me. The blonde started to think to himself when Kusanagi slammed its hands to the ground, all 8 of its swords flying towards the walls. Arise! Kusanagi declared loudly as hands shot out of the walls, for ninja-like beings walking out of the walls to grasp 2 swords each. Eyes wide, the blonde watched as the sword shinobi started to move, and then snapped their heads towards him almost as one. Great, the sword has backup. The blonde thought to himself with a mental grimace as the sword shinobi lunged at him from all sides. Growling lowly, Naruto ducked under a swing from one of the sword shinobi before slicing it in half. However, much to his annoyance, the sword shinobi then seemed to flow back together and took another swing at him. Growling lightly, Naruto evaded the swing and then rolled into another sword shinobi, knocking it to the ground where he then sliced it into 4 pieces, then turned and swung all around, cutting the other 3 in half. However, much like before, the sword shinobi flowed back together, causing a scowl to cross Naruto's lips as he tried to reason how they were doing that. Evading another slash from one of the sword shinobi, Naruto then turned his eyes towards the Kusanagi. The armored being was keeping its hands on the ground, and as he narrowed his eyes, Naruto saw snake-like trails leading from Kusanagi out to the sword shinobi. Oh, I get it. Kusanagi is using his chakra to repair these guys whenever I destroy them. It's similar to those annoying dryads, only I just have to attack Kusanagi to break its concentration. That should stop these guys completely. Naruto reasoned inwardly while continuing to dodge around the continued assault from the 4 sword shinobi. Alright Kusanagi, no more playing around, I seriously don't have time for games today. Naruto inwardly growled while narrowing his eyes on Kusanagi and moving towards its back, smirking as he saw the hole he'd noticed earlier. Kugenjin! The blonde exclaimed while swinging his chakra sabers, forming an X-shaped burst of energy that flew straight at Kusanagi and threw it into the air. When it did, the sword shinobi fell to pieces, literally, by turning into a fine dust while their 8 swords fell tip first into the ground. Watching as the armor came down, Naruto then saw his chance as the Kusanagi itself was revealed. Crouching down, Naruto lunged forward and jumped up to grab the blade, however it spun in place. Mentally cursing, Naruto used a quick Kawarimi no Jutsu to replace himself with a large piece of armor on the ground, causing the sword to cut it in half instead. Impressive, but I'm not done with you just yet. The same deep hissing voice echoed out while miasma suddenly surged from the walls and flowed into the blade. Man, I hate it when shit like this happens. Naruto grumbled under his breath, then watched as the armor from the sword shinobi and Kusanagi's original golden armor all started to rise up towards the sword. This can't be good. The blonde muttered while the armor started to form together, forming overtop the Kusanagi once more. However, this time it took on the shape of a massive snake, the 8 swords from before spinning around its neck as it hissed loudly while its mask appeared on its forehead. Oi, it just had to go and turn into another giant fucking snake. The blonde grumbled loudly while twirling his chakra sabers at his sides and taking a stance against the snake as it then lunged at him. Batman and Jason Blood were continuing their investigation, this time by looking over the homes of the members of the Order of Scath. Jason was looking over the runes for possible uses besides as a power source, while Batman was using his mask's built-in detective mode to look over the area. Have you found anything, Batman? Jason questioned, and Batman frowned while looking over the room, then narrowed his eyes when he spotted a hidden doorway. Over there, the Dark Knight states while walking to the side and pressed in on a rune, causing a doorway to open up. Walking into the doorway, Batman frowned when he saw how dark it was, Jason conjuring a ball of fire as they explore the cavern. This isn't in any database. Batman noted mostly to himself, Jason rubbing his chin as they journeyed in deeper. Is it possible that the cultists built this then? Jason wondered aloud, and a frown crossed over Batman's features as he did see signs that this was dug out. Possible, but for what purpose would they take the time to dig out these tunnels? The Dark Knight wondered aloud, and a frown crossed Jason Blood's features. From the looks of things, it's most likely that it's so they could gather together in secret. The scarlet-haired man replied while crossing his arms over his chest, a deep frown across his face. If that's the case, then we should be able to find some notes on the summoning ritual they used to call Trigon into our world. Batman mused aloud, only to frown as they came upon a corridor with more glowing red runes. Jason? Batman questioned flatly, and the scarlet-haired man frowned deeply while looking at the runes for a few moments, eyes narrowing as he did. These are transfer runes. They will take the energy from the homes and transport them towards the point of entry for Trigon. Jason explained while following the runes, Batman following behind the man. Soon, however, the two came to a wall, Batman frowning as he looked around the area. Stand back, Batman ordered, and Jason nodded while backing away as Batman reached into his utility belt and pulled out some explosive gel. Spraying it onto the wall in the shape of a bat, the man then backed away and raised his cape. Hitting the switch on his gadget caused the wall to explode in a small shower of rubble. Staying still for a moment, both Batman and Jason braced themselves as the ground rumbled for a moment. When nothing more happened, Batman put his gel away and walked out of the new doorway and into a large library. "So this is the library you mentioned?" Jason said lowly while looking around, the building being old and dark, books lying on the ground, some half open to show blank pages, others having demonic runes and symbols. Bats flying above them briefly remind Batman of his Batcave, however he chooses not to dwell on that and instead walks further into the building with Jason right behind him. Looks like it. The building was the original city library, but it was then abandoned after what happened 18 years ago and was recently condemned along with a large portion of this block. Making it the perfect place for the cult's secret meetings? Batman noted aloud while taking a flashlight from his belt and handing it over to Jason. The scarlet-haired man nodded while taking the flashlight and walked over to a few books before looking them over. As he did, Batman surveyed the area, a scowl crossing his features as he did so. Nearby, Jason was looking over the books in the area for a different purpose. Some of these books deal with demonic incantations and rituals, however they seem to be fairly worn and torn. Jason noted while turning a page in one of the books, and then sighed as it crumbled to dust in his hands. These tomes are ancient, and have started to degrade. I won't be able to learn anything useful from them anymore. Jason said mostly to himself while standing up and brushed off his hands as Batman walked over to a dead end with a frown across his face. My scans indicate a passageway behind here, Batman stated with a frown while Jason reached a hand out to the wall, only to hiss and bring his hand back as an unknown force burned it, his hand smoking lightly as he looked to see a red field of energy briefly flare up before vanishing once more. A demonic barrier, it doesn't look like Trigon, or perhaps something else, wants us to find out what's in there. Jason noted with a frown, Batman looking to Jason with a raised brow. Demonic barriers aren't a common ability even for a demon like Trigon. They are more commonly seen among the ancient Eastern demons. In fact, the more powerful Eastern demons were well known their use of them. Jason explained and Batman narrowed his eyes while crossing his arms over his chest. And by Eastern, you mean Japanese, correct? Batman questioned flatly and Jason nodded his head to the Dark Knight. Reaching up to rub his chin for a moment, Batman scanned the demonic barrier with his mask and didn't like the readings he was getting off of it. How powerful is Trigon? Batman suddenly questioned and Jason raised a brow for only a moment before answering him. Upon entering into our mortal world, Trigon's powers will decimate the land, the oceans shall become as lava, all life will fade away, flesh shall become stone, the sun shall set upon our world, never to rise again. Jason replied and a frown crossed over Batman's features as his scans of the barrier continued. I meant in general, S.A.B., what class of demon is Trigon ranked? Batman stated and Jason slowly nodded his head for a moment before considering that. He is a high A-class demon but he borders on being a very low S-class. Lucifer and the other demon lords are the only true S-class demons however. Jason replied simply and Batman nodded his head with a deep frown on his face. Then we may have more problems than originally believed. This barrier has enough energy to suggest it could hold both Superman and Diana at bay fairly easily. Meaning that only a high A-class demon could have possibly created it. Batman replied and saw a look of shock cross Jason's features before he scowled deeply. I see, so he's not coming alone. That does not bode well, and worse still, this barrier is fire-based, meaning it's a demon with intimate knowledge of flames and fire. Jason noted with a frown while Batman pressed a switch on his belt, copying the readings of the barrier and storing them away. I'll speak with some of the League about any known Eastern-type demons that could make one of these barriers, Batman then said while turning around and Jason nodded his head while following the man. I'll look around Raven's book some more and see if I can discern its identity myself. She has a fairly surprising collection of tomes dealing with demons, Jason replied while Batman mutely nodded his head as he walked out of the building with the scarlet-haired man, neither one seeing a blood-red eye as it opened from the barrier for a single moment before vanishing from sight completely. Titan's Tower. Starfire half lay on the sofa in ops, a forlorn expression on her face as she remembers the many happy times she's had with Nightwing/Robin. Sighing as she then recalls his leaving the day before, she suddenly leans her head back and then sighs softly, feeling as though a dark cloud was pouring rain down onto her. Getting up, Starfire walks out of ops, the main door sliding open and then closed as she does so. Making her way into the main halls of Titan's Tower, shoulders slouched, arms hanging at her sides, and a forlorn look still stretched across her face. Walking around Titan's Tower, alone, Starfire wonders if she should go see Raven, only to sigh when she remembers she's out as well. Cyborg was an option, but admittedly, they have had little interaction with one another over the years. Passing by Nightwing's room, Starfire briefly considers trying to find her sister in town when she notices that his light is on for some strange reason. Stopping and turning, Starfire sees something move in Nightwing's room and her eyes widen. Moving quickly, the chipper Tamaranian princess rushes to the room, throwing the door completely open as she does. "Nightwing, you are..." The girl starts to say with a smile, only to blink when she notices green fur instead of pale flesh. The figure, now clearly Beast Boy in one of Nightwing's old Robin costumes, then turns to look at her and Starfire narrows her eyes, mirroring her sister in looks for a moment. "You are not, Nightwing," the princess states flatly while giving the green-furred teen a look that would kill most beings. Grinning nervously, the green-furred titan then rubs the back of his neck while standing up, Robin's old costume much too large for the youngest titan. "Heh, what's up?" The teen wonders aloud and Starfire marches towards him with a frown across her lips. "Beast Boy, why are you wearing one of Nightwing's old Robin uniform?" Starfire questioned flatly, hunched down slightly to be at eye level with the now masked teen and fists clenched at her sides tightly. In response, the green teen could only grin while striking a silly pose. "Call me, the Beast Boy Wonder." BB replies with a grin and Starfire rolls her eyes while straightening her back up. "You should not be in Nightwing's room while he is away," Starfire notes while looking around the room, and BB merely grins while looking towards her through the simple domino mask over his eyes. "Come on, it's fun," BB retorted and then started to throw out random gadgets from the yellow utility belt he was wearing. "Look at all the cool stuff in here," he says while grinning, accidentally throwing a flash bomb which explodes off to the side. Narrowing her eyes on her friend, even as she could swear she heard a feline yelp, Starfire reaches out and grasps a stray birdarang from the air with a frown. "Nightwing would say that is not a toy," Starfire states simply while lightly pointing the birdarang towards Beast Boy as he grinned sheepishly for a moment. "He would say to leave that alone," Starfire then said while folding the wings of the birdarang down and sighed softly. "If you're going to talk like Night, then maybe you should dress like M2, BB noted while opening Nightwing's closet to show several different Nightwing and Robin uniforms, as well as two that looked like prototypes for a new costume. "He's got more than one uniform," BB noted while wagging his eyebrows, Starfire blinking as she stared at the closet for a few moments. "Should I? I would like to, yes, but would it not be a breach of friend Nightwing's privacy to do so?" Starfire wondered to herself before Beast Boy sidled up and grinned at the orange-skinned princess. "Besides, think about it. Night doesn't wear his old Robin duds anymore, so it's not like he'd miss a pair if it maybe got stretched out," Beast Boy noted while elbowing her slightly, and Starfire had to admit, Beast Boy did have a point, not to mention that the JLU had basically told them to take some time off, and it was just going to be for fun. "Back with Naruto?" The blonde cursed while flipping back as the armor snake lunged at him with a snap of its jaws. Landing in a low crouch, Naruto narrowed his eyes as the snake hissed and slithered around him. "I hate snakes, all snakes, no matter what anyone says about them. So why the hell do I keep meeting up with more damned snakes?" The blonde wondered of no one while keeping his eyes on the massive armor snake. The said serpent was busy keeping its own eyes on him, before hissing as the blade spread throughout its body, all pointed outwards. Widening his eyes, Naruto flipped back as the snake then lashed out with its tail like a massive whip. Watching for its next attack, Naruto growled lightly as it flicked its body towards him once more. Flipping in the air, over several of the sharp blades, Naruto landed on its back and grabbed hold of one of the armor plates that made up its body. "Alright, I just have to find a weak spot," Naruto growled under his breath while the snake hissed loudly while twisting and turning in place, attempting to throw the blonde off of its back by any means necessary. Placing the handle of his chakra saber into his mouth and holding onto it, Naruto then gripped the plate of Kusunagi's armor and pulled on it. However, the snake saw this and hissed loudly while suddenly coiling around the blonde-haired ex-nin. "Crap, should have seen that one coming," Naruto thought to himself while struggling in the serpent's grasp as it tried to squeeze the life out of him. Taking several deep breaths through his nose as it did, Naruto relaxed himself as he twisted his neck around and stabbed his chakra saber into a small hole in the plates of the Kusunagi's armor. The Kusanagi let out a loud cry while thrashing around when he did, and then uncoiled from him. Breathing a sigh of relief for only a moment, Naruto was then thrown off of the Kusunagi's back as it jumped up and down wildly. Twisting around to face the blonde, the Kusanagi hissed loudly while Naruto took the chakra saber out of his mouth and spit to the side. "I really hate snakes," he mumbled for what felt like the millionth time while the Kusanagi lunged towards him, the 8 swords it wielded spinning in front of it as some kind of shield. "Oh shit!" Naruto exclaimed while moving back to evade its attack as the swords all arched forward, then slashed outwards. If that had hit me I would have been cut into a dozen pieces. Naruto realized while sliding to a halt while the swords then returned to their places around the Kuzunagi's armored form. Alright, you can fight, but I still hate snakes. Naruto growled out towards the armor snake as it hissed at him once more before twisting around and biting its tail, forming into a wheel. This can't be good. Naruto stated flatly only to be proven correct as black/violet miasma flowed out of its body as it rolled towards him. Damn it, I hate it when I'm right. The blonde said to himself while rolling out of the way of the wheel as it spun past him, only to turn sharply and come at him once more. If I can somehow knock it off balance, I might have enough time to cut through its armor. Naruto thought to himself while considering his jutsu, finally settling on his Rasen Shuriken Mk2. Forming the attack into his hand, Naruto then ducked to the side as the Kusanagi came at him once more. Turning and throwing the Rasen Shuriken at the Kusanagi, Naruto knocked it off balance, causing it to twist and fall onto its side. Perfect! The blonde exclaimed while lunging at the armor snake and twisted his blades into the armor. However, much to his surprise and shock the armor was undamaged by his chakra sabers, or rather, it was healed by a quick burst of purple-black miasma before he was flicked away by the Kusanagi's tail. Grunting lightly, Naruto then looked back to the armor snake just as it spat out a stream of black/purple miasma towards him. Crap! Naruto exclaimed while ducking out of the way and then lunged at the snake, swinging his chakra swords down into it only for the armor to somehow remain unscathed. Hissing loudly, the Kusanagi then flicked Naruto away with another quick snap of its tail, causing the blonde to fly back while it then slithered towards him quickly. Opening its jaws, the Kusanagi then tried to snap them closed on the blonde-haired ex-shinobi. Rolling out of the way, Naruto then watched as it locked its jaws on a portion of the floor and a grin formed across his face. Finally an opening. He thought to himself while twisting his chakra sabers around, now holding them in a reverse grip as he lunged at the snake. Meanwhile the Kusanagi struggled with the rubble now lodged in its jaws before spotting the incoming blonde. Narrowing its glowing eyes, the Kusanagi concentrated and the swords that were spread about its body shot outwards and circled around it. Twisting down, the Kusanagi then sent the blades flying towards Naruto at an upward angle. Cursing under his breath and twirling his chakra sabers, Naruto blocked the blades and caused them to fly to his sides while he landed in a roll and came out in a low crouch. After shaking its head a few times and trying to push the rubble out of its mouth with its tongue, the Kusanagi hissed while it started to detach the armored sections of its body. However, as it did, the 8 swords then rose up and spun around it like a protective shield. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto formed a Rasengan into one hand before launching towards the Kusanagi. Ramming the swirling sphere into the shield of blades, Naruto made it through them before twisting his other hand into a stab, jabbing the Kusanagi and causing it to fly into the air. As it did, the 8 swords and armor all fell to the ground for a moment, only for the Kusanagi to start hovering in midair. Twisting around it pointed its blade towards Naruto, then the blade lengthened dramatically. Twitching slightly, Naruto rolled out of the way of the attack as it tore a large chunk out of the ground, behind him. Rearing one arm back, Naruto then threw one of his chakra sabers at Kusanagi, knocking it into the air once more while he jumped up and reached out for its hilt. Grabbing hold of the Kusanagi's hilt, Naruto cursed as the blade started to fly around. Widening his eyes as he was pulled through the air by the sword, Naruto yelped as it went in every direction it possibly could to try and dislodge him. The sword even tried to flick him off of itself as it twisted around at its hilt. Grunting lightly, Naruto looked down and got an idea to finally finish this annoying match. Gritting his teeth as they came close to the ground, Naruto channeled some chakra into his feet and put them to the ground, sticking to it instantly. The Kusanagi then pulled on the blonde, causing him to grit his teeth as he tried to hold onto the weapon. Quickly dropping his other chakra saber, Naruto then grasped the hilt of Kusanagi with both hands and pulled it down. Gripping the handle with both hands, Naruto spread out his legs and twisted the sword down before plunging it down into the ground and held it there. Gritting his teeth, Naruto held the sword down with all his might while it suddenly started to glow once more. As it did, purple-black miasma formed around both it and the blonde, swirling around them in a rapidly shrinking tornado. Growling lightly in his throat, Naruto then roared out while ripping the Kusanagi out of the ground, the glow around the blade growing stronger as he then swung the blade around into the tornado and dispersed it instantly. Panting lightly, Naruto then breathed a sigh of relief while looking down to the Kusanagi as its glow lightened for a few moments before its voice echoed out once more. Well done, Uzumaki Naruto, you have proven your strength, but more importantly, you have proven you have the will to wield me in combat. I acknowledge your ability, take me as your weapon and go forth. The Kusanagi ordered while the miasma that had surrounded them faded away and the gate to the next flight of stairs opened up. Sighing for a moment, Naruto looked back at Kusanagi for a moment before putting it onto his back and grabbing the 2 kunai he'd used as chakra sabers before stowing those away as well. This was such a waste of my time, Naruto grumbled out while walking to the stairs, the Kusanagi pulsing when he did. I heard that. The sword stayed and Naruto frowned while turning to look at the blade's hilt over his shoulder. No talking. Naruto ordered and the blade was silent once more, the blonde smirking when it did as it was told. Good. Naruto said with a nod of his head, then made his way up the flight of stairs, wondering what he was going to encounter next. Behind him, Itachi walked past the gates and watched as Naruto made his way up the stairs for a moment. Be cautious, Naruto-kun, not all is as it appears in this place. Itachi noted mostly to himself before vanishing into a murder of ravens that flew upwards, towards the next level of the strange tower in Naruto's mind. Metropolis. The city of Metropolis, a hustling bustling place protected by the Superman and his cousin Supergirl. Currently however we are visiting one of the lower areas of the city, where a man is suddenly thrown clean through a wall to the street on the other side. Growling angrily, a familiar magenta-haired girl stomps out of the building and then kicks the man in his side. Alright S-wipe, stop your bitching you pussy-ass wimp, I barely even touched you. The girl growled out angrily while the man silently groaned at her booted feet. The girl is very familiar, as she is one Haruno Aiin who had managed to possess Haruno Sakura after the inner demons incident. She however is dressed differently than her other self. First is a black midriff-bearing hoodie with red trim and a red circle on the front, a pair of fingerless black gloves with metal knuckles and plates at the backs of her hands, her usual black bicycle shorts, slightly ripped knee-length black socks, over that is a red pleated skirt with a chain hanging at her left hip, her red banded hitai tied over top it like a belt, a pair of black combat boots, and a short red jacket with her hood hanging down her back over top its collar. Grumbling under her breath furiously, the magenta-haired ex-shinobi then reached down and lifted the man by his collar with a deep scowl on her face. Alright, listen up asswipe, next time you, or anyone else for that fucking matter, tries to grab my ass I'll make them wish they were never fucking born. Aiin growled at the man before throwing him to the side and walking off with a huff. Crossing her arms over her chest and walking off, the girl made a mental note to kill anyone who tried to grab her ass, as that had been like the 12th time this week, and it was only Tuesday. And I thought Kakashi-sensei was a pervert? The people of this world are seriously worse. And why are we even dressed like this or in the bad part of town if you don't want guys trying to grab at you? Sakura demanded from whatever portion of their now shared mind she had managed to find asylum in, and Aiin snorted. Cause I actually like to dress like this, and I'm calling all the shots now, Pinky. That's why. The angry magenta-haired girl retorted while frowning to herself as she passed by a few homeless drunks on the streets. Can you believe how many people have no food or money in this world? Sakura asked in her head, and Aiin scowled deeply as she recalled something similar back in their own world. However, Sakura seemed to have suppressed all the bad things in her life, hence all the anger issues in Aiin. That in turn was also why Aiin had more than a little bone to pick with her sister of sorts. Nami no Kuni. War orphans, ring any bells, Pinky. Aiin tried to remind Sakura and got an oh yeah from the girl for her troubles, making her slap her face. Kami-sama, what did Naruto-kun ever see in that stupid bitch? Aiin wondered aloud, Sakura shouting an indignant hey in her head while she then reached into her jacket and pulled out a scroll. In the scroll were several things, mostly her medical equipment she kept stored, however it also had notes on rumors she'd been following. One of which was for a woman known as Lady Shiva who was apparently a world-renowned assassin. Others were of other famous villains, as she was sure she was on the JLU's blacklist. Wait, only Sakura was, never mind. Snickering to herself upon remembering that, Aiin then looked at the very few rumors for other world-class fighters. Most seemed too tame for her liking. She wasn't subtle after all. If she wanted something, people were going to know it whether they wanted to or not. Reaching into another pocket, Aiin pulled out an ink pen and crossed out the Hive Academy as she'd seen the headmaster Brother Blood peeking into a girl's locker room and then promptly threw him through a wall before kicking the shit out of him for a couple hours before she finally got bored and gave him one last shot to the gonads with her steel-toed combat boot. That, however, was last week and really not too important at the moment. Still, for the life of me I have to know, why the hell do you dress in that silly punk style? Sakura suddenly demanded, and Aiin stopped, blinked for a moment, then looked to her side at a window. Looking at herself for a moment, Aiin then rolled her eyes and walked off with an amused smirk. Maybe 'cause it looks good on me. Aiin replied, and Sakura started shouting about it not being her body to dress up, thus causing the alternate persona to ignore her entirely. And in her own defense, she was certain she was not the first or the only one to do so in their life. Amused with herself, Aiin then marked off the Hive on her list of places to find training. Although she also made a note to find some way to break into a few banks and get some money before she ran out. Of course she could always just bust down a wall or two, but with her hair, it'd be fairly easy to find her in a crowd, unless she somehow managed to find a gang of punks just sitting around of course, but I digress. Clicking her tongue for a moment, Ayan looked over her options with a frown before rolling the scroll up and stuck it back into her pocket with the pen. For Cammy's sake, why is it so fucking hard to find someone who could teach me how to fight? The magenta-haired girl wondered to herself before drumming her fingers on her right bicep with a deep frown and then considered her options. Option 1, try and find a way out of town without money. Not a good idea as she liked eating, unlike Sakura. Yeah I know, and I'm still surprised you haven't gotten fat yet. Sakura noted with a scowl clear in her voice and Ayan felt her eye twitch violently for a moment. Oi, newsflash Pinky. We're ninja who burn fat off with exercise and training, both of which I do in spades unlike you. The magenta-haired girl inwardly shouted at her other self before returning to her prior thoughts from before she was so rudely interrupted by the pink-haired annoyance. Option 2, she could probably rob a bank. Which of course wasn't a good idea if she didn't want someone like Superman or Supergirl trying to stop her. Hey, she was strong, but not that strong. Option 3, find some kind of work for the time being, which sadly enough was her only option. Hello. We're a medical ninja, we could just go to a hospital and... Sakura started to say only for Ayan to scowl deeply once more as she crossed her arms over her chest and wondered if the pinkette was really that dumb. Amaterasu's panties. Could you be any dumber? This world isn't like ours. You can't just show off a Hittite and instantly get a job, hell, they don't even have mednin like us in this world. So how the hell am I gonna get any kind of job without a diploma to show off? Ayan demanded of her alternate and Sakura was silent, inwardly fuming as Ayan did have a very good point, but she didn't have to be happy about it. Huffing, Ayan then started to drum her fingers on her bicep again, trying to work out how she was going to get a job. Wait. I can't technically be a mednin, not legally at least, but who said I had to do something legally? I bet all kinds of villains need a healer, and they would pay out of the nose for it to be speedy too. Ayan reasoned while Sakura mentally groaned upon hearing the thoughts going through Ayan's head. You do realize that this is by far the craziest idea you've ever come up with, right? Sakura asked and Ayan, yet again, ignored her as she made her way through the city with ideas still running through her head. Chapter 49, The Quest Side Story, Survival Training PT4. With Jinx. Clone A is with Jinx once more, this time he's showing her how to track a moving target, with himself as the target. Come on Jinx, this really isn't all that hard. The clone thought to itself while sitting in a high branch of a tree, arms crossed behind his neck and a smirk across his lips. Of course, the clone had to admit if only to himself that he was trained to do this kind of thing, Jinx was only just learning any of it. But he had left more than just a few tracks for her to follow, unless she overlooked them because they were too obvious. Mulling that over for a moment, the clone turned its head and looked around for a moment. Still no sign of Jinx, what's she doing? The blonde clone wondered to itself before deciding that didn't really matter as it leaned its head back into the tree. For that matter, he also wondered how his boss was doing in his little quest. While it was true when they dispelled he'd gain all their experiences, that was only when they dispelled and also only when it was a clone doing the dispelling. As such, they had no idea what their creator learned unless he created another clone and had it dispel itself. Shaking his head, Clone A concentrated on the here and now, which is more or less keeping Jinx from finding him. Thus the blonde looked around and then jumped back to the ground. While he could easily enough move through the trees silently and without any traces, it wasn't really training if Jinx stood no chance of finding him. Cracking his neck, the blonde-haired clone then lunged forward, past several trees before flipping to the side, landing and lunging off once more. Currently the said Rosette is sitting on a branch and trying to see Clone A's distinctive blonde hair somewhere in the green forest. Not seeing any sign of her target, Jinx blew into her bangs before slipping back down to the ground. Landing in a crouch, the Rosette walked out and started looking for any sign of the clone on the ground. Checking for the obvious signs of someone walking, Jinx spotted Clone A's trail and followed after it, only to come to a stop at a tree. Why does he have to do this every couple of feet? She wondered to herself before looking around for the next trail he would have left. Having seen this tactic of evasion used earlier in the day, Jinx spotted his next trail fairly quickly and followed it, only to stop when it suddenly stopped. Ugh! Does he have to make this so difficult? Jinx wondered to herself before looking around, and then saw a couple broken branches over to the side. Narrowing her eyes, Jinx then saw a footprint in some mud and grinned lightly to herself. Got ya temp? Jinx said mostly to herself while making her way over to the tracks and then followed them with her eyes. Following the trail, she had to slow down when she saw the tracks disappear in a stream and slapped her face. Damn it. She shouted loudly before huffing lightly as she looked over the area, and then crossed the stream to look for more tracks. This time she expanded her search area, mostly because she didn't know where Clone got out of the river, upstream or downstream, so needed to look for any signs of the blonde. Doing just that, the Rosette finally found the trail again upstream, and then began following it. I swear, Tempest, this is the most insane version of training you've ever come up with. The girl thought to herself as she made her way through the forest, soon coming to a cave where Clone was sitting and flipping a kunai in one hand. Finally, Jinx muttered while walking over to where Clone was sitting on a rock, then sat down next to him and sighed heavily. It wasn't that bad, Jinx, you still managed to find me. Clone reminds the girl while crossing his arms over his chest, Jinx giving the clone a look in response. You made it annoyingly hard to follow you on purpose, didn't you? She asked flatly, and Clone took a thoughtful expression for a moment. Sort of. I wanted it to be challenging so you'd have trouble following it, but not so challenging that you couldn't eventually find me. Clone replied truthfully while Jinx rolled her eyes and then looked around for a moment. Why lead me here anyways? Jinx questioned, and Clone grinned in response. Well, to be honest, I figured a cave would be best since it's the type of place people will atypically hide in when you're chasing them in a forest. I also did so because even I get bored of running and figured we could just rest up here for a while. Clone offered, and Jinx inwardly thanked the clone for allowing her to rest. It hadn't been hard, of course, well, not too hard, but it had been annoying trying to keep up with the blonde's trail out her in the wild. Yeah, well, how'd I do, Temp? Jinx then asked her blonde-haired leader, and Clone took a thoughtful expression for a moment. Let's see, you could use some work and experience, but that's what training is for in the first place, Jinx. Clone replied, and Jinx nodded her head in agreement with the blonde-haired teen. Looking out into the forest, Jinx brought her legs up to her chest and leaned her chin on her knees. I have to admit one thing, Temp, the forest is one hell of a lot nicer than the city, clean air, cool breeze, no noise or traffic. Jinx noted, inwardly adding no electrical shit for her powers to blow up. Nodding his head in agreement, Naruto leaned back slightly while looking out into the forest with the Rosette. Yeah, I know, I lived like this most of my life in Konoha, so it's probably not as nice to me as it is to you. In all honesty, I'd love living somewhere nice and peaceful like this when I settle down, but for the time being I'd like to learn more about your world while I still can. Regardless of the 2 years I've lived here, I still get confused on several different things you guys have. Clone said, and Jinx nodded her head, understanding his position as Blackfire still had problems with culture, though admittedly they were smaller than those Starfire had. Blackfire's problems were the ones dealing with conservative tendencies, as Tamaranians as a whole were a liberal people. They expressed themselves as part of their culture, and although Blackfire was less into that, she did feel the need to do so every now and then, usually with dark poetry instead of singing. Oh yeah, and the fact she and Dwella had to explain the purpose of underwear, and Blackfire still rarely wore any under her armor, didn't help either. Yeah, well, I know I wouldn't miss the city, too loud, too many criminals, and way too many electronics for my taste. Jinx said with a nod of her head, causing an amused smirk to cross Clone's lips. Oh really, is that you or your mother talking? Clone questioned, and Jinx actually blushed while looking away from Tempest. The truth was, Jinx did manage to learn a little about her mother from that old man who mentioned her. One little tidbit was that she never wore shoes due to drawing natural or nature energy into herself to power her magical abilities. Of course her mom as such had a connection to nature, though the extent of it was unknown to Jinx. She at least knew her mom tended to stay near nature, more for power than anything else, as she had to be on solid earth. One mental question Jinx had been mulling over since learning of Senjutsu was whether or not it was the same as what her mother did. Shaking that thought from her head, Jinx then reached down and took off her shoes before putting them beside the rock she and Clone were sitting on. Don't feel anything, so maybe I didn't inherit anything from mom. The girl thought to herself while Clone looked at her strangely. Why'd you take your shoes off? He asked seriously, and Jinx shrugged her shoulders with a smirk. Just checking something, she replied, confusing the blonde clone that decided to leave it at that as he laid back and sighed in content. With Raven, the violet-haired girl was not having even the smallest bit of fun. Currently, she and Clone B are climbing a steep cliff, though why they were doing this still eluded her. Grunting as she pulled herself to a small ledge, Raven then sighed while looking to Clone B as he made quick work of the cliff, using small jutting rocks as hand-holds. Why are we doing this again? Raven asked, and the blonde teen turned to her with a flat look formed across his face. Because 1, this is good training. 2, I figured you'd rather do this than run around the forest some more. And 3, the other clone is right, I can't really teach you how to fight in a week, so I'll just work on getting you stronger for the time being. Clone B replied before returning to its climbing, and Raven mentally groaned before following after it at a significantly slower pace. Soon coming close to the top, Raven blinked as Clone B held a hand towards her. Taking it, the violet-haired girl allowed the blonde to pull her up to sit next to it. Breathing a sigh of relief that they were finally finished, Raven looked over to the clone and saw an amused look on its face, causing her to frown. "What?" Raven grumbled out in an annoyed tone, and the clone snickered lightly before shrugging its shoulders. "Nothing, I just can't believe you'd complain so much about this," Clone B replies, and Raven frowned while crossing her arms over her chest with a deep frown across her features. "Some of us haven't trained to the point that we can do this kind of thing with ease," Raven reminds, and the blonde-haired clone rolled his eyes before looking out at the view with a contented smile across his face. "Yeah, well, think of it this way, the harder the training the greater the reward," Clone B replied sagely, while Raven merely shook her head before stretching out her arms. Sighing as she lowered her arms, Raven started to rub her shoulders while Clone B looked over to her with one eye open. "You know, Kara-chan, I could give you one of those special massages if you're feeling too tense," Clone B offered with a smirk, and Raven blushed more shades of red than the blonde thought possible before giving him a heated glare. "Not when we have Jinx around, you want?" Raven stated with a deep frown, and Clone B raised a brow. Okay," he questioned while looking to the violet-haired girl, and Raven sighed while looking towards the forest. "Is there any reason you seem to hate Jinx so much? I mean, yeah. She can be a bit clingy and annoying, but that's no reason to despise her so utterly, Kara-chan," Clone B stated, and Raven muttered something unintelligible while crossing her arms with a pout. "Let's just say she and I don't like each other and leave it at that," Raven stated, only for the clone to shake his head. "No way, Kara-chan, I want to know what your deal with Jinx is," Clone B stated while pointing to the violet-haired girl. In response, Raven sighed while wondering why the blonde had to know about her dislike of the rosette. Hell, she could barely even explain it herself. "Let's just say that we have a history and none of it's good." Raven tried, only to see the look on Clone B's face, which told her he wasn't buying it. "Alright, I don't know why I dislike her like I do, I just can't stand Jinx, and for the life of me I can't figure out why," the girl explained while looking away from the blonde and sighed. "Happy now?" Raven asked, and Clone B sighed for a moment while rubbing the back of his neck. "Well, at least I know why you never like being around her for extended periods now," Clone B mused aloud with a thoughtful look, and Raven rolled her eyes while shaking her head. "Sometimes it's better to leave things well enough alone," the girl responded, and saw the look the blonde was giving her. "Never mind," she said with a sigh while turning her head to look out over the forest when she felt something. "Wait, what's that energy?" she wondered aloud, and Clone B frowned while feeling out for it as well, raising a brow when he could feel something coming from where Naruto was. "I don't really know. I've never felt that kind of power before," Clone B replied while getting up onto his feet, Raven following while the blonde stared out towards where they could feel the energy surging. "Think the boss finally found whatever he was looking for?" Clone B questioned while looking to Raven, the violet-haired girl frowning before shaking her head silently. "This doesn't feel anything like that armor you can make, it feels different," Raven replied while Clone B crossed his arms behind his head, wondering what his creator had managed to find. "Think we should go check it out?" Raven asked hopefully of her blonde-haired companion. Frowning for a moment, Clone B considered doing so for a few moments before then shaking his head. "Nah, the boss can take care of himself," the clone replied with a smirk, even though he wanted to know what was going on. Raven pouted at this, and then turned a worried frown in the direction of the strange energy surge that got her attention. "And besides that, you still have training to do, Kara-chan," Clone B stated with a smirk, and Raven groaned lightly as he then pulled her away, and she turned her head to look back towards the oddly calm energy. While she'd admit she wasn't a fan of training, she was mostly worried that Naruto was doing something dangerous. With Naruto. The blonde wandered further up the stairs within his mind, Kusanagi on his back, arms crossed, and a slight scowl across his lips. "Something about this place is giving me some major creeps," Naruto noted as he could almost swear he heard breathing echoing out in the infinite expanse of darkness surrounding him. Looking upwards once more, Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw lightning flash more clearly than ever before. "Why do I have a feeling I'm not going to like whatever's at the top of this thing?" The blonde-haired ex-shinobi wondered to himself as he continued to climb up the tower. Frowning as lightning flashed all around him, Naruto soon came to the next platform and gaped upon seeing Itachi sitting before another arena-like shrine, the dark-haired man still chewing on Pocky. "How the hell did you get up here?" Naruto demanded of the man, and Itachi merely turned his Sharingan eyes towards the blonde before finally answering. "How else, I climbed," the dark-haired man replied flatly before returning to his Pocky, the blonde-haired youth scowling towards the man. Sighing when that had no effect on Itachi, he then looked to this gate for a moment, then back to Itachi. "Any words of wisdom for me this time, Itachi? Or are you just going to sit there all day?" Naruto suddenly asked the man, and he made the usual HNNN sound all Uchiha seemed to make before returning to his Pocky. Right, why did I even bother asking? Naruto wondered to himself before walking over to the new gate and looked at it for a moment. This gate, much like the last, had an odd-looking mechanism to act as its lock. This one however greatly resembled a wolf, its body poised to strike and its tail pointing upwards, 9 tomo-shaped beads circling its form. Another weird lock, what is wrong with my mind? Naruto had to wonder while reaching out and tried to turn the lock, however unlike the last one it didn't even budge. Blinking for a moment, Naruto frowned to himself while looking at the tomo-shaped beds around the wolf. I wonder. The blonde whispered while turning one of the tomo, then raised a brow as it slid down into one of the other tomo, forming a yin-yang symbol. Cleaver. Naruto mused to himself while turning the other tomo to make 4 yin-yangs around the wolf, a single tomo below it. Pushing down on the yin-yangs, Naruto smirked as they lowered down, making a clicking noise while the tail on the wolf seemed to twitch. I wonder. The blonde whispered and Naruto reached up and pulled down on it like a lever. He was also pleasantly surprised when the tail came down, the wolf depiction splitting in half while the gate opened up for the blonde-haired youth. Smirking slightly to himself, Naruto was about to walk inside when he heard Itachi from behind him. Be forewarned Naruto-kun, not everything here is as it appears. Itachi suddenly told the blonde, Naruto raising a brow for a moment, wondering what the dark-haired man meant with his cryptic words before walking into the next arena, the gate slamming shut behind him. Frowning to himself, Naruto looked around, spotting what looked like bars all around him shaped like lightning bolts. The only murals this time were on the ceiling and floor, the one on the floor depicting a wolf, the one on the ceiling having what looked like a full moon in a starry sky. However, a feeling of foreboding also crept into Naruto as he looked around the strange arena-like room. I've really got a bad feeling about this. Naruto mumbled before taking a step back as inky black shadows shot up all around, consuming everything in darkness. Opening his eyes soon after, Naruto found himself in the inky blackness and then saw sparks of electricity. The sparks started at the depiction of the wolf before suddenly growing more and more erratic, soon rising out of the floor to form into a wolf itself. Spreading out its legs and roaring, the wolf glared towards Naruto, a pair of electric blue eyes forming at its head as its single tail arched and twisted from its position at its tailbone, a mane of lightning at the back of its head spiking about in every direction, and as that happened 4 long and very familiar razor chains made of blue chakra formed from its back and tailbone. Wait, those chains are... Naruto started to say only to quickly jump back as the chains lashed out at him, the wolf snarling towards him once more as he landed in a low crouch. Those are the same chains Kaa-san could make. Naruto then said while narrowing his eyes on the beast as it lunged at him, the 4 chains launching towards him. Growling lightly, Naruto flipped over the chains and kicked the wolf in its back while landing behind it. Quickly twisting around, Naruto then saw the wolf jump back to its feet before howling loudly. Though Kami then crouched down before launching towards Naruto, changing into a bolt of lightning as it did, and Naruto cursed while ducking out of the way. Rolling into a crouch, Naruto then turned and watched as the lightning reformed into the Okami, its electric eyes narrowed onto him. Reaching back, Naruto withdrew the Kusanagi and twirled it in his hand while the Okami roared once more and lunged at the blonde. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto growled while twisting around and sent a blade of wind towards the Okami. The wolf merely growled as it used its chakra chains to lift it over the blade and down on top of the blonde. Oh shit! Naruto cursed loudly as the wolf came biting and clawing at him. Gritting his teeth, Naruto blocked the wolf's attack with the Kusanagi before kicking the beast off of himself. The wolf then used its chains, sending them out to all sides to stop itself and stand on its feet once more. Okay, why does this thing want to kill me? I mean really, what did I ever do to it? The blonde-haired boy wondered to himself while the Okami came running at him, swinging its clawed paws at him wildly. Evading the rather poor attacks easily, Naruto then mentally growled when the beast started using its chakra chains instead, a scowl forming on Naruto's lips when it did. Better question, do I care? Naruto wondered to himself while slamming the Kusanagi into the ground, creating a quick burst of air that knocked the Okami back. Twirling the blade in one hand, Naruto then stabbed it towards the Okami, the blade lengthening out and flying towards the wolf. Seeing the attack coming, the Okami lifted itself up out of the way with its chakra chains, Naruto scowling deeper when it did. Nobody uses my Kaa-san's chakra chains to fight against me but her. The blonde thought angrily while roaring out, lifting up the Kusanagi as well and bringing it up towards the Okami. The wolf was caught and flung into the air by the attack while Naruto shortened the blade quickly. Keeping his momentum from his previous attack, Naruto swung the Kusanagi at the Okami once more, allowing the blade of the weapon to lengthen as he did so. The Kusanagi slammed into the Okami's side, knocking it into the ground while Naruto twisted the blade upwards and then brought it down on top of the wolf. Huh. Let's see that thing survive that. Naruto said with a grin, only to gape as the wolf somehow managed to stand up, then shook its head and growled towards him. Oi, of course it wouldn't be that damn easy, Naruto said to himself while shortening Kusanagi's blade back to its original length and held it at his side. However, much to Naruto's surprise and annoyance, the Okami then twisted around and ran into the gate behind them. The sheer force of which the wolf used to hit the gate caused it to buckle, and then fall to the side as the wolf ran away from the blonde-haired ex-shinobi. Blinking in surprise for a moment, a scowl then crossed Naruto's face as he ran after the wolf. Hey! Get back here you stupid mutt! Naruto shouted after it as he jumped over the broken gate and then followed after a trail of destruction the wolf was creating in its wake. Tartarus HQ. Danny groaned while slowly waking up, groaning lightly as she put a hand to her head with a grimace. What did we do last night? She wondered aloud while looking around and spotted Dwella sleeping on the floor, her mask gone and her suit's zipper pulled even farther down than normal. Blinking at her state of attire, Danny looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when she found they were back at the HQ. Least I didn't wake up in some hotel or... She started to say before quickly looking down to make sure her own clothes were in order. In her own defense, Dwella was crazy, so there was really no telling what, or who for that matter, the neurotic redhead was into whenever she changed her costume. Thus she breathed a sigh of relief to see she was still in the clothes Dwella had managed to get for her the other night so they could go out, as Dwella called it, clubbing. Ugh, why take me? Danny wondered to herself before turning slightly before kicking the red head in the side, causing her to grunt and open one of her eyes to glare at her ghostling friend. What the hell was dat for? Dwella questioned in a slur before reaching up and frowned when she noticed her mask was gone. Wait, where'd my mask go? Dwella then asked and Danny slapped her face with a frown. Focus Dwella, what the hell happened last night, and why does my head hurt so damn much? Danny demanded while holding her head and Dwella blinked for a moment while trying to remember what happened the night before. Oh yeah? I took us to get a drink at that metahuman hangout I told you about, so you must be experiencing your first hangover. Dwella said with a nod of her head and Danny mentally grumbled, outward rubbing her temples. Oh, okay, and at least now I know why so many people complain about it so damn much. Danny said with one eye open and the other closed, the migraine she was feeling not ebbing even as she tried to soothe it by rubbing her temples. Ugh, but I swear here and now, I am never ever going out drinking with you like that ever again. The girl declared loudly and Dwella merely shrugged her shoulders, amused by the girl despite herself. Grumbling under her breath for a few more moments, Danny then stared at Dwella and frowned deeply. How come you don't have a hangover if I do? She asked her flatly and Dwella rubbed her chin in thought, contemplating that for a moment. Maybe it has to do with the fact that I have an extremely high tolerance to most chemicals and toxins. Dwella mused aloud and Danny twitched before glaring at the girl as she then crossed her arms over her chest. Or maybe it's because I've gone out drinking a few times before last night and didn't get as totally hammered as you did. Dwella mused aloud to herself and Danny frowned deeply as the girl then twisted up onto her feet with a grin. Either way, it's a new day and I feel like doing something crazy. Dwella cried out before grinning widely, her eyes taking a familiar manic quality. After all, I still need to fill my weekly quota for the random shit I do. The girl stated and Danny rolled her open eye before leaning over to her friend with an amused look on her face. Well, you might want to zip up your outfit first Dwella, I can see your panties, and by the way, white? Surprising. Danny stated flatly and Dwella looked down at herself and made a note that insanity and alcohol really didn't mix all that well. Right, I think I'll do that. The girl agreed while zipping her suit up to her navel then started looking for her mask while Danny shook her head silently. Elsewhere, Blackfire yawned while walking into Gizmo's workshop, blinking when she saw the tiny terror is still working on his newest model of the X-suit. Do you ever sleep? Blackfire questioned of the tiny terror seriously, seeing as far back as she could remember, the boy seemed to always be in his workshop. Gizmo merely mocked her for the quip, then went back to work, placing new metal plates on the suit, making the bulk of it a series of segmented plates like her own suit, only with the spinal column of plates visible on the back. Is the spine necessary? Blackfire questioned and Gizmo nodded his head as he worked on the suit. Unfortunately it is. This is actually more of a powered exoskeleton than a suit. It has a neuromuscular amplification feature, as well as a synaptic control system, meaning if Temp can think it, the suit will do it. This increases the overall response time from the suit, and the spine actually distributes these neural commands through the suit for control. Obviously it's a weakness, which is why I have to make it more heavily armored than the rest of the suit. Gizmo explained and Blackfire blinked slowly before looking at the suit and then frowned. What about the possibility of a direct electrical discharge into the suit's control interface causing a feedback loop and frying X's nervous system? Wouldn't plugging the suit into him kind of be dangerous should one occur? Blackfire questioned of Gizmo, and he nodded his head in agreement with the black-haired alien. Yes, which is the very reason I never used that method before. It does increase response time, but as you've said, an electrical impulse into it can cause a feedback loop, which can fry the wearer's nervous system. But that's why I heavily insulated the new synaptic control system in the first place. It also doesn't actually plug into temp as a normal one would need to. Instead, the helmet scans temp's brainwaves and translates them into signals to control the rest of the suit. Gizmo explained to the alien girl, Blackfire frowning in thought before nodding her head. Impressive, so you negate the ability to cause a direct feedback loop, but won't that also cause the reaction time to be off by a few seconds? Blackfire asked, knowing more than a fair amount of technology that existed in the universe, this actually being fairly advanced even on some of the more advanced planets she'd been to over her many years of travel. Nope, the scanners I'm using is good enough to compensate for not being a direct link, even while remaining small enough to fit into the helmet and spinal column. Gizmo replied while reaching inside of the completed ribcage portion of the suit and checked a few things over before nodding his head. Raising a brow as she watched the overly serious midget work his magic on the suit, Blackfire yawned for a moment before crossing her arms and sitting on a nearby table. You know, I can't wait till you humans eventually manage real space travel. It's going to be so funny seeing how other species react to your people. Blackfire noted mostly to herself, and Gizmo blinked for a moment before giving her a look. Oi, in case you've forgotten, princess, the JLU are always traveling out into space. Gizmo reminded the girl with a glare, and she rolled her eyes for a moment. Yeah, but I meant your species as a whole, not just the JLU. Blackfire replied flatly while leaning back slightly, Gizmo frowning for a few moments. Yeah, well, I don't think it'll be that great. Tourists will be hell. Gizmo noted, and Blackfire grinned slightly in amusement at that. She had to agree. I know, especially with all the visits Urkans, Furons, and all those other kinds of alien species are prone to. Though, you guys being in an alliance with another planet or two will at least stop silly aliens from abducting you. Blackfire noted aloud and caused Gizmo to look at her with a raised brow. Whoa, wait a damn minute, you mean aliens really do that shit? He demanded of the girl, and Blackfire nodded her head with a smirk. Well, yes actually. But it's only a few races that actually do it, and usually the species they do it to is so underdeveloped they can't fight back, or there is the odd few punks who steal a spaceship and kidnap other species for the fun of it. Oh, and those intergalactic poachers as well. Blackfire mused aloud, and Gizmo blinked for a moment before deciding that all aliens were weird, and he was better off ignoring them all for the remainder of his life. Okay, I really didn't need to know that. Now would you please just shut up and leave me alone so I can finally finish my work on this damn thing for temp? Gizmo shouted at Blackfire, causing the alien princess to frown as she glared at the bald midget. I'm actually trying to help you and you're telling me to go away? She questioned, and Gizmo gave her a glare from his spot. Fine, I'm going already. Blackfire then said as she got up and walked out of the room, arms crossed and a slight scowl on her features. Once she was gone, Gizmo grinned to himself and grabbed something from a nearby table. Now then, I just need to finish up the chakra conversion power core and utility capsules before I add the active camouflage and electromagnetic pads to this baby. Gizmo said to himself as he took a circular device and fastened it to a few plates of the armor, then started fixing it to the rest of the armor. Titan's Tower. Titans go. Beast Boy exclaims, still dressed in one of Nightwing's old Robin costumes. Grinning to himself as he points into a mirror, BB then proceeded to make mocking kung fu-esque sounds while posing and looking to his reflection. Jumping into a twist and punching to his side, BB then flexed his muscles and winked at his reflection, Nightwing's staff beside of him. Grabbing the staff, BB then twirled it around with one hand, unfortunately, slamming it into his skull when he did so and swooning to the side. Nearby, sitting on Nightwing's bed, is Starfire, only now she is wearing a Robin costume just like BB is. In her own defense, it wasn't like Nightwing would ever wear the suit ever again with his new mantle. However, unlike Beast Boy, many would say that Starfire somehow filled out the costume better, though it was a little small. On her, the red Kevlar vest was too small, thus leaving her midriff visible, the already skin-tight pants hugged her hips and ended at midcalf, the cape was only knee-length on her, and the belt Robin would wear was too large, hanging on her hips loosely as Raven's own belt did on her. In any case, the girl is sitting on Nightwing's bed, an old puppet from one of their earlier adventures in her hands. Holding the control to the puppet with one hand, Starfire mentally giggled as she had fun play-acting as Robin. Why, Starfire, your hair looks especially shiny today, Starfire said while slightly lowering her voice, though it sounded nothing like Robin. Giggling lightly, the alien princess played with the puppet, making it brush its little hand into its red hair slightly. "Thank you, Robin." I rinsed, lathered and repeated. Starfire said in what sounded like a parody of her normal voice, though it sounded slightly off to Beast Boy, who was still recovering from his self-induced smack to the head. Rubbing his head while Starfire played with her puppet, both suddenly stiffened when a shadow overtook them. Turning to the doorway, they saw a frowning cyborg, standing large and imposing with his arms crossed over his chest. "Dude. It's not what it looks like," BB tried to say while Starfire got to her feet as well, tossing her puppet behind her back. "Why yes, friend, we were just him," Starfire tried to say, only for both to shrink slightly under the titanium teen's gaze. "I can't believe that you two would just barge into Nightwing's room when he's gone, dress up in his old uniforms, and pretend to be Robin," Cyborg stated with an angry tone of voice. BB poking his fingers together as he did and Starfire drawing circles on the floor, both acting like kids caught doing something bad. "Well," Starfire tried to say, neither her nor BB able to look Cyborg in the eye. Inwardly laughing at his friend's reaction, Cyborg then lunged forward slightly, BB and Star backing up as he then held his hands out with a hurt expression on his face. "Without me," he finished, and both Starfire and BB blinked for a moment before breathing sighs of relief. Laughing lightly, BB then reached to the side and grabbed a spare Robin uniform before throwing it onto Cyborg. "Dude, suit up," BB ordered with a grin while Cyborg took hold of the utility belt and Starfire grinned widely. "Oh yes. Come Robining with us," Starfire declared while stretching her arms into the air, Cyborg ignoring her as he grabbed the belt BB was wearing and added it to the one he had, clipping them both together so they would fit his admittedly large frame. When he did, BB had to quickly grab hold of his pants and hold them up, giving a look to Cyborg even as the alien princess continued. "It is most delightful," Starfire finished while jumping into the air and flying off the ground, clapping her hands happily as Cyborg stood with both belts now fastened around his waist. JLU Watchtower. Batman walked down one of the many halls in the watchtower, a frown on his face as he looked over the compiled facts they had put together on Raven's father, and Batman used that term loosely. Rubbing his chin as he looked over the facts, Batman noticed several things. 1. The energy from the deceased members of the Order of Scath would be used to make the portal. 2. The only ones who would be safe once Trigon came was those with demonic heritage, or magical protection. 3. Raven was the gem the portal Trigon would ultimately use to enter into their world. Even for a demon, that's sick, Batman thought while frowning deeply once more. He knew a few demons, and not all of them were as evil as many believed them to be. Admittedly, those he knew were all part human or connected to humanity in some way, shape or form. Clicking his tongue, Batman wondered if it would be possible to forge new rings of Azar, however a portal to Azarath was not easy to come by. He then considered his other options for stopping Trigon from ultimately entering their world. First and foremost, kill Raven to prevent Trigon from entering their world. In Batman's opinion, not an option, though unfortunately his old friend Zatanna seemed to think otherwise. This yet again made Batman wonder about a possible familial relationship between Zatanna and Raven's mother Angela Arella Roth, as it might explain why she took this all so personally. Option 2. Figure out some way to disrupt the energy coming from the deceased cultists so it couldn't punch the hole into hell. Unfortunately, Dr. Fate hadn't found much of anything on that front, as it seemed even he had problems with countering demonic magic of this kind. He'd tried, honestly he had, but this was a centuries-old spell, one that was designed specifically for this event and had absolutely no counterspell written for it, so that none would be able to stop Trigon's eventual rise. The only other option was to kill Trigon, but then they would lose Raven. Yet again, Batman wouldn't accept that. Raven was a good girl, he knew that, beneath her cold moody exterior she was just hurt and alone, just like Ace. Even if only for a brief moment, Batman flinched at the mental reminder of that poor girl. Sitting down, Batman pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed softly. "I know you're there," he stated in his average tone of voice and turned his head slightly to see Zatanna sitting on the table next to him. "Where the hell is this thing taking me? And why is my mindscape so damn big?" The blonde wondered to himself as he turned down another corner, still following the Okami when it jumped onto a wire and made its way over to a circular platform. Muttering under his breath, Naruto jumped onto the wire and ran after the wolf, flipping onto the platform and looking around with a frown. A bridge to a gate was behind the wolf, but besides that the platform was circular and a seemingly bottomless pit lay all around them. "Finally decided to stop running, eh?" Naruto said with a smirk while the Okami merely crouched down and snarled towards him. "Fine by me, I was getting sick and tired of chasing you all over the place anyways," Naruto noted while taking a stance with a smirk across his lips, the Okami merely moving into a low crouch as it snarled towards the blonde teen viciously. Roaring out loudly towards the blonde-haired teen, the Okami's body started to shudder, Naruto's eyes widening as lightning coated the beast almost completely. Growling towards the blonde for several seconds more, the Okami then lifted its head and unleashed a loud howl towards the ceiling. Raising a brow, Naruto looked to the ceiling and frowned when the mural of the moon above him began to glow. The room then started to quake, Naruto mentally groaning as the ceiling broke up into numerous pieces that fell to the floor below. When it did, Naruto moved out of the way of several pieces of rubble before looking up. Now he could clearly see a real moon hanging in the sky above them, dark clouds hovering around it as lightning flashed and thunder boomed. That can't be good, Naruto noted and then watched as the Okami roared, its body suddenly glowing brilliantly while lightning-coated started to strike around their arena. Of course, Naruto muttered to himself as the Okami then lunged at him, lashing out with a combination of its claws, teeth, and chakra chains. Twisting and turning around the wolf's attacks, Naruto then kicked it in the nose, sending it over to the side where it flipped back to its feet and shook its head. Barking loudly, the beast then crouched back before launching itself forward, sending the chakra chains forward towards the blonde as it did. Cursing to himself, Naruto evaded the chains and their sharp ends, only for the Okami to bite down on his arm. Gritting his teeth, Naruto fell back and threw a punch at the beast's face, however the Okami didn't release him, instead its eyes narrowed while it tried to rip his arm off. "Get off!" Naruto shouted while kicking the Okami off of himself, the beast flipping in the air and landing on its feet, a low snarl echoing while Naruto got back up and lunged at the beast. Forming a Rasengan in one hand, Naruto tried to slam it into the Okami, only to curse and move around its chakra chains once more. Twisting and turning as he got closer and closer to the Okami, Naruto then jumped up and brought the Rasengan down on the wolf's head. The impact caused the Okami's head to slam into the ground and threw Naruto back as it tried to grind through the strange wolf. Landing on his feet, Naruto smirked towards the Okami, only for his eyes to bolt open when he saw a semi-transparent barrier was protecting it. "That's a first," Naruto noted. "Okay, now I really have to wonder why there's so much shit in my head that wants to destroy me." Naruto suddenly wondered to himself and the Kusanagi decided to answer him with its idea on the subject. "Maybe it's because you secretly hate yourself." The sword offered to its newest master, clearly amused from what Naruto could hear of its tone of voice, causing the blonde to frown. "What did I say about the talking?" he demanded, and the Kusanagi fell silent once more, though Naruto still scowled deeply before turning back to the Okami. Looking back to the lightning wolf, Naruto's eyes widened as it howled up into the dark sky once more, chakra forming and condensing over its body to form armor, a skull-like mask with long cubesque ears and an X cut out of it being the first portion, a necklace of tomo-shaped beads on its neck, a row of spinal plates down its back forming over its single tail and then splitting into 4 extra tails beside the original, a pair of bony greaves over all 4 of its legs finishing its transformation off. It was then that its 4 chakra chains began flying back like tails. And then the chakra chains merged with the extra bone tails like the original tail had done, making 5 tails in all flailing around behind the strange creature. As this happened, the Okami roared loudly, energy spreading from its tailbone along the 4 extra bony tails to form 5 true tails with bone armor along their length. "So I'm guessing you're where that armor always comes from?" Naruto mumbled mostly to himself while staring at the lightning wolf as it snarled towards him furiously. Roaring out, the beast caused dozens of spheres of chakra to shoot out of its body and into the air, Naruto's eyes widening as it did. The chakra then started to condense, Naruto backing up as far as he could when it did, the ball growing larger and larger as it concentrated more and more chakra into it. Once that was done, the beast then shrank the blast down, its tails arching forward as if to hold it, before biting down on it, eating the raw chakra as Naruto's eyes widened larger than ever when the floor buckled under the sheer density of the power. A deep growl echoed from the beast as it then braced itself, Naruto looking to either side and cursing when he couldn't see any way to get out of the way. "Imari! Menacing ball!" A deep and unintelligible voice roared out loudly as the attack flowed from the beast's mouth and straight towards Naruto. "Crap!" the blonde exclaimed before quickly pulling the Kusanagi from his back, pointing the blade downwards and extended it, pushing him high up into the air as the Imari detonated behind and below him. Stopping once the blast finally vanished, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, his heart going a mile a minute. "Man, that was way too close for comfort," the blonde said to himself while trying to catch his breath and heard the Kusanagi star grumbling aloud. "Closer for me." The sword growled out and Naruto mentally groaned before glaring down at the hilt of the sword. "You're indestructible, I'm not." Naruto reminded the blade and got only more grumbles from it as he then looked down towards where the Gobi no Okami was glaring up in his direction. Okay, it's got 10 tails and a really bad attitude, still, at least it isn't the size of Kyuubi. The blonde said between pants and then released the Kusanagi, causing it to shrink back down as he fell towards the ground. Quickly grabbing hold of the blade on his way down, Naruto twisted into a stab, the blade lengthening once more and slamming into the Okami. Landing on the ground with a smirk, Naruto watched as the blade carried the Okami all the way off of the platform, slamming it into the outer ring of walls around them and creating a massive crater. This feels really familiar. Kusanagi suddenly noted, Naruto mentally groaning as the sword spoke its mind yet again. However, before Naruto could tell the blade off, his eyes widened as the dust cleared from the Okami. However, much to his shock, the beast was undamaged by the Kusanagi. In fact, the beast then batted the blade away with one of its tails and roared. "Oh yeah, that happened then too," the Kusanagi said mostly to itself while the Okami shook its body before roaring loudly towards Naruto. Growling lightly, Naruto twisted Kusanagi around before holding it in a reverse grip. The blade shortened down to ninjutsu length while the Okami jumped forward, flipped in midair and landed on all fours before the blonde. "What the fuck does it take to kill this thing?" Naruto demanded before lunging forward, swinging the Kusanagi at the strange beast. Instead of holding still, however, it flipped back and then landed in a low crouch before suddenly lunging at the blonde. Twitching lightly, Naruto flipped up and over the Okami, then twisted in the air and swung the Kusanagi at it from above. The Okami used its tails to wrap around the blade this time, and then slammed Naruto into the ground with it. Groaning lightly, Naruto twisted back up to his feet and brushed off his arms while the Okami narrowed its eyes. Moving with unreal speed, the Okami came at him once more, swinging its tails and trying to stab their tips into him. Cursing loudly, Naruto twisted and turned around the beast's assault, eyes wide as he tried to keep from being impaled by the clearly demonic creature's tails. Flipping back to avoid a sweep from the tails, Naruto then grunted while lunging forward, slamming his fist into the Okami's mask. However, it barely budged, and a single, eerie eye narrowed onto the blonde. "Crap," he muttered as the Okami's tails lashed out like lightning, slamming into him and sending him skidding across the platform. Cursing as he came off of it, Naruto twisted in the air and dug the Kusanagi into the side of the platform to save himself. Breathing a sigh of relief, Naruto then crawled back onto the platform and glared towards where the Okami was still glaring at him. Getting back to his feet and letting out a few panting breaths, the blonde then put the Kusanagi back onto his back and left his arms to hang akimbo. "Alright, wolf breath, bring it on," Naruto shouted at the beast, causing a familiar-looking grin to cross its muzzle. "I really don't like that look," Naruto whispered while the Okami lunged towards the blonde as he concentrated and then grinned. 1000 Blades Jutsu, the blonde exclaimed as hundreds of wind blades formed around him, the Okami slamming into them claws first. However, his grin soon turned into a look of shock as the Okami wasn't diced into hundreds of tiny pieces. Instead, somehow gaining its footing, it started to rip open the jutsu from the outside. Note to self, make a stronger 1000 Blades Jutsu, Naruto thought to himself while the Okami roared and then lunged into the jutsu, slamming into Naruto and seeming to vanish. The 1000 Blades Jutsu ended once he did, and Naruto stumbled back from the impact, his eyes wide as his pupils suddenly dilated, his irises turning a gray-violet color, and the color slowly began to bleed into the sclera of his eyes as well. Forest. Raven was the first to feel it, and her eyes shot wide open as an energy that filled her with dread and doom suddenly came from deep in the forest. Both Clone A and B felt a millisecond after Raven, both shuddering violently when they did. Flipping to his feet, Clone B grabbed Raven and jumped into the trees, Raven grunting as she wrapped her arms around his neck and he carried her towards the feeling. Meanwhile, Clone A quickly got to his feet and looked to Jinx with a dead serious expression. "Stay here," he ordered simply before lunging into the air and coming down on a tree before lunging off into the forest, leaving a confused Jinx behind. "Okay, what was that all about?" Jinx wondered to herself before shuddering as a cold chill ran down her spine. For once, I think he might be right, but I think I'll head back to camp rather than stay here, Jinx decided while wasting no time in putting distance between herself and whatever it was that made her feel like a small child. Meanwhile, Clone A and B met up in the trees, Clone A glaring at Clone B when he saw that he was carrying Raven on his back. "Yo, bro, did you feel like someone walked over your grave as well?" Clone B asked its partner while rushing towards the energy. In fact, he was pretty sure anyone within a 200-mile radius was feeling a surge of this magnitude. "Yes," Clone A hissed out for a moment before growling while Raven shivered and shook, now visibly paler than she normally was. "What the hell are you doing bringing her with you? Kara-chan could get hurt, dope," Clone A shouted at Clone B, and the clone frowned while giving its partner a flat look. Sorry, but I figured if this is that Slade guy or something, then we're better off keeping an eye on Kara-chan to keep her safe. Remember what happened last time we lost track of her? Clone B replied with a frown, and Clone A grunted as he did indeed remember what happened. Fine, but you do know that if anything happens to her, the boss will have both our asses? Clone A reminds, and Clone B grimaces for only a moment before both suddenly stop as a shiver runs down the lengths of their spines. Okay. I'm really not digging that way creepy feeling. Clone B noted, and Raven nodded her agreement, a fearful look on her face as all three looked up and gaped at what they could see. The sky was dark, normal for the time of day, but dark clouds had suddenly gathered in the sky, swirling and swirling like a whirlpool in the heavens, a beam of light flowing down from its center, and lightning arching across the clouds. What the fuck is that? Clone A wondered aloud, Raven closing her eyes and searching the area to sense the power more clearly, but when she did, her heart nearly stopped and she wanted to hide. Whatever it was, it seemed to be at half her father's full power at the moment and steadily raising higher and higher. We won't can know unless we investigate further. Raven stuttered out and got a worried look from both clones. Whatever it is, it already has a P power at half my father's own, and its ST still growing. Raven explained, and both clones gaped for a moment before looking to one another, nodding and then heading in the direction of the strange energy source when Clone A's eyes bolted open when he recognized what some of it really was. Shit, half of this is nature chakra? Clone A stated, and Clone B gulped before thinking rationally for a moment. Heh, then maybe it's the B-boss training W with Senjutsu. Clone B offered, and Clone A frowned before shaking his head with a deep scowl across his face. That doesn't explain the demonic chakra I'm feeling. Well, not entirely, 'cause it feels weird. Clone A stated, and Clone B had to admit that his partner had a point before both came to a stop in a large tree, Clone A gaping while Clone B shook its head. What do you see? Raven asked the two, and both clones looked to one another before answering the violet-haired girl. Take a look for yourself, Kara-chan. Clone A replied quietly, and the half-demon warily moved her head to look past Clone B's own head. Shivering slightly, Raven then opened her eyes, only to feel the widen in shock at what she saw below. A tornado or something similar was spinning, and then rising up into the air, the magnitude of wind too great to be penetrated as it ripped full-grown trees out of the ground and tossed them around like twigs. The ground was in worse condition as it looked like a meteor had hit in the past hour. A massive crater at least the size of an arena had been formed, a spiral pattern swirling outward from a single point. That same single point at the center of the massive crater was looking to be where the light in the sky was pointing to as well. Narrowing her eyes, Raven briefly wished that she had the eyesight of Naruto, or at least his ability to increase her eyesight like he could. However, leaning forward was all she could do, and as far as she was concerned, that was enough. For at the very center of the crater, sitting within a storm of wind, resting on all fours, was a silhouetted creature. Neither the clones, nor Raven herself could see its form clearly, but they could see 5 shadowy tails flicking behind it along with 2 very long ears. It was large, though not enormous like the QB or her father, but much bigger than a normal animal was for sure. What is it? Raven wondered aloud, and both clones shook their heads as the wind slowly died down. The dark clouds dispersed, and above them, they could now see a full moon had come out, a howl echoing out from the distance, and Raven felt the feeling of dread fade away. Well, seeing as I don't feel like something just walked over my grave anymore, maybe we should go and check it out. Clone B offered before jumping down into the crater with Raven, Clone A slapping his face. Oi, what a dope. Clone A said mostly to himself before jumping into the crater and after Clone B. QB's eyes opened as he felt a surge of power, one that was eerily familiar to him. What is that? I know this power, but it's different. QB said to itself before closing his eyes and moving his consciousness into dream space to contact Trigon. Trigon, can you sense that energy? QB questioned while opening his eyes within the cave deep below Jump City, Trigon's eyes opening nearby. Indeed, I've never felt this kind of power before. Where is it coming from? Trigon wondered aloud, and QB growled lowly as he tried to remember why it felt so familiar. Sifting through his memories, he compared it to Madara or even Sasuke, but it wasn't foul enough. He tried to think if it fit someone like Senju Hashirama, but it wasn't pure enough for his power. Then QB's eyes bolted open, wide in a mix of fear and fury. It remembered this power, one with foul and pure chakra. The Rikudo Sennin. Sage of 6 Paths. QB said as a snarl crossed its features and Trigon raised a brow towards the 9-tailed beast. Whom do you speak of, QB? The demon questioned while QB seemed to ignore him, a furious look to his burning crimson eyes. It's no one, he's dead. QB gritted out while dragging his claws into the ground. He didn't need Trigon postponing their escape from their prisons. Breathing out for a moment, QB narrowed his eyes, noticing a discrepancy in the power he was feeling when compared to the Rikudo Senins. Similar, yet still different. We need to hurry before time runs out. QB mused to himself before looking over to Trigon with a deep frown on his face. We need to hurry. If that energy surge was of any indication, then something very powerful could be coming this way. QB states, and Trigon considers this for a few moments, considering how much time they have and the fairly massive surge they just felt. He can't help but agree with QB. The power, while barely half his own full power, would probably be a danger if it attacked when they were weakened. Agreed, I'll see about speeding up the process. A few nightmares should be all that Raven will need. Trigon muses, and QB breathes a sigh of relief before narrowing his eyes. Yes, and then my plan will finally begin. The ancient fox mused as a wide crooked grin stretched across the length of its muzzle.